Back at the Kennedy Activity Center for day 2 of the Minnesota Fall Classic as handball comes your way on YouTube on a dry Saturday morning for a change over the last 12 hours from the last 12 hours in Minneapolis and St. Paul, with Josh Wallinga at my side, Jeff Disher high atop the Kennedy Activity Center. And we get ready to see Minnesota Green's second match of the event as they take on the newcomers, or formerly of Fargo Moorhead.
Yep.
The Denver Wolves, but Denver's debut in the 2023 version of the Fall Classic. Josh, what are you anticipating from Denver as we get set to go?
If I'm being honest, I have no clue whatsoever. I played them as Fargo. We've played them a few times. Minnesota hasn't lost to them yet, technically. I probably jinxed herself because it is Minnesota, but, it is what it is. I know that at Nationals they compete in the Elite Division. They had a lot of not new players necessarily, but they kind of were trying to get players from other teams, kind of to form a
super team?
Yeah, kind of a super team. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out well for them. They ended up getting 7th place, I believe, out of 8 teams. So this is new to me. I don't know what I'm expecting. There's a few returning players. Moshe, I believe, is on the left wing. You got Alan Combs also on one of the wings. Both of them are solid players. Their goalkeeper, Nathan Gomez, I think, right?
Yes.
Yep, he's pretty solid too, and he's kind of been with the club since the beginning as well. So he's got a lot of experience. And again, even being in the Elite Division, you see a lot of things that you normally wouldn't see in the Open. But I think Minnesota, after yesterday, should have a better game. Kind of get the jitters out of the way, especially against a strong NYAC team. And hoping to get a win so that they can get into the semis. Assuming that Denver doesn't beat NYAC at that point, because then you go into tiebreakers. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll cross that bridge if it happens. Just excited to be back here again this morning.
You lead me into what the schedule looks like for the day,
yep.
as we get set to, or as we get things ready to go here with Minnesota Green and Denver Black, and your squad plays Chicago Inter coming up.
Yep.
At 9:30, and then NYAC gets to see Denver in NYAC's first game of the day. Denver's second to catch up. CalHeat and Chicago Inter wrap up pool play at noon, with the semifinals to come later on this afternoon, as you see 1:30 and 2:45 start times for those. But we'll get to the semifinals in due course, ready to go with game number 1, as you see the...
Let me get the proper one up here. Please hold. Excuse me.
Holding. As you will see, group standings momentarily. There we go.
Ta-da!
CalHeat leads Group A with a plus 21 goal differential. NYAC leading Group B with a plus 13. Not shocked personally by those numbers one bit.
NYAC, I was expecting to, one thing I'll say about Minnesota Green and NYAC is I was expecting a closer game. Maybe not 13. Maybe I'd say maybe 5 or 6, because Minnesota has good defense. It was just off yesterday. And then Minnesota Black B team on the court, number 1 team in my heart. Always tough when you have newer players playing against a team as seasoned as CalHeat. But that's what happens. So Group A, I kind of expected something similar to that, but Group B, I thought it would be a little closer, be within 5 instead of 13.
Denver in the brown
gold-ish, brown gold, okay. Apple Valley colors represent.
And
class of 2011, let's go.
Here's the thing with that: black numerals on dark jerseys is a curse.
Is it really?
So we'll do the best on yours truly, who has to identify people.
Okay, that's fair.
But we'll do the best we can with what we've got. Green gets the opening possession as we get set to go. Quick Ryder Cup update. You're up 9.5 to 2.5 over Team USA in Rome.
I don't know if I should be surprised about that or if that's a normal thing. I think that Europe has better golf players, question mark?
A shock.
A shock.
A shock wave
Okay.
in the U.S. golf world.
All right, fair enough.
But we are ready to go as Green gets the opening possession of the opening half.
See if I can get this a little bit better, and camera doesn't want to freeze, and it does want to freeze, so please excuse me while I put that back where it's supposed to go.
Little bit of a delay to get the court markings correct.
Yep. They're just doing the substitution boxes, making sure that those are correct. Very important. You can get a 2-minute penalty if you don't substitute properly, so having those marked is good.
Josh Hedrick handles the ball, as does Moshi, as Minnesota Green crosses the timeline with their opening possession.
Katsu, I think you're thinking Katsu. Moshi's on Denver.
Wakabayashi.
Yes. And Matan, number 5.
Yep, that's who I was thinking of.
I see,
It's
okay.
Matan. You're correct. Or we were both right. Here's Matan. Bounce pass to Wakabayashi. And Wakabayashi bear hugged as the play halted. Clock continues to move as Minnesota maintains the extended possession. Whistle goes. And that's something that Green did not get much of last night, was an extended possession. They were one shot and good as Wakabayashi gets the first goal of the match for Minnesota.
Yeah, that's a good shot just past the keeper. He's got a shifty shot from experience.
Careful. Loose ball is that pass delivered from Roger Silver over to the far side. Minnesota Green will steal as Wakabayashi comes up. Matan crosses and gets to Wakabayashi, who is the pivot point.
So one thing I will give Black the edge for yesterday was hanging on to the ball for as long as they did on offense. Like, it's tough to do against CalHeat like that. And if Minnesota Green can do that against Denver, they're just going to run away with the game.
Wakabayashi looking for his angle. That pass blocked. Wakabayashi gets it back. Quick shot, save made. Might want the microphone a little bit further away from you. There you go. 2 minutes played. And it looks like Denver will get the possession after that scramble. Go ahead.
I think 8 wanted a card on Stefan, but Stefan, number 73, was playing good defense there to stop the Denver attack. And that is going to be a travel.
Traveling, much like you'd see in basketball, as Minnesota comes back up the floor.
Yep. And that was a good save.
Great kick save by the tender, but he can't make the second one. That's Gomez in the net for Denver. Much like both Minnesota goalkeepers last night, yourself included, always making the first save, not necessarily making the second, as tackle happens right at the top of the 6, halting the play but not the movement. And so Denver keeps the ball.
Trent has a rocket of a shot. Like, he will shoot from 9 and he can score from 9. So you got to watch where. Good save.
Silver with the shot, save made by Malatrat. Tristan had himself a game for Minnesota Green last night, except when his defense was making mistakes like that. Neuler off the pipe with a little help from a kick save from Malatrat.
That was a big save there. You can't let Denver get the momentum back after that. So huge save by Tristan, and very good on Stefan to be back on the rebounds. That's one thing that Minnesota has struggled with in the past, is not catching the rebounds. But since moving Stefan to pivot and Stefan working his butt off in the offseason, it's been really, really helpful.
Wakabayashi makes an ill-timed pass across court that is loose. Jacob. Bear hug, halt play, clock rolls. Silver.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Amezcua Jacob switches. Quick shot. Silver. Save, or actually goal scored, 2-1.
Wanted a save for sure.
Definitely. As a goaltender myself, I'd want that, or I want a shot like that back.
Yep, that's fine. You can handball. It's going to be a high-scoring game.
Yeah, certainly.
Like 20, 30 goals, easy. Playing lacrosse. The only other sport I think that scores probably more besides football, because you get batches of points.
Yeah.
Basketball. So very fast-paced.
Lots of contact. Great save by Gomez.
Yep. It's going to be a 9, though. As Trent shot, defense kind of hit him. So that's what we call a good penalty.
Wakabayashi gets that to Matan, and the goal disallowed as we are over 5 minutes in. Brought back up the floor by Denver as Roger Silver and company look to establish. Cross court, ball thrown out of play. By the way, if you are with us early, feel free to interact in the comments. We'll get to those over the course of the day today. Remember, 6 games on our air, with this one being the first of the 6, and that includes the semifinals later on this afternoon.
Yep. If Minnesota wins, then that will not determine the semis. If Minnesota loses, that will determine the semis, because Minnesota will be 0-2. So this is a must-win
for Green.
Yep, for Green. Ooh.
Shot up high. Now, if there were 2 goals there, yellow card issued. If there were 2 goals there, that would have gone in. So
that's confusing.
The aim was what I'm saying is the aim was there. The height was a little bit too high.
Yes. What was confusing me is usually when you give a yellow on a shot like that, it's going to be a 9-meter. But I guess the refs, saw something that we didn't, which is, the case a lot of the time. But that's okay. They're giving out yellows instead of 2s right away. Kind of had a conversation about that with one of my teammates. We were confused as to why they gave a 2 within the first 2 minutes of the game, even if it was pretty egregious. I believe that was on Matan yesterday. But you know what? That's fine. Refs have been solid. We always appreciate good refs and allowing us to play.
Hederick had Butterfingers down the floor for Minnesota last time. Kick, save made by Malatrot, but Denver maintains the possession. I'll be looking for both teams to see how they do in the extended possession, or with the extended possession idea. Whistle goes there. Lead official on the line caught the foul, and a yellow card also issued here.
That's good. Letting them play. Do the yellows at first. It's been almost 10 minutes, but nothing's been that bad at this point.
Definitely not as violent as some of the action last night was.
Oh.
As Storch, another case of Butterfingers for Minnesota. Brought back ahead by Ozelis. Ozelis loses the angle and the ball out of play. Denver maintains possession and control in their offensive end.
Yeah, Tristan really saved Minnesota there. No pun intended. Great save on him, and Stefan was even like, hey, that was on me. So
Jacob gets a shot that goes wide. I believe he took the contact after the shot. So, no, Denver will reverse that. Contact before the shot, so Denver maintains possession.
Yep.
16.5 to play in the first half as Silver advances. Silver gets this to Oliver Ozelis.
Ooh, beautiful save.
Kick save by Malatrot that goes wide.
Tristan was playing really well yesterday. He's playing even better today, and they need that. They really need that. Close game.
Whistle before the shot.
I don't know what that was. I really don't know what that was.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've done a fair bit of handball over the course of the last 3 years, and I legitimately have no idea what that whistle was for. Shot
Because
for Denver, poked away by Malatrot, and here comes Wakabayashi, and he scores on the other end. 2-goal swing in Minnesota's favor for probably the first time in this tournament, and definitely the first time in this tournament that they've gotten the better of a 2-goal swing.
yeah, it's needed. You got to keep the pressure up right away and keep the pressure going. As we've said, momentum is very important, and especially against Denver. If Denver gets the momentum back, they're just going to kind of run away with it, which is what they did as Fargo, and that's way over.
But something that Josh Hedrick was telling me on the way into the gym this morning was that Minnesota needed to focus on playing their own game, and both Minnesota sides needed to focus on that as a corner here for Denver restarts play.
Yeah,
They've done a good job of that over the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. They kind of settled down. I know that.
5-hole.
Yep. I don't know if that really should have been a corner. I mean, the refs maybe saw something, but they were both like, we didn't touch the ball. So, yeah, I think that was a big confusion there, but that's fine. It was really good defense, good solid defense still.
And it looks like Stefan has recovered from his foray with the floor last night.
Yep. He's again, he's been doing a lot of work in the off season. Ooh, oh. You gotta let him play that through. You gotta let him play that through. If he misses, then yeah, give him the 9, but you gotta let him finish his shot. This whistle was blown mid throw. Yes.
A halt to play, makeup call on this side. Minnesota with possession as Storch eventually gets this to Wakabayashi and Erickson. Wakabayashi at the pivot point, quick shot.
Good save.
By Substad, goes by the wayside thanks to a save from Gomez. 13:28 to go, first half of play, 3-2 Minnesota. As we kick off day 2 at the Fall Classic. Silver brings this ahead for Denver. Silver, drop pass.
Yep.
And McCormick did not get the shot away before the whistle halted that move. Up the far side comes Minnesota. Halt to play before the shot.
The rest have been really good. I think they're blowing the whistle a little too early on both sides.
And if you're going to blow the whistle early, at least have that be consistent throughout the day. If you're going to whistle everything in one game, whistle everything in all 6.
Yes. It's been on both sides. I've obviously noticed it more in Minnesota because that's 2 goals disallowed. But, I mean, you got to let them just play through. And because you can always see if they shoot. If they shoot and they make it, then...
Kick, save, and a pipe, denying Minnesota goal-scoring opportunities as Denver comes back up the floor. Silver gets this to Jacob. Jacob gets through 2 and scores. 3-all, 12 minutes and a dime remaining in the first half. Minnesota Green, though, playing much better than they certainly did last night to open the tournament against NYAC.
Yep, now they just got to focus on getting the ball in the net, not on the outside, not a post. I mean, I got to give it to Gomez, though. He's been playing really good for Denver. So it's going to be tough to get the ball by him because he's focused right away at the beginning instead of taking a bit to get up. On
Peterson with a shot.
It's a 7. Yeah, that's a 7.
7-meter throw.
That looked like the ball went in from here, but they're giving the 7 anyways.
No goal line technology, so we don't know if it went in or not.
Yep. Still a good shot regardless.
Erickson will take the 7-meter. Erickson scores, 5-hole. And as a former goaltender, don't want to be letting too many of those in.
Well, so one thing about handball is a lot of times because people can jump and they're in the air, they can wait until the goalkeeper moves their leg up to where it is. And so in that case, Gomez thought he was going to go, I think it was to the left side, and Sam, as he was going through, he was a little quick to get his foot up, and that's why it went under. Which, I mean, on 7 meters, you kind of just got to pick what you're going to do at that point. But
it's akin to a penalty, or likened to a penalty kick in soccer.
Exactly, yeah.
Shot blocked away by Malatrot. And
Good.
Peterson will bring this up the floor for Minnesota.
Yep, that's some good defense there. Minnesota known for their defense. Oh!
Headerick. Save made by Gomez.
Yeah, he's keeping Denver in here right now. That should even without the posts, it should be 3 or 4 goals higher, and he's just been on fire this morning.
10 minutes exactly left to play in the first half. That's Jackson Hampton over on the far side. We had him upstairs last night for the black contest. And from what I recall, actually get to that after this possession, Bear Hug halted the movement, and Substad.
Yep, that's a yellow. He grabbed him from behind as he was going in to shoot. That's
Okay.
going to be a yellow. Maybe a 2 at this point, but, I mean, it wasn't that bad. So
Peterson tried to drop it off to Storch, but Jackson Hampton called the second game that Black played in last night, and he got a viewpoint that he became more accustomed to than even playing on the floor, because he could see things from this angle that can't necessarily see on the floor.
Yep.
Silver scores off iron and in for all.
That's a good shot. That's where you want to be placing the ball every time anyways.
Yep.
Because as a goalkeeper, you kind of learn, okay, if the ball's coming at this angle, it's going to go out. In that case, hit the post, which beautiful shot. Like textbook, that's what you want to do.
Never a bad thing to hit iron.
Exactly, especially if it goes in.
Yep. Erickson got that to Peterson, who goes far wing. Now Peterson upended, but Minnesota keeps the move. 8:25 left to go in the first half. Shot by Peterson goes by the wayside as it's kicked away by Gomez. And up the floor comes Denver. Brought ahead by Silver, and Silver drops back to Jacob. Jacob around 1. Jacob tried to get it to the far wing, unsuccessfully though, as Minnesota will regain possession with Peterson going to Headerick across the line. Far wing, that one dropped off by Substad to the far corner. Substad gets this to Peterson. Peterson goes to Erickson. Erickson drops. Substad popped one. That goes up and over the net. 7:45 to go in the first half of play. Tie score at 4. We have a timeout on the floor.
Yeah, this is a close game. You don't see games this close usually in handball.
No, it's tight, enjoyable, but
yes.
tight.
Yes. I mean, mistakes on both sides, obviously, and that's why it is lower. I think, though, the reason why it is as close it is because of Gomez for Denver. Like, he's had gorgeous saves, just absolutely wonderful, and that's what's been keeping him in.
Let's not take anything away from Tristan Malatrot, though.
Absolutely. That's true. Honestly, both keepers, yeah.
Yeah.
The Minnesota defense has been really good, and that's why Tristan hasn't seen as many shots as Denver has. But you are absolutely right. The shots that he has saved have been big and very important, especially on the fast breaks.
And you, in the black side opening game last night, made some very incredible saves. Now, your defense couldn't bail you out.
Going into that game, I knew I had to do something and had to prepare. So all up here yesterday when I was preparing myself mentally for it, I knew that I had to there was going to be a lot of those, so I had to be ready for it. But still always appreciate it.
But they can't rely on you.
All the time, yeah.
Exactly.
All the time. Yeah, continue, sorry.
I was just going to say that you can't rely on your Minnesota Black fell into that last night, which honestly was one of the ways that cost Black the game or the opening game.
Yep, that was actually a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I mean, more goals for us.
Contact by Erickson there, halting the movement, and a 2 has been called against
I don't know.
Erickson.
I don't know if that was a 2, but I think it was because he grabbed him as he was running by. So unfortunate, but 5-on-6 currently for Denver.
A score as you like, power or man up for Denver. Whistle goes, halt the play, but not the movement. Clock rolls with 7 minutes and a penny left to play in the first half. Very fast moving for 8 goals on the board. As that one goes far corner, shot and a goal.
Just inside.
Denver up 5-4. Minnesota Green maintaining control as they cross over the timeline. Matan gets this to Storch. As Storch comes on in the quick substitution.
Yeah, having Sam take that penalty is taking out one of their big shooters, although he's been a little off today, and I think it's because of the stickum. The first half is going to be rough with the stickum if you're not used to it. We don't normally play with stickum in this gym, but they allow us to do it for the tournament, which is wonderful. So I think he's just still figuring out how to grip the ball, which is understandable.
Substad got that to Storch. Storch dropped it off. Matan shoots, save made, rebound, and Storch throws it up top. 5-5, 5:50 to go in the first half as that ball is stolen by Minnesota, and they'll come across. And a big steal, not letting Denver get a shot off in that offensive possession for the Wolves.
Yeah, that's big. Getting that rebound, getting the goal. I think that was going to be a 7 if he didn't score it, Stefan on this side. But getting that defensive stop was really big too.
And a 2-minute called. No goal on the play.
No, that's a goal plus 1, as they like to say.
A double whammy.
Yes.
6-5 Minnesota. 5 minutes and 3 nickels to play in the first half. I don't know that the.
Yep, they're just marking down the time.
There's the goal.
Yep, they're just trying to make sure that they get who had the penalty. Oop, moving pick.
Travel.
Yeah, travel. All right.
So Minnesota will advance across the timeline. Under 5 minutes to play in the first half. Bowling over his man was Finn Peterson. Hampton with the shot, and it goes in. 7-5 Minnesota.
This is Minnesota gameplay right here. Strong defense.
Dictating the pace.
Exactly. This is what they need to be doing. Getting a little risque there with Denver coming back on 2-3 goal. But still, very defensive game.
Denver has to find themselves. Silver does the business, and he gets a shot from near 7 meters to go in. 4:20 to go. 1-goal game to Minnesota as they cross the timeline into the attack.
Yeah, if Denver keeps answering goal for goal, we'll come to a half where it's a 1-goal game.
And if you trade goals with a single-digit lead,
yes,
that's a heck of a lot different than, say, 10, 11, 12 goals down and a team trading goals with a team they're trying to catch.
Exactly. Like this is where you want to be trading goals, because one defensive stop.
Storch with the goal. 8-6 with 3:35 to go in the first half.
I guess that was.
Or it was taken away.
7. Again, too early with the whistle. You got to let him play through.
Erickson to take the shot. No. Save made by Gomez. So 7-6 Minnesota, 3 minutes 15 to go in the first half of play as Jacob advances this across the timeline. Silver. Can't see who's in back to help them out, but Jacob gets this to Silver as he dances around one. near corner, shot in the goal. We have a tie game.
Yep.
I believe that was Sebastian Garakai. No, that push from Ozelis was dangerous.
Yep, that is going to be a 2 minutes.
Textbook 2-minute call.
Maybe a red. I think that's what the refs are talking, whether it's going to be a red or not, because he was moving forward, he pushed him, and he pushed him forward from behind. So if they believe it, that's a 2. Okay. I don't think that was egregious to be enough to be a red, because Finn's momentum was moving forward, and that's why he ended up falling to the ground.
If he was stopped, would that be a little different?
No.
Okay.
It's more if you're already ahead and then you kind of hit me on the side. Okay.
Wakabayashi with the nifty one, 8-7 Minnesota.
That up here, that looked like that was going over, and I was going to
agree.
have a heart attack there if that was going to be the case. But I think if Finn was further down the court and then contact was made, like further towards the goal, I think then it would have been a red card. But because they were so close.
8-all, they've got to start the clock. Denver win a possession without the clock moving.
Yep.
So we've got 2:20 left to go in the first half. Goal scored by Minnesota goes up, and they go up 9 or they go up 9-8. There's the clock moving.
Yep.
So apparently bonus handball in Bloomington to start the morning.
Yep, our clock is going to be more accurate on the screen than that one. Good save.
Official clock down on the floor, though.
Yep, official clock down on the floor is going to be about 30 to 45 seconds slower than the one that we have up here, which it happens. We're human.
Tis.
Yep. And since the game's so close, it's not really going to – I mean, it could matter in the end, but –
it's a little too early to tell.
Yes.
As Denver gets possession down a goal. 155 asterisk remaining in the first half of play.
That's another good save. He's keeping him in here. I think he took one to the
valuables
Bernards there.
Valuable check in the 7 meter or the 6 meter.
Yep. All right, now Minnesota.
Storch dives, loose ball, whistle before the shot.
Yeah, that one I couldn't really see, but I believe it. Or I'm trying to be really unbiased here. I want Minnesota to win, but that was close. You probably could have let it go. Good save, but you know, the refs saw something that we didn't.
It's usually how that works.
Yep.
This is brought ahead by Tim Duplantier. And it goes to Jacob. Jacob near side. Duplantier with this 29 in the dark. Chocolate jersey for Denver. As Minnesota maintains the possession. 40 seconds to play in the half officially. As this one is brought ahead by Peterson.
Yeah, I think here, just let the clock run out to about 5 seconds left. If you get a passive, then you get a passive. But you need to hang on to the ball here is the big thing.
Being up 9-8 at the half, per se, is a chokehold almost established on Peterson. Shot and a goal for Minnesota to go up 10-8. And being up 2 goals versus not going into halftime is something, and now they're up 1 as a goal scored from distance. Buzzer sounds, shot off, goes high anyway. So Minnesota up 10-9 at the intermission. And what does that do for your mentality going into the second half for Minnesota?
I think being up by 1 goal, that's better being up by 0, but not as good as 2, and ad infinitum. But I think after yesterday being when you're down 9, almost 10 goals, this is kind of where you want to be. Minnesota defense is showing up today, which is Minnesota's strong point. I'm going to say that all weekend, always has been, always will be. So the fact that they're putting the ball on net, and Denver's goalie has been really, really good. So it should be like 4 or 5 goals higher. But because of Gomez playing as well as he is, I think that's why the game is a lot closer. So they're probably just talking right now. I'm going to jump ahead of you here. In the huddle, if you're Minnesota, put the ball past the goalie. Make him make a move and then put the ball in the net. Keep the defense strong and keep the ball moving. Again, don't throw away, make those stupid mistakes.
Script flip, Denver.
Denver needs to hang on to the ball a little bit better, I think. Keep their passing how they have been and make Minnesota's defense move. And if they do that, they're going to put it in the back of the net and help your goalie out. You got to help your goalie out in this circumstance.
I mean, you're not wrong. Hey, we want to reach out and thank Preston Construction, Dynasty Electric, 9 Mile Brewing, and Rise Up Nutrition for being or for sponsoring the Minnesota Fall Classic 2023. And the Minnesota Fall Classic, one of the, if not the first, tournaments run by the U.S. Handball Union.
Yep, this is going to be the first one. Usually this tournament is the first tournament of the year for handball. And then usually it's Chicago. I don't think Chicago's having their tournament this year, unfortunately. That's one of my favorites to go to. So then the next one for the Handball Union is going to be in December, which is the Somala Cup. And that is actually going to be in Denver, and that's Denver 2nd and 3rd. December 2nd and 3rd.
In Denver.
In Denver. But again, yeah, we want to thank you to all of our sponsors to allow us to keep playing. Again, also, I don't think I've said my thanks to Kennedy Athletic Center.
Yeah.
For allowing us to continue to do this. 3rd year in a row. They say if you can make it to 5, it keeps going.
You see the group structure on your screen, and in the open we had, well, we won't. Let's not. I don't think we should show the records through basically one.
But we can since people are tuning in.
CalHeat, you see there, CalHeat and NYAC, the big winners last night. As CalHeat with a plus 21 goal differential, beating Minnesota Black 30-9 last night, and NYAC defeating Minnesota Green 29-16. I mentioned in the first half, Josh Hederick and I had a conversation coming into play today, and he basically said that the offense needs to come to the fore for both Minnesota sides as they get into the second round of group play.
Yep. I mean, I think the defense does too, but you know, I'm a goalie. I'm gonna say defense needs to step up all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's absolutely right. The goal differential is going to be the important factor here. It always is with tournaments that are as small as this one is. Last year we had 6. I think the year before we had 10. But again,
sounds right.
Other teams, you know, they're busy, can't always come out. So goal differential is going to be very important. So if, like for instance, if Minnesota Green wins against Denver and Denver beats NYAC, then it's going to go to the goal differential, which is that last number there. So
on the far right of your graphic, you see goals for in the opening row. So the 29 number for NYAC would be the goals that they scored, 16 the goals that they allowed. Just pointing you to the graphic that you see on your screen. But
yep.
I think we pause and we get ready for the second half, but not before we mention that coming up next, Minnesota Black takes on Chicago Inter in a game scheduled at 9:30.
Yep. We'll be back here probably in another minute or two. Just give our voices a break. So thanks for tuning in and hanging out with us, and give us a few minutes. Okay, quick start.
Second half underway in Bloomington as Denver gets the ball to start the second half.
Oh. Apologies for that.
10 all our score as Minnesota brings it ahead. They go right to left on your radio dial. Denver going left to right.
Yep, quick goal by Denver there. And a return by Minnesota. Score by Finn Peterson. Dodge, dip, duck, and shot.
Minute in.
That is going to be a 7. Ball slipped out. Arm was tapped.
So physical contact.
Yep.
Leading to Denver's 11th goal.
Yep.
11 all. And a turnover, giving Denver possession.
Yeah, as Minnesota, you don't want to be doing that. I mean, as with any game, the less turnovers that you do, the better it's going to be for you.
I mean, you're not wrong. Brought ahead by the Wolves, and that shot hits the upper bar and goes out. Minute 50 in to play. We have an 11-11 handball match and a 7-meter throw called against Minnesota, giving Denver the opportunity. Shot in a goal, giving Denver the 12-11 lead. As Minnesota will cross the timeline. As Hederick and company come ahead.
Yeah.
Storch drops this off, and it eventually gets to Moshi. And across to Peterson. Peterson looking to get through 2. 1 into 2 doesn't go. Play halted, movement is not. Minnesota keeps the ball.
Yeah, the timing was just a little off on the cut there from Matlan. Moshi.
Kept out by Gomez as he got big and made the save.
Yeah.
Denver crosses the timeline with a 1-goal lead 3 minutes into the second half. Short side shot would not go, giving Malatrot another save to add to his tally as Minnesota brings it ahead on the ricochet. Brought back ahead by Moshi. And a pass that Wakabayashi has to rise up and catch. He gets bear hugged, halting the play but not the movement as Wakabayashi handles at the pivot. Wakabayashi got that back from Moshi, dropped off, got it to Erickson. Wakabayashi bear hugged, and the halt to play. Moshi, quick restart. Too quick for the officials in their opinion.
Yep, just the wrong spot. Wherever the foul occurred is where the ball is going to start at.
Wakabayashi gets this back. Wakabayashi up, ended at the 6. And Minnesota continues with the extended possession. Erickson wrestled down to the floor.
Yeah, Denver's defense is good on the one-on-ones. They need to pass the ball, make the defense move, and then create some spaces that way. Or just do that. That works too.
12 all our score. As Denver handles possession-wise.
Yep, he was falling. So, I mean, it was around the neck, and the defense knows that that was the case.
There's another bear hug with the ball.
Good save.
Loose, and a nice kick save by Malatrot.
Very big save there.
As Minnesota advances up the floor. 12 all, which brings the keepers, or both keepers, into it making every save important as that shot falls off the iron for Minnesota. Storch is like, what do I have to do to put one in the net?
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting him up close. As you said before, he can't jump like he used to. So that's why. I mean, he's a big presence, and so that's why he's on the pivot. Oh.
Quick shot and a goal. Denver with the 13-12 lead.
Let me rectify that. There we go.
And are you saying that white man can't jump?
No comments. No
Good.
comments on that one.
Correct. Brought back ahead by Moshi. And Denver with possession as they look to get out of their defensive zone. Brought back across the timeline by Denver into the attack. 19 minutes to go in the game as this one is dropped over to Jacob. Jacob with a shot. Great save, Melitrot.
Oh, yep.
And now Minnesota advances. Down 1 are Minnesota as this one is brought ahead by Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi drops off. Got that to Erickson, who gets it back to Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi tosses to Moshi. Erickson, Moshi. Moshi swims. Loose ball picked up by Denver. Fast break time for the Wolves. Dropped off to Jacob. Save
Big
made
save.
Melitrot. Rebound goes in. Denver up 2, and you can't have Tristan save everything. If you go and rely on your keeping and your defense, or you allow your defense to make mistakes that Tristan has to bail you out of, you will lose matches 9 times out of 10, if not all the time.
Yep. Also, too, on the saves with those rebounds, you have to put your body on the line for the ball.
Wakabayashi goes over near side to Peterson. Peterson drops near wing. Shot, save made. Popov with the shot opportunity near corner. Fast break time for Denver. Ozelis scores. 15-12 Denver.
Yep, this is the momentum that Denver needed going into the half. We do have a timeout.
Timeout, Minnesota.
I'm catching up our clock, and our clock is the same as theirs.
17:32 to go. We count up, so 7:28 into the second half.
Yep. This is what Denver needed to do coming out of the half, and this is what Minnesota needed to avoid happening going out of the first half.
It's a tale of two halves so far in Bloomington. Game 1 of 6 on the day as Chicago Inter gets ready to take on Minnesota Black in the first match for Chicago Inter in this tournament. Just as you're seeing Denver right now for the first time. Do we have any comments on the stream that we need to interact with, Josh?
Annie says, go Finn. Annie and Finn got married this summer. Congratulations
Awesome.
to them.
Congratulations, you too.
And so we always appreciate the support out here. Anybody else, feel free to. There's 12 of you tuning in. Always appreciate it. Looking at our stream numbers, because those are important to me, we had 200 views throughout the night last night. So people were coming in, checking in, and going out. So that's great. Those of you that did tune in, thank you. And we'll let Jeff keep commentating because he's eager to.
Wakabayashi handles. Eagerness not a part of it, as Wakabayashi tried to get a shot away, could not. Now Denver on the fast break, mini 2-on-1 breakout coming as it turns into a 3-on-1, but the save made with a little help from the post for Melitrot. Now Denver on the break, shot, kick, save, and a post. Getting the shot off was Neuler, but Melitrot too strong.
Yep, that's big. That's very important.
What's that about Minnesota Green trying to rely on their goaltender to bail them out? Saw it there.
Yep, that was just kind of a mental lapse on Aaron. It was good, him trying to get down. Got to be ready for when the ball comes to you, especially if you're the first one on a fast break like that.
Erickson got that to Peterson, who goes to Wakabayashi. Peterson with a shot, save made, rebound goes in.
It's good. That's big.
15-13, now 16 minutes to go in the game. And this game has turned at least twice in the first 9 minutes of the half. Whistle goes, bear hug near the 7.
That might be a, ooh, close. So
Nothing issued.
Nope, ref gave him a warning. The Denver player was saying that it was stuck to his hand, which the ref's like, okay, you got to drop the ball, let the team go, otherwise it's a, what's it called? Delay of game,
okay.
Which is a 2-minute penalty.
Now Denver up the floor, Minnesota down 2, 15-28 to go in the second half as that ball dropped off, and Denver brings play back with Sewell. Sewell, 1 into 2 doesn't go, and Minnesota Green proves it, standing up defensively at the 6.
Good stop by Aaron there on the middle, and then Finn took a charge as he was going through.
Peterson drops to Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi rainbows one to the far wing. Wakabayashi got it back from Finn Peterson. Now Popov with a shot that goes by the wayside. Still 15-13, under a football quarter remaining in duration. 14:45 to go in the match.
Did I start? I did not start because I'm a genius. Please hold. I will get this fixed for us.
14:35 to go in the second half as Denver advances across. This goes to Sewell, and Sewell gets it to Garakai. Garakai back to Sewell. Sewell drops. Save made Malatrot. Brought back ahead by Minnesota Green. 2-goal game as Wakabayashi handles in the attack. Gets this to Erickson, who scores. 15-14.
That was big. That was a good shot. Sam has a cannon. He's been working on that, getting his form proper.
And the shot from Denver to answer goes wide. So chalk that one up for Malatrot as Minnesota crosses the line into their attack. 13:53 to go in the second half as that one is bounced to Jackson Hampton by Moshi. Moshi controls on the wing with Wakabayashi nearing the corner. And I'm liking the switch that Minnesota Green putting on as Erickson handles at the wing. Whistle goes, but the movement still on for Minnesota. Peterson works that to Moshi, gets it back. They give and go, and it goes to Erickson. Another give and go between those two. Erickson rises, fires, and scores. 15 all. No tennis rackets within sight. 13 minutes and 8 pennies to go in the second half. Timeout on the floor. Credited to Denver this go-round. And what are you seeing from Minnesota Green that has impressed you in the second half?
Tristan's been keeping them in there in the important parts. Defense is a little lackluster. However, Minnesota's been doing really good about moving the ball more and creating more space off of the passes instead of going one-on-one.
And that'll give you more scoring chances in tandem with that movement.
Exactly. And Denver's fast breaks have been really, really good as well. I believe they scored 2 or 3, so that's where they've been catching up on. Making Minnesota run. I mean, Denver has a younger team, and so that's how they've been keeping in this game, and that's how that momentum swung back in their favor until Minnesota's like, no, we got to stop, and then 2 big saves, and then 3 goals later, and it's a tie game again.
13:08 to go second half. He's Josh Walinga. I am Jeff Disher, year 3 of the Minnesota Fall Classic. From here in Bloomington at the Kennedy Activity Center.
Yep. Started in 2019, but as you know, COVID racked the world, so we weren't able to do 2020. And then 2021. Wait, I'm not counting right. 2021, 2022, 2023. Nope, we started in 21. That's 21. What it was. We had a similar tournament in the spring, actually, of 2019. That's what I was thinking. And that was at our old site at the YWCA. Unfortunately couldn't get the facility anymore, so Kennedy Athletic Center, we appreciate your supports. We appreciate letting you play. And back to the game.
12:50 to go, second half of play. Denver with possession in their attack. This comes to Sewell, who drops it off. Butterfingers for Silver as he couldn't get through 2. But Denver will keep the movement and
Yeah.
keep the ball.
The refs are letting Moshi be aggressive, which is good.
Loose ball, shot and a goal. Denver back up 16-15.
Yeah, that was a really good play by Denver. Was not a goal, apparently.
Apparently it was taken back.
Okay, and that is the away team. I guess he stepped in. That looked good up here, but again, the refs have the final say, and they see a lot more because we have 10 other things we need to do.
Moshi with the goal, legitimately 16-15 Minnesota. Just like that, things can change on a dime.
Yup. Minnesota getting their engines going. I like to liken Minnesota as a steam engine. Takes a bit to going, but once they do. Oh.
And if that shot was not missed, I think Malatrot would have had a hell of a time making that stop.
Yeah, he was in the right spot, but that would have probably snuck by him. Very, very good play on Denver. Just got to put the ball in the back of the net there.
Got to have that one on frame.
Yep.
Too.
Minnesota's got to watch that pivot coming under. He's been really shifty lately.
Erickson scores, and Minnesota up 2 with 11 1/4 remaining.
And Erickson, Sam, I'm going to use first names because that's how I know them.
That's fair.
Sam, number 99, I think he's starting to field the ball and the stick-em. And
shot off the iron for Denver. And Minnesota now on the fast break. Wakabayashi, save made. Gomez.
Oh, that is okay. It's about to say, if that didn't go in, that was going to be a 7. He was in the 6. Katsu. Oh.
Wakabayashi with the goal, putting Minnesota up 18-15 briefly, but now up 18-16 are Minnesota. 10.5 left to go. The action fast and furious in that exchange.
My slow brain is trying to keep up with that, so if I missed it, my apologies. I thought I got it.
Erickson drops to Hampton. Gets to Peterson. Peterson far side. Moshi with a shot and a goal. 19-16 Minnesota. 10 minutes and a dime remaining in the contest as Denver enters their attack just that quickly. Brought back ahead by the Wolves, who shoot and score. You can't trust Malatrot to make every save. We saw that last night in both matches.
Yep.
To open the tournament as Minnesota crosses the line. 9:50 to go in the second half as this one is advanced by Stefan Storage. And Erickson handles at the near wing. Peterson now calling a play at the pivot.
This is Minnesota's up. Take a breath. Slow it down. You don't want to make their defense work.
Peterson down to the floor before he got the shot away. Looked like he landed hard.
Yeah, I think he got hit in the face. Good sportsmanship there. Finn knows it wasn't intentional. I mean, it still hurts, obviously.
Yeah.
But not malicious. And the refs saw that too. They're like, hey, he was just playing good D and just happened to hit him in the face.
Peterson from up high. Peterson.
Oh.
Goal scored.
Unlucky there for Gomez.
Gomez couldn't quite make the kick save. 3-goal lead for Minnesota as Malatrot handles that Denver possession. Denver getting into a one and done like both Minnesota squads had last night, where no real extended possession like you're seeing from Minnesota now.
Mm-hmm.
Peterson with possession as he drops to Erickson. Erickson, loose ball. He was a little loose with the change as Denver will cross the timeline.
Yeah, I think if Sam passes out a little earlier to the wing, that's good D, that's good D. I think if Sam passes that one earlier to the wing, Jackson has an open shot. Although Gomez has been about like 60% on the wings there.
Halt to play, a 2-minute called against Moshi.
I'm not sure what that one was. I don't know if that was it might have been an intentional kick, which if the ball's like kind of going some way and you intentionally put your foot out and you're not a goalie, it's a 2-minute. Good save.
What a save by Malatrot. keeping the maintaining the 3-goal lead. 7:50 to go, and now you're starting. If you're Denver, you're at least starting to think that time not on the side of the Wolves, especially if Minnesota Green keeps scoring down the floor.
My guys are giving me a heart attack up here, though. Jesus. I mean, I'd be pacing right now if I was watching this game down on the court.
Whistle before the shot.
I think we're a little off on our clock. I'll let that catch up here in a second. Yeah, we're up by.
Got to restart it though.
Yeah. I believe 6:12 is when we'll want to restart it. I think when Finn was down they stopped the clock on that.
And we moved.
Yep.
Shot goes in for Minnesota, 21-17.
Well, better late than never to get used to that, you know, or to get back.
Certainly. That shot for Denver goes high, and you're now in a spot where you don't want to be trading goals. If you're Denver, you want to score, and then you want a defensive stop next time down the floor.
Yep. And Minnesota, they need to, do what they're doing right now. Just
keep the pressure, keep the pressure on, keep the foot on the floor.
Yep, foot on the gas.
Yeah.
But you also got to keep the pressure, but don't rush things. Take your time. Make sure you get the.
Take the correct shot.
Yep. Like that, for instance.
Perfect example, Jackson Hampton.
Yep.
6 minutes and a nickel remaining in regulation as a whistle halts play. I believe a charge was called there, giving Minnesota 2 minutes. Stefan clearly displeased. And a near double whammy, or an opportunity for a double whammy here if you're Denver.
Yeah,
you get storage out for 2 minutes. That's not a 7-meter. They'll maintain the movement. Was thinking there was a double whammy in line. Denver maintains the move. Got to score a goal here if you're the Wolves, and they do. So a double whammy certainly for Minnesota to surrender. 22-18 though, 5:42 to go. Now the clock becoming the enemy of Denver.
Yep, they're going to play pressure defense, force a passive call.
Moshi misconnected with Wakabayashi there. Rutrow Raggy.
That was the right idea, and Moshi even was like, that was on me because Katsu was there, but
shot and a goal, and the 2-goal swing working in Minnesota or in Denver's favor there. 22-19, 5 minutes and a nickel remaining in the second half. Now Minnesota restarts. Hampton goes to Moshi. Moshi drops to Wakabayashi, who scores.
And there's what they were trying to do last time, when there was a slight miscommunication there.
23-19 Minnesota, and Minnesota knows that this is a must-win.
Yes. If Minnesota wins, chance to get to semis. If they lose, they are out of the semi, or out of the third, at least the third or fourth place game.
4.5 minutes to go, second half of play, 23-20. An eternity left as 4:25 remains with Minnesota crossing the timeline. Brought ahead by Hampton and company as this one is dropped over to Peterson, who pivots. Wakabayashi, far corner. Now goes to the wing with Moshi. Moshi drops to Erickson. Erickson to Hampton. Hampton crosses to Moshi. Moshi fakes a shot, goes in to Hampton, who gets dragged down at the 6. That's a 2-minute call.
Yep. He was defending him from behind and also ended up tackling him, but that was more for the momentum. But that's going to be
double whammy.
Yeah.
Potential.
Nope. He wasn't going for a shot. If he was going for a shot, that would have been a 7.
If a goal is scored here by Minnesota, that would also qualify as a double whammy.
Yes.
Erickson, Hampton. Erickson delivers. Peterson goes to Moshi. Peterson gets this back. Peterson scores.
Yeah, he likes to do that. Likes to fake the pass and then go for the shot.
Denver crosses the timeline and in. Whistle after the shot was off. Goal disallowed, I believe.
That might have been a little early on the whistle again. I mean, he was falling, but he did get the shot off. So probably should have. Oh,
Here's
good D.
Minnesota on the. Nope.
Oh, that was
Steps.
a double dribble. Yeah.
Denver maintains possession in their attack. 3 minutes and a penny remaining in the second half. Minnesota up 24-20. Whistle goes, and you're starting to get back to the point where they're whistling everything, but consistency is now the issue. Wakabayashi scores off Hampton, 25-20.
Yep, that was a big save by Tristan, but it was also in the 6 meter. So, I mean, either way, that was best case scenario for Minnesota. It's good D.
Wakabayashi prevented the goal. Refs are going to call that one back.
Yeah, this is quite the game here.
Ball out of play. Denver maintaining the possession. 5 goals down, 2 1/4 remaining in the contest as that goes far wing, shot and a goal, or far corner, shot and a goal, 25-21. Now you've got to think defensively if you're Denver as Storch and Co cross the timeline and into the attack. Erickson delivers to Hampton, and Peterson establishes. Hampton shooting, scores.
Yep.
148, 7 and 6 remaining in the second half. Minnesota Green coming to play when they needed to most. Up 5 with 100 seconds to play. Whistle before the shot. A continuation foul it looked like, allowing Denver to continue the possession. Shot and a goal, 26-22. Time not on the side of the Denver Wolves as Minnesota crosses the timeline and into their attack. Hampton gets this to Erickson. How are you not playing a man-to-man defense if you're Denver even up towards the halfway line?
I think here, because Minnesota burned them 2 or 3 times.
Shot by Erickson goes high, but a whistle before or after the shot came off.
I think Minnesota was exploiting that pressure defense, as you saw on the almost 3 goals. So Denver probably just saying we need to play. Oh, that was uncharacteristic of Finn.
Finn Peterson wants that one back.
Yep.
Now up the floor comes Denver. Ozelis.
Good block by Sam.
Erickson with the block, allowing Malatrot to make the stop. Wakabayashi scores. That should just about put it away for Minnesota as they will look to win 27-22 with 15 seconds to go, so we can't put the pin in this one yet, but Minnesota goes to 1-1 on the tournament so far, and we'll see how that impacts the group. We'll finish 27-23 as the buzzer sounds.
Yep.
50 goals, not surprising by any stretch of the imagination, but what was surprising is how quickly Minnesota adjusted after playing 12 hours earlier and getting dragged throughout the Kennedy Activity Center.
Yep, that was a better look from Minnesota there, especially towards the end.
Player of the game.
I gotta say Tristan on this one. He kept him in there when he needed to.
I agree. Let's take a timeout. Let's grab Tristan for the player of the game. We'll have that interview for you up next on the other side. Back at the Kennedy Activity Center, day 2 of the Minnesota Fall Classic continuing here as we get ready for Minnesota Black to take on Chicago Inter in Chicago's debut. Tristan Malatrot does us dirty. He's the player of the game for game 1 of I guess we'll say later, semifinal Saturday, as Jackson Hampton joins us fresh off of what was a very big mental victory for Minnesota Green in game 2 of the event for the Green men. Your thoughts on the game that you just played?
Yeah, no, it was a fun game, very fun game. There was, in the first half, we played well, but our shots just weren't falling. Tristan really did a lot of great stuff for us that first half. In the second half, we started off slow, but we brought the energy after that, and once we brought the energy, started getting back on defense to stop those fast breaks, it was looking great for us.
And a theme of the tournament so far, Minnesota relying on its goaltending to to allow the offense to go places. Really saw that come to the forefront in the match just played, but against a team like your CalHeat, like your NYAC, can't be one-dimensionally reliant.
Yep, that's for sure.
As we get set to look at Chicago Inter and Minnesota Black, have a fun note on one of the backs for Chicago Inter that we'll get to during play. I see him on the floor. If you are a baseball fan in the state of Minnesota, recent baseball fan in the state of Minnesota, you'll understand the reference when it happens.
Some great foreshadowing there, Jeff.
Keep
the people in the action.
Saw him on the roster. Couldn't help but grab this player note for him. And while we have a second, do you dare check the YouTube comments to see if anybody other than Annie has?
Looks like it's just Annie so far.
Annie.
Shouting
Okay.
out, go Finn! And Finn had a great great game the last game.
Heard they got married over the summer.
Yes, in Germany in August.
Good to have you with us, Annie, if you still are. Averaged 200 views in total last night.
That's great.
Which is impressive for a tournament of this scale. But as we get ready for game 2, Chicago making their tournament debut against Black. Do you have any memory of playing Chicago Inter that you want to talk about before we go?
Yeah, they're a really strong team, not only like metaphorically, but also physically. I mean, they're going to be tough to get through the middle on, and they got a great goalie. So I believe 99 is one of their best players out there. He's going to be doing some real damage, and you got to make sure you stop his physical momentum at the 9-meter mark.
One player that we are looking for a number 4 is Ike Nachi with 2 N's. So if we see Nachi on the floor, I'll do my best to get his number for everybody. In net for Chicago Inter, the man, the myth, the legend, Patrick Jalabert. And for Minnesota Black, it looks like they're going to go with Andrew Jones. No relation to the former Atlanta Brave. Different spelling.
He is in relation to the former Minnesota team handball player / coach Galen Jones, though.
Okay.
So Andrew's been playing about a year now, I believe, and he's made some great strides during that time. We had a little scrimmage between a couple, like an intra-squad scrimmage last spring.
Okay.
And Andrew really looked like a brick wall out there. I'm hoping he can build on that performance and play another great game today.
There on your left side is Pablo Lopez, number 34 in red and blue for Chicago Inter. Unfortunately, not related to the Minnesota Twins pitcher of the same name who was traded for Luis Arraez to Miami earlier this year. And that's the reference that I was foreshadowing. So Minnesota Black left to right on your screen or your radio dial, and Chicago Inter right to left. I believe Nachi on the floor wearing number 13. So something to look out for as Black gets the opening possession. Hold on the floor.
Is there a wet spot maybe? Need some more stickum on the ball.
Maybe a substitution. I know we had a delay for a substitution line. We're ready. Underway we go. Minnesota Black getting the opening possession of the game as this one is advanced by Lanu. He had himself a match last night against NYAC, but NYAC too strong for Minnesota Black to cope with, and a tough draw first game out for Minnesota in its opener last evening. Brought ahead by Wanker. Wanker drops to the wing. Wanker gets this back. Wanker the pivot man for Black. Wanker dropped to Lanu. Lanu into the corner. And out of play, deflected off of Ostapchuk.
I think they're saying it's going Chicago's way.
Chicago does get the ball. So the deflection came off Dan Block. Asaric delivers to Saprovic. Saprovic, one bounce and into the far corner. Shot off the iron and out. And a big save there for Andrew Jones to get his confidence.
Yep.
Minute and 15 into the match, goalless from Bloomington. Black, second possession of the matchup, and we'll go Minnesota, or to differentiate between black and green. I'll just call them Minnesota for now. As Lanu delivers that pass, gets it back, does he? As Lanu dropped it to Mladenovic. Far side, Wanker. Wanker drops, far corner, shot save by the goaltender, Jalabert. Now Chicago coming up the floor, near side, Asaric. Asaric goes to Dambraskis. And up to Asaric. Ostapchuk delivers to Asaric. Asaric shoots off the iron and out of play. Now those shots off the pipe count as saves for the goaltender, do they not?
I am honestly not 100% sure.
I believe that is what Wallinga has mentioned to me. So we'll go with Jones getting credit for that save, that time up the floor for Chicago, or for Minnesota, as Chicago back on the attack. About 3 minutes in as a shot.
That's a tough.
From the far wing goes in for Chicago, 1-0 in favor of Chicago Inter. Excuse me. Brought back ahead by Black. And Wanker controls for Minnesota Black. Lanu. Wanker at the pivot point. Lanu. Wanker. They give and go. Wanker drops off. Now the switch on as a two-person bear hug on Connor Derrig leads to a yellow card.
And just for the viewers' knowledge here, Jeff,
Yeah.
a yellow card isn't like in soccer where it's not good to get. I mean, it's not a great thing to have happen, but it's pretty much just a, hey, next time we might call a 2-minute on that, be a little more careful. It's perfectly fine to get a yellow card. Doesn't hurt you at all.
Handball 101 from the Kennedy Activity Center, extending into day 2 of the Fall Classic, as Chicago Inter with possession. So a 2-minute is akin to, in handball, is akin to a yellow card in soccer.
In terms of the severity, yeah. I would say, yep.
2-0 Chicago.
Especially when you have the correlation where it's 3 2-minute. Yep. If there's 3 2-minute penalties, then you're out of the game for the rest of the game. And in soccer, 2 yellow cards means you're out the rest of the game.
Black handles Anderson. Anderson, the pivot point, dropped off, stolen, and a shot goes in. Connor Derrick makes it 2-1.
Derrick's real strong there on the pivot position. They're going to need to have him there. Sorry, Jeff.
He's going to have him.
Yeah, he's going to have a big game today because no Austin Fisher. He's out with an injury, and Wenker and Connor are going to have to connect a couple times, I think.
Great
oh, what a save
by Jones.
Trying to go over the top there, but Jones is too tall. No relation to Ed Too Tall Jones, the Cowboys in the 70s.
Anderson drops that near corner, shoved out, and Minnesota will maintain possession. Lanu drops, gets it back, and he got it back from Anderson. Anderson waiting, fires, save made, rebound to Minnesota. That goes in. You can't be expecting Gelabert to make every save, because if you get into that mentality, you're going to have 99 problems that are not named Stefan Eseric. That shot off the outside of the cage, helping Andrew Jones. 19:11 to go in the first half. Deuces on the board, 2-all.
Strong start by Andrew Jones today.
Hitting them long and straight. Oh, wait, that's on the baseball diamond. My mistake. Brought back ahead, though, by Anderson. Anderson, the pivot point. And now Minnesota Black looking to establish. Shot by Derrick, whistled down. Minnesota Black maintains the movement across the timeline in their attack. Anderson works this. Anderson drops to Lanu. Lanu shoots one wide. Coming back up the floor is Eustace Dombrovskis, leading Chicago into their attack with Eseric doing the business as well as Ostapchuk. Eseric, Dombrovskis. Or check that, Dombrovskis.
Oh, that's a great play. It's a great pass.
Nachi tried to go over the top, swimming his way into the 6. He was unsuccessful in doing that. Chicago maintains possession. Dombrovskis scores. $17:45 to go first half of play as this one is brought ahead by Anderson for Minnesota. Dropped off and got to Lanu. Lanu to Anderson. Anderson looking over his, check that. Anderson, yeah, looking over his options. Anderson drops back towards the mid-court line, and it eventually gets to Mladenovic. Mladenovic handles on the near wing. Mladenovic goes, and I don't know what the heck Minnesota was thinking there, but Lanu maintains possession.
Trying to feed the pivot, it looks like.
Lanu looking, shooting, save made, and I believe that shot came from Anderson. Whistle goes.
That's Minnesota ball.
Halt to play, turnover in your own end. Rutro Raggy as Minnesota comes back into attack, which is someplace they just were. Lanu shoots wide. 3-2 our score. Much closer second game. Much like the first that Minnesota Green just played in. And it is a marked change from both opening matches last night, which were blowouts, to just be factually correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to be happy about this start for Minnesota Black, because defensively they've looked pretty solid in there, forcing some tough shots and forcing a turnover right there. Offensively, you want to see a little bit more movement, in my opinion. A lot of one-on-ones, which aren't going to win it against Chicago.
An extended possession, also something that I'm looking towards for both Minnesota sides and the 4 sides that are not Minnesota related. Minnesota Green did do well when possessions were extended in that match with Denver that started our day. Chicago with possession as they steal. Brought back ahead by Ostapchuk, who scores.
Jones coming way out there.
4-2, 15:43 to go in the first half. Update from Rome, Europe now up 9.5 to 3.5 over the Americans.
Not ideal.
The U.S. won the first match of the 4-ball session, 4-3. Should be 4 up, 3 to play. Is how match play results are read. Anderson goes cross court, save made Jalabert, and Chicago looking to go.
That double?
Yes.
Double dribble right there.
Turnover to Minnesota Black. Getting possession was Goran Vasic. Vasic dropped that to Wanker. Wanker goes to Anderson, who goes to Goran. Goran, Anderson. Now Wanker. Wanker looking for the angle, didn't find one. Anderson goes to Vasic, and they lose the ball. Outlet time. Dombrovskis goes and scores 5-2 in favor of Chicago.
Those plays are always real tough for your goalie. You just pretty much got to get big and hope you can come up with a save.
14:18 to go in the first half of play. Game 2 of 6 on the day, as we have one more round of pool play coming up before we get to semifinal round this afternoon. And those go second in Group A will take on the top team in Group B. Top team in Group A takes on second place in Group A. Chicago with possession. Jones got a body part to it, but not enough as Chicago goes up 6-2.
Yeah, Minnesota's just got to slow it down, get their head straight, and maybe run a play here. We've practiced a fair amount of these plays during practice, and you got to run them. You got to run them.
Anderson delivers cross court to Vasic. Vasic tried to force one, and Chicago makes the steal. 2-on-1. Ostapchuk off the iron and out. Chicago with possession, and Andrew Jones gets burned. 7-2 in favor of Chicago.
I'd call a timeout right here, Jeff.
Black with the offensive possession as they cross the timeline. Didn't see many proper timeouts called last night when Black played and got down. They wouldn't call a timeout to get out of that headspace that they were in.
Nope.
And that ball stolen, fast break, and a nice interception. And a great goal for Roman Chozik.
Yeah, right there. Chicago saw the last two fast breaks. Andrew Jones came out right to that 6-meter line, so they knew right away, all right, I'm just going to do a light lob right over top of him. It's going to be impossible to get to him.
If that pass was not as mistimed as it was, that doesn't lead to the fast break. It was an ill-advised pass that led to that 8th goal for Chicago. 12 minutes to go in the first half. Glad you've joined us from Bloomington. Day number 2 of the Minnesota Fall Classic, year 3 of this tournament. I thought there was a flop.
That doesn't look good. Might have been a slick spot on the court. It's pretty hot in here, Jeff, so there's a lot of sweat on these guys.
Wanker.
Yep, looks like there's a slick spot.
Okay. Wanker back up as quickly as he went down. They'll dry the floor off.
More great work by Josh Hedrick out there. Tournament director and Minnesota Green team captain.
Hedrick, a jack of all trades and a master of them all.
That's a fact.
I believe we mentioned that last night.
Yep.
As Black, or Minnesota rather, regains possession. Anderson. They never lost possession, so it's not necessarily a regain. Speaking of a regain, another ill-advised pass leads to a goal for Chosick once again. Can't be doing that. Now you're getting to a time of the game where you're down 7.
Yeah, they got some reinforcements coming in, it looks like.
Hederick on the floor for Black.
Now, this isn't his normal position, Jeff. He's normally
A
pretty
wing.
strictly a right wing. Sometimes he'll play left wing, but right now he's playing more the center position.
And is he replacing, I would think Hederick is replacing Fisher?
Yes, yep.
Okay. So Hederick has himself a motor.
Looks like another slick spot out there. Yep.
The humidity in the gym also not doing the players on the floor any favors.
Yeah, there's a lot of sweaty guys. A lot of sweaty guys out there. Helps when you're trying to get rifle through the defense. They can't grab on you. They slip right off.
But it can lead to massive injury if you're not careful
Yes,
too.
that is very true. 2 years ago at Handball Nationals, I personally slipped on a slick spot and messed up my wrist for a couple months.
Oof. Surgery?
No, I just had to take time off.
Back to play. And the ball tipped away. Out of play goes to Chicago. We'll wait another 20 seconds to start our clock here on the screen that you see at 10 minutes and 8 seconds to go in play. And I believe a halt to play.
Timeout, maybe? Chicago calling one?
They did. Timeout on the floor. So if you were in Minnesota's team huddle on a fly on the wall, what would you be hearing from Minnesota Black right now?
I'd probably be hearing that one of the coaches emphasizing that you got to get back on D. No turnovers that lead to easy fast break points. I mean, our coaches in basketball always emphasizing us, if you're going to turn it over, make sure it goes out of bounds or something to that extent where they don't get a fast break right away, because those one-on-ones with Andrew, it's going to be tough for Andrew Jones to stop those. And if you're going to turn it over, I like the aggressiveness sometimes, but don't be too aggressive.
Like we said in the open, you can't rely exclusively on your goaltending. That's like a college football team being run heavy, and when you get the third or fourth down in a series, you have to immediately go to a pass. Having seen that recently at the college football level with Augsburg and Martin Luther College in New Ulm, Minnesota, who was run heavy in that game at Edor Nelson Field in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I sadly saw that with the Gophers against Northwestern last week, Jeff. Fourth quarter, didn't seem like we could do anything.
Chicago with possession. And actually, I am mistaken. 20 in red and blue is right, as opposed to Dambraskis. Whistle halts the play. Chicago still with possession. 9:50 to go in the first half. And Wrights will handle this at the pivot point for Chicago Inter. Wrights fakes the opportunity. Now dropped to Asaric. And the whistle halts the play, but not the movement. The clock rolls with 9:25 to go in the half. Chosick. Back to Asaric. Asaric drops it off far wing. Quick shot. Save
What a
made
save
by Jones. And
Tough
a
save.
kick save made by him. And the
Hey.
shot missed. So great stuff from Andrew Jones there defensively for Minnesota. And maybe they can use that to claw back a 7-goal deficit late stages of the first half. 8:55 to go as Hederick handles this. Hederick dropped off, and it eventually gets to Mladenovic. Loose ball, Chicago with possession as Asaric picks it up.
Yeah, a bit like last night, Jeff. I mean, Minnesota's not playing that terribly in the half-court defense, but it's just all those fast breaks that are really killing them.
And what has led to the fast breaks would be ill-advised passes across the middle.
Careless offense, exactly.
Yep. Asaric drops to the pivot. Now back over, right wing, quick shot and a goal, 10-2 in favor of Chicago. Brought back ahead by Minnesota Black. And I am seeing a 99 on the floor for Black as well.
That's Sam Erickson right there.
Sam Erickson, who just
That's
played
double.
in a double dribble called against Minnesota. So it isn't Josh Hederick with the only dual engine in the house.
No, yeah, Sam getting all of his exercise today.
Right. Rises, fires, and scores 11-2. 7.5 minutes remaining in the first half.
Yeah, Chicago's defense has been great today. They've been tough up the middle, like I said, like I warned about pregame, and quick on the wings. You like that combination any day of the week.
Hederick bear hug, holding the plate, not the movement. Hederick gets around one. He'll drop off. Goes to Mladenovic, who slows it down. Mladenovic goes cross court. And Sam Erickson handles at the pivot point for Minnesota. Hederick shoots one. Blocked away. Hederick takes a tumble. And a timeout on the floor with 6:47 to go in the first half as Hederick goes down hard. He is back up instantly. Sportsmanship established. And I believe that was Hederick telling Pablo Lopez there, watch it with that fastball.
Yep.
I'll take you yard every single time. Hederick with a fastball of his own. Save made by Jalabert.
Yeah, defensively, you can't go full extension on the push. You can do a little bit of pushing if your arm stays kind of near your body, but once you go full extension, the refs are going to call that every single time, kind of like a DB in football.
Loose ball and the change picked up by Chicago, maintaining the move. 6 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the first half. Asaric drops off. Right, gets a shot, grazed the iron, and out of play. Denver warming up on the practice floor as Hederick and company cross the timeline. Brought back ahead by Erickson to Hederick. Hederick, ill-advised pass for Minnesota. Where have we said that before? Brought back ahead by Ostapchuk, 2 on. Oh!
Yep.
Off the iron, and it stayed out. Andrew Jones had better pull an Olaf Kolzig and kiss his goalposts. Brought back ahead by Mladenovic. I think it was Oli Kolzig who, no, it was Patrick Waugh who talked the goalposts.
Look, you want the goalpost to be on your side as a goalie.
Brought back ahead, 3-0 in Chicago's favor. Right,
right
scores.
over the top. They see Andrew come out 5-6 meters, and they're gonna put over the top every time.
5:09 to go as a timeout on the floor. 12-2 in favor of Chicago. And Minnesota, I believe, using a timeout wisely there.
Yep.
If you are Chicago, I know we talked about the fly on the wall for Minnesota, but if you're a fly on the wall for Chicago, what would you be hearing right now?
I'd be hearing great things about the defense. I mean, their defense has been just excellent. They've been strong up the middle. Their hands have been in the gaps when they've needed to be, and they've been making the wings take tough shots whenever they've gotten the ball. Offensively, though, on the non-fast breaks, hasn't been as up to par as Chicago standards generally are, in my opinion. Some of that's just the rust kicking off the start of the year, but I'd like to see a little bit more action, a little more speed, some passing, and some more.
Crisp play.
Yep, some more crisp play for sure.
And I don't want to discredit Andrew Jones any, would you maybe go with a goaltender change if you're Black?
I would keep it Andrew for the half.
You would keep Andrew in.
Because I think in the half court, Andrew has played pretty well. Especially with those wing shots. Andrew's been big. He's made him take tough shots. And they've gotten a couple past him, but he's also stopped a couple. You're not going to get every save as a goaltender. And I think second half, you'll want to see Willinga get some action in there. But right now, Andrew Jones has done pretty dang well, in my opinion. And let's keep the development.
Mladenovic dropped off for Minnesota as he gets it back here. Anderson, Mladenovic. Mladenovic up near the 9. Cross-court pass, and they get one to go properly. Mladenovic shoots one. Kick save made by Gelabert. Now, he's no Joey Magic Foot is Gelabert from a year ago. Joe, hope you're well in Detroit.
Great defense.
And Chicago maintaining possession. Wright gets a shot, and it goes in 13-2 in favor of Chicago. 4 1/4 remaining in the first half. Brought ahead by Mladenovic, and Minnesota slowing things down 11. And now you're getting to a point where you don't want to be trading goals with your opponent.
Yeah, you just want to see a couple go in the back of the net, get some confidence going into the half.
And some defense. Brought back ahead by Sarek across the timeline comes Chicago. And over to Chozik, and that goes in 14-2. Chozik with the goal. And Black seemingly becoming reliant on their defense, and Andrew Jones is thinking, I can't bail you guys out every time down the floor.
That's a fact. It's just offensively for Minnesota, you got to get inside the 9-meter spot. I mean, goalies, they're not going to make every save from the 9 meters line, but they're going to make them more often than not, unless you got an absolute flamethrower.
Sarek, speaking of throwing flames, brings Chicago up 13, 15-2. With 2:55 to go in the first half. Shot and a goal, Minnesota off the Schneid after what I believe was nearly a 6-0 run in favor of Chicago. That was just stopped. 2.5 minutes to go in the first half. The clock on your screen, strictly unofficial. To the clock in the building. But a 12-second difference or thereabouts as the shot goes in for Chicago.
That right there as a right wing, you're perfectly happy with that shot defensively. Tough angle, but some guys just make those. That was a great shot.
Minnesota crossing the timeline and into the attack. Fisher now on the floor wearing number 11. As Chicago comes up the floor. Chicago calling the play in the midcourt. The backs communicating with one another. Sarek delivers far corner. Back to the wing. Now Suprovic. Shot by Lopez goes in. 17-3 with 85 seconds to go in the half. Now Minnesota up floor. This goes to Vasek. Vasek dropped to Fisher. Fisher gets this to Anderson. Now Erickson. Fisher eventually getting to Erickson with help from Anderson. Anderson gets this to Fisher. Fisher scores off iron. Speaking
of flamethrowers, right there.
It's Good to get a little help from the iron as that ball goes out of play. 45 seconds to go in the half. 17-4 in favor of Chicago.
Don't have to go fast here, Jeff. A possession can take about 45 seconds sometimes. You don't want Chicago to get any easy ones after this.
And you know what would lead to a Chicago easy one is a pass that is ill-advised across the middle of the floor.
Yep.
Fisher faked what I called there, and a shot by Erickson goes in. 17-5 with 10 seconds to go in the half. Chicago brings it up floor. Now Erickson with the steal. More than enough time to get the handle. Erickson from the 6, he scores.
Great end of the half right there by Minnesota.
17-6 at the end of 25, and Minnesota riding a wave of confidence and the motor of Sam Erickson through 25 minutes.
That is exactly how you want to end the half there, Jeff.
We will pause, bring you halftime activities shortly as the Minnesota Fall Classic is yours on YouTube. Back in Bloomington at the Kennedy Activity Center as Minnesota Black down to Chicago Inter by a count of 17-6 after 25 minutes. Jeff Dishert with Jackson Hampton, and we see the schedule of games of pool play games today. That will continue with NYAC taking on Denver coming up. Chicago Inter back on the floor at noon as they take on CalHeat.
That's going to be a really fun game, Jeff. Two really strong teams. They've been playing in the A division the last couple of years at Nationals, and I'm really excited for that one.
Which game?
Oh, sorry, the Chicago CalHeat.
Okay. We will see that at noon, and then you have semifinal action coming up at 1:30 and 3:15 as well before we wrap the day up today. The Ryder Cup in Rome, Italy at Marco Simoni Golf and Country Club goes 9.5 to 3.5 to the Europeans. Europe up in 1, tied in 1, and the U.S. leads in 1 of the 3 matches on the golf course right now.
And for you football fans, specifically Minnesota football, leading running back Darius Taylor is out today, sadly, against Louisiana.
Ooh. The Ragin' Cajuns.
Raging Cajuns.
Of Louisiana. That game on Big Ten Network later. But if you are looking for Big Ten football coming up, in another tab, of course. Let me see what. Big game tonight on NBC, Michigan State taking on Iowa. That also on Peacock.
That'll be a fun one.
CBS has Georgia Auburn in the SEC. CBS is last year with the SEC as that relationship will extend to the Big Ten exclusively in 2024.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, there was nothing better as a kid than 2:30 every single Saturday
Exactly.
here in Vern Lundquist. It was a tradition unlike any other.
Now you're imparting Nance-style wisdom. Well done. Appreciate that. Chicago Inter left to right on your radio dial, and Minnesota Black right to left as we get set to start the second half. And we are underway. But yes, nothing better than Vern Lundquist and Todd Blackledge or Gary Danielson on a Saturday on CBS. Blackledge now on NBC with Noah Eagle. Shot by Saprovic goes in 18-6.
Now it looks like right there, Chicago is adding an extra offensive attacker. Their goalie went out for a substitution, and they made sure to hustle to get back out with that extra player so the goalie can get on.
And Chicago drifting between a 5-1 and a 6 flat. And the drifter is Ostapchuk. That pass intended for Fisher, but it goes in the net. So Austin Fisher bails his teammate out 18-7 in favor of Chicago. 23:55 to go in the game. And now you're to a point where Minnesota cannot be trading goals with Chicago, because Chicago has a 12-goal lead, and that goal trading won't get Minnesota much of anywhere. Brought ahead, brought ahead by Erickson as he goes to Fisher. Fisher with a shot and a goal. Lightning rod from Fisher as Chicago up the floor. 19-8, 23 1/4 remaining in the game.
Yeah, if you're a viewer at home, count the amount of Chicago players. They got 7. They did this goalie substitution yet again. Have an extra
again,
offensive player.
Jalabert tagged back in, 20-8 now. Fisher with possession for Minnesota. Erickson. And Erickson, I believe Mladenovic delivered an elbow on the way in there, leading to a 2-minute call. Minnesota allowed to continue with possession as a 2-minute call on Ostapchuk, giving Minnesota the score as you like man advantage. Fisher makes Chicago pay 20-9.
Fisher's making that all day. You get him one-on-one with the goalie, you can put on the board.
Now what's the key? 6-flat defense for Minnesota. Need a defensive stop.
Got to get some stops here, Jeff. And Chicago doing the goalie substitution again. They're 1 man down, but they got 6 offensive players here.
And they make Josh Walinga pay. To our point at halftime, we thought that that Minnesota would rotate its goaltending, or I at least offered that.
Yep. It's good to get Andrew Jones more experience. It's also great to see Josh Walinga back there with all of his experience, that's for sure.
Fisher drops to Erickson. Erickson tried to get around 4, and Erickson's a strong dude, but 1 into 4 really doesn't go.
I was a math major back in the day, Jeff, and those numbers are not great. That's for certain.
25% chance to get through it. Erickson gets through 2. His shot saved by Jalabert. Rebound. Whistle went before the shot, so Chicago will get the attack. Stepped on it?
Yep, looks like Andy stepped on the line right there.
20-50, 2-0-5-0 remaining in the contest. 21-9 in favor of Chicago. He's Jackson. I'm Jeff. Brought back ahead by Chicago Inter as they enter their attack. Chozik drops off far corner, shot and a goal, 22-9. Chicago. Goal scored by Gruzinski. Up the floor, partial fast break, save made by Jalabert. He's an early contender for me for player of the man of the match.
I would 100% agree.
And Walinga with a stop. He wanted the fast break. Not going to find it though.
And that's one thing where if they're pulling the goalie to have an extra attacker, you got to have the confidence to be able to get the fast break going and have those long shots before the goalie can get back in.
Great stop by Jalabert.
That's a 7.
But it'll be a 7-meter throw that he surrenders. Fisher will take the shot for Minnesota. Right-handed shot is Fisher. Scores.
Just the pure power there.
And the placement too, but power will override that plenty of times. 22-10. Minnesota working slowly on getting it back, or getting the deficit back manageable. 19-10 to go in the second half.
Yeah, and that deficit starts with defense.
23-10 now. Minnesota getting into a lackadaisical state of relying on its goaltending to bail them out of shifty situations.
Yeah, and that shot on the wing, that was a good angle. It's going to be tough for Walinga to make that save.
Erickson handles, drops to Fisher. Erickson, Fisher takes the bounce. Fisher,
One-on-one here, Jeff.
Bounce shot, maintaining the move for Minnesota, but the play halted. 18:28 to go in the second half as the restart by Derek. Shot and a goal. as Jalabert got a piece, 23-11.
Yeah, I said earlier it's hard to take shots from 9-meter mark. I think that was from 10, Jeff. So that's like Steph Curry range out there.
Even harder.
Yep.
And Steph will drain those, especially in high pressure situations for Golden State.
Yep, that's for certain.
Bounce pass.
Great pivot feed.
Whistle goes
Must've
before
been
the
on the
shot.
line.
And he was. Derrig goes to Erickson. Derrig wanted the fast break, much like Walinga did last time down. Cross court to Fisher. Fisher down to the
second wave action right there by Minnesota.
What a save by Jalabert, but hold on. A 2-minute called. And I believe Jalabert will not get credit for that save as he's taking credit for it.
Looks like he still will. I believe he still will right there.
Aha. He does. Jalabert coming off on the extra attacker, or maybe not. Brought back ahead by Chicago as they enter it with Chozick. Chozick calling the play at the pivot point. Now near wing, Saprovic scores. 24-11.
Oh, it looks like the 2-minute was on Minnesota there, Jeff.
Ah, that could be why Jalabert wanted to get off. So a score as you like, man advantage for Chicago. 16:45 to go. Not doing Minnesota any favors when you're down 13. Taking foolish penalties like that, that'll have you surrender a man. Erickson off the bar and out.
Great hustle there by Derrig. Yeah, and I can't say for certain, Jeff, but my guess is the penalty was on Andy hitting the goalie in the face, because that's an automatic 2-minute.
You can't be doing that at any point, but especially down 14. 25-11, 16-10 to go in the contest. And I don't know personally what this would do for Black in terms of its pool standing. We'll have to wait for one more match to kind of figure that out. But Fisher handles this, gets it over, and that pass not tall enough for Erickson to go grab. Erickson would have had to grow maybe a yard.
He's pretty tall at about 6'2", but it's going to be tough to catch that one.
That pass is about 2.5 feet over his head.
Yep. Need that Andrew Wiggins 44-inch vertical for that.
Yeah, buddy. Short side shot for Chicago. Save made. Walinga. 15 and 2 dimes remaining in the second half. Looking good for Chicago to make the semifinals later today as Hederick on the floor with Erickson and company for Black.
I believe a win here by Chicago would guarantee them at least the semis for sure, Jeff.
I would agree. Fisher handles cross court. That was something in the first half that Minnesota Black suffered from, was the ill-advised passing.
Great save by Walinga.
And Walinga bails Austin Fisher out. I wonder if Austin will buy Walinga something later for the bailout. Hederick shoots one. Save made Jalabert. Fast break time for Chicago. Score. Goal scored by Ostapchuk. Brought back ahead by Black. And Hederick as well as Fisher on the floor. Erickson, Hederick, and Fisher in back. Hederick pivoting. Erickson dropped off on the floor. Will hang here as Minnesota maintains the movement with 13:53 to go in the game.
That was exactly the speed on the catch that I want to see more of, Jeff. Sam was almost full speed there when he got the pass from Josh, and that was what you want to see.
Flip to Fisher, save made by Gelabert.
A little forced there, Jeff, in my opinion. I'd want to get that ball around a couple more times.
26-11 in favor of Chicago. Gelabert stepping off the floor for the extra attacker. You see that situation a lot on hockey ice. Same idea here in handball. Right wing, Chosick. Loose ball, and the change picked up by Minnesota as they look for a steady change. Ill-advised pass for Hederick. And Chicago Inter makes him pay. 27-11 as the goal scored by Asaric. Now Hederick slowing things down for Minnesota. Goes to Fisher. Hederick. Erickson. Cross. Right wing. Back to Hederick. Hederick jumps to make that catch. Contact to the hand, allowing Minnesota control. Fisher from Hederick, and Hederick at the pivot point. Hederick dances around one. He gets upended. And a shove, forcing Chicago off the ball. Extended possession for Minnesota, and we'll see if they can garner anything from that.
There we go. Great pass. Oh, what a save.
Derrick got the shot away. That hit Gelabert as he makes the kick save. And it went out of play. Chicago with the ball in their attack. Delivered to Chosick. Chosick dropped off to Saprovic. Saprovic gets it back on the right wing. Chosick. Saprovic. Scores.
Can't leave the middle that wide open if you're Minnesota.
28-11, and Saprovic will take advantage of that. Hederick now crosses with Erickson, and it goes to Fisher. Those three in back, a solid tandem for Minnesota Black, but you're up against Chicago Inter, who is throttling you up and down the floor. Erickson, loose ball, bear hug, halt play, clock rolls, and the movement with Minnesota. 11 minutes to play. Hederick tried to get a shot away. He swam, but the whistle before the shot, giving Minnesota the ball. Hederick from Fisher. And Chicago with the ball. Minnesota couldn't handle the loose change on the near side. 10:40 to go in the second half. Now, if you're Chicago Inter, you can afford to make a prettier play, but not lose sight of the fundamentals. That shot goes in.
Over the top. That's textbook.
And a goal scored by Nachi. Whistle goes, timeout on the floor. I think Minnesota would call that timeout.
I would agree.
10:21 to go in the first half. 3-second difference between what we are showing you in the graphic up top and what is shown in the building. But to this point, you've seen Chicago twice now, whether it be on the floor or upstairs. What are you impressed with from Chicago Inter's point of view?
Yeah, they've done great on the fast break, Jeff. They're always ready to attack. One of the guys is always getting behind the defense. They're able to make the lob passes, and they're finishing them more often than not. Offensively, the second half they've looked a lot better in the half court. First half I was a little disappointed, but second half they've looked great. And defensively, I mean, they've just been stifling people. The second half, Minnesota's gotten inside a little bit more to those 6-7 meter shots. But first half, I mean, I think Minnesota got about 1 or 2 shots inside the 7 meters, and you'll take that any single day of the week if you're a handball coach.
And you, at a point where you're down 18, as well, maybe you want to move the camera to get things back. If you're Minnesota, you're down 18. You need to focus on the attack as Minnesota handles the ball with 10:18 to go in the second half. Fisher handles this. Need a goal here down the stretch. as a shot blocked from Lanu. Now Chicago back down the floor. And I believe the goal disallowed from Saprovic. Saprovic on the ground that you see there in the right side of your picture. Little bit of high contact as he's brought back up by his teammates. Incidental contact though. Who were our early polls suggesting for player of the game? I've got one in mind.
Jalabear's looking great.
That's who I had in mind.
99 for Chicago's also played a great game.
Sarek.
Sarek's looked great out there. And
30-11 Chicago, by the way. That goal did count.
Did count, all right. So I think you give it to either one of those guys. Let's see how they finish the last 10 minutes, and we'll find out.
Fisher gets to Mladenovic. Ball stolen.
Great
Another
steal.
ill-advised pass for Minnesota Black, leading to a
you can't
goal
do that. That'll
for
be 2 minutes.
Saprovic.
That'll be 2 minutes for Minnesota.
So wave off the goal.
No, I think that should count, shouldn't it?
I'll go with what we have. 31-11 Chicago, unless I'm told otherwise or seen otherwise.
Yeah, there we go.
They did count the goal, 31-11.
That's why we trust the process, Jeff.
And trust the instincts. Mladenovic.
Yeah, Chicago's just got great instincts on those passes. They know that what Minnesota's going to throw before Minnesota does, it seems like.
And when Minnesota throws the ill-advised ball, Chicago is there to intercept.
Yep, they're always there to pounce. Oh, can't have that. That's just
Much
a silly turnover.
like that. Leads to a 2-on-1 this way for Grzinski. Scores 32-11. And Chicago is almost in punch their ticket territory.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get 21 goals in about 9 minutes.
And I have not seen a weather report recently, but the most recent one I saw, dry all day. So unfortunately for Minnesota, no snowstorm in September.
You never know, Jeff.
Yeah.
It could always happen. I've seen days where it's been 70 one day and then snowy and 20 degrees the next.
Especially out west.
Oh, yeah.
Minnesota with the ball as Mladenovic handles. We'll get to your comments on the stream momentarily. A 2-minute called against Minnesota, and they're down 2 men. Can't be doing that.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Minnesota, you're just trying to get some good momentum for the next game. You want to make some good plays. You want to get some of the young guys more playing time, and you just want to get the confidence boosters before the next game tomorrow.
Your next game may be at 10 a.m. tomorrow if you're Minnesota.
Yep.
And it's looking that way. If you are Minnesota Black right now, who are a man short with 7:20 to go in the game. Fisher wanted to fire right off the restart. Thought better of it. Mladenovic to Fisher. Gets it back to Mladenovic. And Fisher bails Mladenovic out. Passive play called for Minnesota.
Gotta take this shot.
They do. Save made Jalabert.
Yeah, you can't blame Portillo on that one. It's passive play, so I don't think they had any more passes. You got to take that tough angle shot, and that's just what happens.
Grzinski goes to Saprovic. Saprovic to Chozik. Grzinski. Saprovic shoots one.
Great
Save made by Walinga.
And great rebound, staying strong.
6:25 left to go second half. Chicago on its way to the semifinals later today. They've locked up a place in the top 2 in their group. We'll see where it shakes out later on. Ball stolen. I won't say that was an ill-advised pass, much like the passes across court. But if you're going north and south, I like that pass and I like the aggression more than I like the stupid little chippy stuff across court.
Yeah, man down. You want to take a couple seconds to regroup, go around the horn a little bit, but sometimes you just got to make those aggressive passes and they just don't work out every time.
That shot from Chicago goes by the boards as a shallow angle shot goes wide. Walinga did not even get a body part to it. And Minnesota comes back up the floor with Miladinovic.
Full strength now, Jeff.
6 aside, shot saved. No valuable check needed for Jalibert. As Saprovic crosses the timeline, right on cue, with his Chicago Inter attack mates. 5:10 left to go. And Chicago can afford to slow it down. Saprovic drops to Chozik. Chozik crosses far corner.
Oh, what a play.
I thought that Chicago Inter attacker was out of Sarek was out of bounds and back in.
At minimum, looks like they were on the line on that jump for the Kemp opportunity,
Okay.
Jeff.
So Sarek was in bounds when he got the ball in the far corner.
Yep.
Black across and Minnesota into their attack. Fisher drops near wing. Fisher gets it back. Fisher fires,
Ooh,
scores.
What a shot.
32-12. Now Chicago in their attack. 4 minutes and a nickel nearly remaining in the contest.
Interesting substitution there for Minnesota. You normally don't sub going back on the defense because that could lead to a fast break for the offense. You normally want to sub going on to offense.
33-12 is a goal scored by Chicago. Sensing the opening and they throw it through the hallway that Minnesota gave them defensively. 1 into 2 doesn't go, and Minnesota allowed to maintain the move. Quick shot going wide. And Jalibert and company are in control to a point where they'll still bring the extra man on in the attack. 3 minutes and a dime remaining in the contest. Chicago assured of a semifinal berth. And I believe we will see Minnesota Black tomorrow, 10 a.m. in the 5th place game.
Mm-hmm.
.250 to go as Walinga with another nifty save, but a 7-meter throw coming.
Can't have the contact from behind there, Jeff. Once the pivot gets past, you just got to let him shoot.
Taking the shot for Chicago Inter is Aljaz Saprovic. Saprovic scores 34-12. That's 3 matches of the 4 so far that are pretty lopsided. 2-minute warning upcoming in Bloomington. What do you learn from this if you're Minnesota Black?
There's a couple things. I mean, you got to keep hustling back on defense. You can't be beaten the way that they have been on those fast breaks. And one thing is they don't really see that extra attacker come in that often. Chicago right now, they got 7 players out on the court. Minnesota's probably not used to that, so this is a learning opportunity.
Goal,
and
goal there for Nachi.
they can use that to build off of it.
And the other thing you didn't mention, got to stop the ill-advised passes cross court.
Yeah,
That leads to turnovers.
A lot of just mentally bad passes, and you just got to make the smart decisions out there. And that'll happen, you know. First term of the season, just can't have that keep happening.
Speaking of an ill-advised pass, minute to go. Patrick Jalabert looking like our player of the game, unless there is an objection.
No, I would 100% agree with that, Jeff.
We'll go Jalabert, the player of the game, and we'll have his interview upcoming after the end of the game.
Oh, full court.
Great
beauty.
Shot opportunity taken by Minnesota, 35-13 though.
And that, Jeff, right there is exactly why it's a little bit risky to pull your goalie to have an extra attacker, because if they stop you and they get the ball and have an easy shot, they can make that full field shot.
Saprovic delivers far wing. Saprovic gets back to the pivot point of Chosic. Now far side and far corner, delivered to Asaric. Asaric goes back to Chosic, bounce pass, shot, and a goal.
I believe on that one he was on the line, so they will not count
goal. 35-13 is the final score as Chicago most assuredly moves to the semifinals. We will get Patrick Jalabert up here for the Man of the Match interview, and that will come your way in a moment as the Fall Classic is yours on YouTube. Back in back in Bloomington as day 2 of the Fall Classic continues with Patrick Jalabert, our Preston Construction Dynasty Electric Man of the Match. And Patrick, apparently they say defense wins championships. You were the best of the bunch on the day.
Sorry, still catching my breath.
We get it.
Yeah, I think we were able to put together a good performance on the defense. Obviously, this is kind of the first kickoff to the season, so still some adjustments, getting used to playing each other and so on. But overall, pleased with the defensive performance.
How long have you guys employed the extra attacker strategy, which brings you off court in the attack, like we saw numerous times in the second half?
To be honest, it's only been like an official rule for couple of years, 3 years that you can actually do that. So we've been kind of like peppering it in here and there. This felt like a good opportunity to kind of get me to run a bunch more.
Jackson Hampton.
Yeah, you guys were great on the fast break today. Was there anything pregame that you emphasized with that, like getting the ball out quickly and making sure that defensively you're a little more aggressive?
I mean, the challenge going into a day like today, where you have 2, possibly 3 games back to back, or in close proximity, is you want to run your fast breaks, you want to get your plays and get your score, but you still want to kind of make sure you're not running yourself ragged on the first game. So we tried to kind of mix it up, have some fast breaks, get some plays, make sure that they didn't assume we were going to be relaxed, so that they had to account for our fast breaks, but then also kind of mix in some regular plays and some slow attacks.
How did your defense adjust to the idea that Minnesota was making or creating its own foolishness with the cross-court passes as opposed to going north-south like you would typically expect?
I mean, the key on defense is always to kind of be aware for those passes, because sometimes they'll be open and they'll be a good play to run. As long as on the defense you keep your eyes up, always looking for that pass, that either you get a pick or you kind of restrict the attack to going man to man to man and kind of bog them down a little bit.
One more to you.
Yeah. I actually don't got it. I don't have any more questions, Jeff. You take the last one.
I'll take it then. And is there anything you can improve on for semifinals later today?
Plenty we can improve on. I think there'll be some adjustments to make even in our next game against CalHeat. Just different type of opponent. They know us pretty much by heart. We play each other multiple times a year, so there'll be some adjustments to make in that game. And then we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We don't know how that game's going to go, where we will be in terms of semifinals, but we had, some adjustments to make for the.
You're certainly on your way to that phase of the tournament, but we'll let you go get ready for your second game of the event, as that was Patrick Jalabert. Jackson, certainly. And Jackson, if you can go to the schedule, we will see NYAC get set to take on Denver in a moment, as the Fall Classic is yours on YouTube.
Yep.
The Fall Classic continues from Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington as the New York Athletic Club takes on the Denver Wolves as we continue day 2 of the Fall Classic, and we continue pool play. Denver and NYAC, or actually let me introduce who I have alongside. Josh Wallinga back after an impressive defensive effort where the men in front of you didn't necessarily do you any favors, but that's handball goaltending for you.
Yep, it happens. I knew these games were going to be tough, so I just had to kind of suck it up and deal with it. And Andrew played really strong too, so shout out to him for keeping us within 9 at the first half.
And the man more direct to my right, Josh Hedrick, who has a motor the size of which I don't think we'd ever seen.
Well, I don't know about that, but it was actually nice to get out there and play a little bit with Black. We have some injuries right now. Luckily, Chicago was kind enough to be like, oh, yeah, no problem, go ahead, play with them. Me and my teammate Sam, number 99. Yeah, but it's good to get a little bit of a rest and come up and talk about the game.
Yeah. Denver in the we'll say brownie batter colored uniforms with black numerals.
Apple Valley Brown, baby.
I'm a Burnsville guy, so I don't
Boo.
For those of you that don't live in Minnesota, you don't know what we're talking about. But basically, Burnsville and Apple Valley are like the equivalent of Duke UNC basketball.
Yep.
So they would Denver's actually prefer those to be gold jerseys. If you get a little close to it, it's got a little bit of a gold shine to it. So those are the gold jerseys.
Oh, yeah, I see that cut out on the arms and on the collar there.
Denver in the gold and NYAC in the red, as it will be Aaron Lippert in net for NYAC and Gomez again. Gomez again for Denver, and we are underway.
Lippert has to have an on-point game like he did yesterday against Minnesota Green. If he does, I could really see NYAC pulling away very early with this game. But NYAC, they have to be really sound with their shots today.
And Chicago, to your point, Hedrick, was able to pull away against Black a moment ago, but it took Chicago a little bit longer into the match itself to pull away.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, again, first game of the day, it's going to be a little rusty. Nice shot by Ed Wing.
And it goes 5-hole, putting NYAC up 1-0.
But the thing is, like, NYAC is actually playing their first game here. Denver is definitely warmed up. So Denver might have a little bit of an advantage if they can get off to a fast start.
55 seconds in to play as Denver with control. As that comes to the pivot man, Oliver Ozelis. Ozelis gets it back, drops off to Jacob. Jacob drops right corner, whistle goes. And a timeout on the floor, 2-minute called for contact on the near side. Wasn't as brutal as some of the contact we've seen so far in the event, but it was brutal enough for a potential double whammy as a 2-minute call against NYAC and a 7-meter as well.
I'll comment after this.
Shot, save, made.
Yep.
And
the line.
So on that 7-meter that was given to a number 44, Ethan Pickett, you can see that the refs are going to be really strict with those enforcements of contact with the wing. The previous games, maybe a little more loose with the ref pair that was there. So what has to happen is these teams have to adjust to the pair that is in the game right now as far as how they're going to call it.
3 teams on the floor, to your point, being NYAC, Denver, and the officiating crew. NYAC slowing things down as we get towards the 2-minute mark. Into play, quick shot for El Said, goes by the wayside, and that out of play, Denver ball.
So apologies to the Denver team. Nathan Coombs, if he has a game like this so far, Denver is going to have every bit the opportunity to beat NYAC today if he stands in his head like that.
And that's Coombs at right wing for... Is that Coombs at right wing? I've got 88 as Gomez.
It's Gomez. My bad.
It
My
is
bad. It is
Gomez
Gomez.
in net, yep.
Apologies. Gomez is in net. My apologies.
I was confused too, and I was like, "Oh wait, he's playing on the wing." And then,
Like, wait a
but
second.
the 8-8 and the 3-3, they look similar from up here. So
And I personally known Coombs, and I know he doesn't play goalie, so I don't know what I was doing.
22 and a quarter left to play in the first half as that shot goes well high.
legally want to change your name. I guess you can change it to someone else's, right?
Both really great players, so I guess like they both respect each other enough to be like, I'll take your name.
Okay.
You be me today, I'll be you tomorrow.
Yasin with this as New York Athletic Club crosses into the attack. And NYAC slowing things down a touch. Yasin gets that ball
defense.
delivered.
Great defense by Denver so far.
Denver playing a 6 flat. NYAC nearly broke out as King and Yasin play catch. Whistle goes in the 6 and the halt to the movement, allowing Denver to control. Mike wearing his traditional number 7 for NYAC on the right side of your picture. He was a double digit last night to the tune of 55 from what I'm thinking, Willinga. I get the thumb up. Denver with the ball. Jacob. And that pass ill-advised, but Denver bails themselves out. Whistle goes, halt to play on the bear hug. And Denver maintains the ball with a 7-meter throw up coming. 4 minutes and 15 seconds in, 1-1 our score. NYAC with possession as they cross the timeline. And up the floor they go. Yasin goes to, can't ID 44. I believe that's Saad, but I'm not sure. However, Bolger, right side. Great up by Yasin there to wrangle that pass. And Denver will control about 5 minutes in.
Denver's really hungry right now. I really love how they're playing. I mean, this is exactly the game that you want to start out against a tough NYAC team. Kudos to them. They are coming hungry.
And that's the way Denver played in their first game this right off the hop this morning. They were hungry.
Hungry like the wolf.
And yes.
I was waiting for you to say
I
that,
was
Jeff.
that didn't click in my head. Save made by Lippert. NYAC getting a little lackadaisical as they come up the floor. But Saad and company bailed themselves out. Yasin shoots, and the block made by Gomez. King will throw the ball back in. Whistle goes, I believe, inside the 7, or the 6, I should say. NYAC with the ball. Drop down low, loose. Save made Denver. And Gomez coming alive here in the first 5 or 6 minutes plus. Brought back ahead by Ozelis, and his shot goes wide of the mark. Don't know that got a deflection. If it did, it would be a corner. It did get a deflection. We'll have a corner to Denver. Jacob. Worked over. Jacob down on the floor. Travel. NYAC goes the other way quickly on the fast break. Saad scores.
Yeah, the one disbenefit about teams this tournament not playing on Friday is they do have to play a good amount of games on Saturday. Just the way that it had to happen for this tournament, especially since the facility needs to close a little early. So unfortunately, there will be some teams with a little bit of that disadvantage. But again, Denver's a tough, young veteran team. They can. That's just one. They won't let it happen again.
to your point, as a goal scored there for Denver to go 2-2, each of the 6 teams felt the back-to-back. Green and black felt the back-to-back last night if you're looking at Minnesota as one club. So that's something that's something that you're accustomed to, especially with the way this tournament is formatted. Great save by Lippert. So that's nothing against the format, but you've just got to come to play in a back-to-back situation, or as close to a back-to-back as you can get. And I believe both of these teams doing just that here in the first 8 minutes and a quarter.
Yep.
NYAC with the ball, Saad with the pick as it goes cross court, and now Denver back up court with possession. Jacob as Denver crosses the timeline.
Denver's taking their time. There are a couple opportunities for first wave that maybe they should look to take advantage, but maybe they're looking to stay sound as of right now.
Jacob dropped that off, far wing. Jacob got it back. That one delivered by Ozelis, far side. Shot, save, Lippert.
That's exactly what Lippert needs to do. That's exactly what he needs to do.
Now NYAC crossing the floor on the ricochet themselves. That's Yasin, and it goes into the net. 3-2 NYAC with 15:55 to go in the first half.
Yeah, Yasin had a little bit of a quiet game yesterday, and I know he's an eager goal scorer, so I know he's eager to get some more goals in today, and there's one for him so far.
3-2 the score to Denver, or to NYAC, excuse me. Kept alive by Ozelis and company. Loose ball on the floor. Goes to Yasin. Yasin jumps and he makes the shot count. 4-2 now, NYAC.
All right, that's second fast break. And again, I know Denver definitely might be feeling a little fatigued, but it's either this is their last game or this is their second to last game of the day. So it's putting it all in there.
And we'll get to the playoff permutations maybe at the break, but the way Chicago just played Minnesota Black, Chicago has an inside track to the semifinals later as a yellow card issued. As Jackson and I touched on in the last game, Josh, is the yellow card not necessarily comparative to that of a yellow card in soccer.
No, it's more of a warning. It's more of a, hey, if you do that again, I will be giving you a 2-minute. So it's really just trying to protect the players. But it's also good for the defense to know how tough they can go in that defense.
NYAC wanting a 2-on-1. No goal on the play as the shot came from Kendrick Thomas. Kendrick is a Minnesota handballer from what I heard, or from, if I heard my source correctly.
No, that would be Ethan Pickett, number 44.
Aha.
He originally started with the club from, I'm going to butcher it, Darling, Wisconsin, I want to say.
Okay.
Sorry if that's wrong, everybody, but I believe he's from Wisconsin. And he went to school in Iowa, but he started with us when he was in college, and look at him now. He's been on the national team. He's playing with NYAC, and he's a great handball player.
Correct us in the chat, too, if you know. We will take any feedback.
Shot whistled down. Update from Rome. Europe 4 points away from the Ryder Cup victory, 10.5 to 4.5 after Saturday play in the 4 balls. NYAC with possession as we get back to play in Bloomington. Loose pill on the ground as it goes to Saad. He'll score upper 90.
44 is Ethan Pickett.
44 is Pickett then.
Yep.
As Pickett picks up the loose change, no pun intended, and puts it home.
Yeah, heads up play by Ethan. He went for a really sneaky pass, did not work out, and then what he did is got the rebound and got his own goal.
Denver back up the floor. Jacob. Whistle before the shot. 5-2 halfway through the opening half, or a quarter of the way through the match if you want to do math that way. Denver with possession in their attack. That cross-court pass almost intercepted by El Said. Dropped off to Ozelis. Ozelis took a tumble inside the 6.
Yep, put enough pressure that he got a NYAC player into the crease and drew a 7.
7-meter throw for Denver. Jacob to take it. Out to play is Jalabert. He won't be making those stops as the goal scored by Amezcua Jacob, the right back for Denver. 5-3 our score, 11:45 to go in the first half. With Josh Hedrick and Josh Wallinga, Jeff Disher up high at Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington. NYAC with possession. As that ball dropped off, ill-advised pass by Thomas. But NYAC still with possession. Is that one delivered by King to Yasin? Yasin with a shot, save made, rebound, fast break, too long for Denver. And I dare say Jacob Sewell just quit on the play as he stopped and let that fly over his head.
Now, if you could give cards to your own teammates, I think that would have been a yellow there for both NYAC players. But we don't do that in any sport, as far as I know. Now, that would be a fun party game.
Maybe internally.
Yeah.
But definitely not on court. Yasin trying to get a shot away. Instead, he passes off to El Farah, and Mustafa was bear hugged by 2 Denver Wolves, or wolf hugged by 2 Denver Wolves. I'll be here all weekend. 10:19 to go in the first half of play, as that shot from El Said goes into the net. 6-3 NYAC. 10 minutes and a nickel remaining in the first half. Ill-advised shot for Denver there. Goes wide, but they maintain the movement. Feel free to drop a comment in the chat for those that are watching. Tell us where you're from, who you're rooting for, maybe a player you support, or any questions that you have on the sport. And between the 3 of us, we can provide answers to your questions. Far corner, bounce shot, goes in. Denver now back to within 2. NYAC back up court. Brought to Saad. Go ahead.
Oh, that was really good ball movement by Denver on that last play.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job of just keeping sound. Again, I know one great thing about NYAC and their defense and their team is they try to make you not play your game, but Denver's doing a great job of resisting against that.
NYAC with possession. Is that one found by Bolger? And into the net it goes. 7-4. Bolger with the goal. 9 minutes to play in the first half. As Denver in the dark gold, almost chocolatey gold, but don't tell the Rocky Mountain team that. Loose change on the ground, goes to Denver, or goes to NYAC rather. Saad shoots, save made, and the rebound swallowed up by Gomez.
That's a big save by Gomez. Again, that's really going to help Denver stay in this game. They get a goal, and it's a 2-point game.
Giving off Josh Wallinga vibes is Gomez.
Oh.
Shot off the iron and out for Denver. And that ball poked.
It's going to be crease.
Crease violation?
Yep.
8 and a dime remaining as NYAC up the floor. This goes to Bolger and they slow it down. Saad gets this. The pivot point for NYAC as that one goes to Kendrick Thomas, now far side. Thomas to Saad. Saad works that to Bolger. Saad wearing 44. Goes to Thomas. Thomas swims around 1. And I don't think the arm was intended to bend that far.
Some people are pretty flexible. Or can be.
Thomas and New York Athletic Club continuing the attack movement. Saad drops this off to El Said. El Said got it to Bolger. And a shot by El Farah. Goes by the wayside. I believe he made contact in the 6-meter area. No, Denver foul called, leading to a 7-meter.
Denver
that is converted.
Denver defender was in the 6-meter, was in the crease, and stopped the play from happening. And there you go. You got a 7-meter. NYAC gets another goal.
8-4 now. NYAC 6:58, 7-6 to play in the first half.
The refs are also letting the play go a little further this time too, which has been nice to see. That first game that you guys played, Josh, the whistle seemed a little short or a little quick, but
again, different.
Different.
Great rebound by
Wow.
Denver. That's the type of goals you need. But yes, on that again, different referee pairs are going to call the game differently.
Right.
You just have to adjust to it.
Yep.
And again, they're out here, they're watching the game unfold. And again, each pair is going to call it a little differently. Absolutely. I will say there's maybe a little more physicality being done here, but at the same time, at the last game they definitely made that happen. But you make a good point.
So it's not necessarily about consistency per se.
Oh, I mean, and I gotta say, the refs have definitely been consistent. I mean,
Okay.
again, just like players, refs can make mistakes on the court too, just like players.
Yep.
But I gotta say, as far as consistency goes, these two pairs are well adapted to each other. They work well together, and they definitely you start to understand the way that they're going to call the game. And you have to adjust.
That's what you want as a tournament organizer.
Very much.
Denver with possession in their attack as that one came down to Ozelis. Ozelis spins, gets this to Jacob. Jacob tried to go to Ozelis, but Denver with the bailout near the midcourt line. Shot inside the 6, goes in, 8-6, NYAC.
Katsu asking, will it be point differential if Denver wins? And the answer is yes, as far as I'm understanding. Right, Josh?
That is correct. I can update it on the ties as soon as I get it on my phone.
And that shot was saved by Gomez, extending the left glove.
Wow. Gomez knew where he was going. Mm-hmm. You could just see it.
And that's almost an easy read in that situation.
Can be.
Can be.
Now Denver in their attack as that ball delivered by Ozelis. Far wing, shot in the goal. 8-7 now in favor of NYAC.
Man, the ears have been clipped off today again. Buzzed by Lippert's ear, apparently.
NYAC with possession, shot in the goal, upper 90. Saad gets credit for that. 4:23 to go in the first half as Denver crosses the timeline into their attack zone. And they slow the play down conversely. Jacob goes to Ozelis, now far wing. Ozelis pivots. Fake the shot there with that pivot. Ozelis grabs it. Ozelis swims around 2. Goes to the corner. Denver extending the possession. Ozelis. Jacob. Ozelis. No, check that. It was Ozelis. Jacob. Loose pill. NYAC regains control as that comes to Bolger. Bolger jumps. Scores. 10-7. 3.5 to go. And now Denver moves across the timeline in line with the officials. Ozelis. Now, if you're Denver, Wallinga, are you halting play and thinking about not letting NYAC get many more possessions with the ball with 3:05 left?
That's what I would do. Hang on to the ball more. I mean, don't pressure it. But as a goalie standpoint, you want the ball on offense as much as possible. So I don't know if Josh, number 2, has any say.
Any additional thought on that?
I mean, again, you got to really watch out for how much of a veteran team NYAC is.
Goal scored there by Jacob.
I say you don't change a thing. You just got to make sure that you make those goals. You got to make sure that the offense is flowing. But the defense, the fact you can hold NYAC to 10 points right now is really good. Can you change something up? Can you switch something up? Yeah, absolutely. But what might happen is you all of a sudden find yourself out of rhythm, and then all of a sudden it's a 3-point swing.
And then Denver adjusts that switch, and it creates 99 problems you didn't have at halftime.
Precisely.
Bolger with a shot that gets deflected right into the outstretched gloves of Gomez.
I know 15 wants the foul right there, and it might have been a little ticky-tacky, but at the same time, there wasn't that much contact with it. I think it was just frustration that he didn't get the goal.
Bolger maybe gets that call later in the game, but with NYAC up 2, I can see it both ways. And
Yeah.
that's not to put myself on the fence, but I can see it both ways.
Yeah, I agree.
That shot wide for Denver. I believe it was Jacob who took the shot. It was. Now up the floor comes Bolger. Bolger drops far side. Save made by Gomez. Now a full court press for NYAC as we get down to the final 70 seconds of the first half. That's 7-0 as Denver crosses the timeline into their attack. Ozelis bounces. Jacob. Jacob advances at the 6, and he scores.
There we go. That's
10-9.
exactly what Denver needs.
50 seconds to play in the half. Maybe the final possession for New York Athletic Club to do something.
Yeah, again, I'm really impressed with how Denver is responding with this. Again, they've already played a game, and they're going against a really tough opponent in NYAC, but they're not letting loose. They're basically saying, "Hey, bring it. We're gonna play with you."
Bolger near side. Bolger harassed. That shot goes wide, but he gets the rightful call anyway. Timeout on the floor with the 18.5 left to play as we get the ball back. NYAC allowed the restart with Alfara. Alfara drops off to Saad. 15 to go. Saad drops it far side to Considine. And save made by Gomez, but hold on. Valuable check inside the 6 for NYAC. Don't know who went down. It was Alfara with 6.4 to go in the first half. Alfara up on 2 feet. Don't know who's down for Denver currently.
Looks like Coombs.
Okay. Alan Coombs, the right wing, 33 for Denver. Slick spot on the floor as well. That'll get fixed before we.
Yeah, a little bit of a muggier day in Minnesota today, so we definitely have some towel help, some volunteers that are helping out with that, and everybody knows that if it doesn't feel safe, please let the referees know to take a timeout.
NYAC with the 7-meter throw. Saad will get this opportunity.
This is Ethan Pickett, number 44.
Oh, it's Pickett. Quality notes will help a guy. Didn't help me in that situation. Pickett with the shot opportunity coming. Pickett scores. 2.7 to go. 10 or 11-9 NYAC. There it is.
I think a timeout by Denver, right?
Yep, looks like a timeout for Denver.
Yes.
I mean, you got it. Might as well use it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Well, well, well. There's trouble.
Just wanted to say hi.
Oh.
2.7 to go. First half of play. Jeff Disher, Josh Hedrick, Josh Wallinga with you left to right at the table. And we'll play out the final 2 seconds of the first half. Would you go with a long shot here if you're Denver?
No, quick, exactly what they're going to do right here.
Quick shot, save made, buzzer sounds. That'll do it for the first half of play. Impressions in the first half from both of you gentlemen.
Really impressed by Denver. I really love the hunger that they're bringing. They're playing hard. They're playing right up there with NYAC, but they're also playing their game. They're not allowing NYAC to really like throw them off their game. I even feel like they're not allowing NYAC to like fully play the way that they want to play as well. So great job for Denver. Let's see if they can keep it up. From the signs of so far, it looks like they will.
Anything to add, Wallinga?
Nope, that was pretty much what I was going to say too. So they're looking really good. And if Denver keeps playing how they're playing, they have a shot at beating NYAC.
Let's take a quick timeout. We'll have the second half for you coming up on the other side. It's the Fall Classic on YouTube.
And welcome back to the Minnesota Fall Classic here in Bloomington, Minnesota, where we have Denver and NYAC currently battling it out for a semifinal spot later this afternoon. So far, the only known placement match is going to be Minnesota Black playing for 5th place tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Our graphic for the groups kind of got messed up, so my apologies on that. I will still have the groups on here, but the only difference is going to be Chicago is 1-0 and Minnesota Black is 0-2. And there is a big difference there, so it's not going to really matter in Group A. Pretty much CalHeat and Chicago are seeing who plays the 2nd seed in Group B. And currently, Denver has a loss as well, and Minnesota Green should be 1-1 currently. So I can do some nifty stuff later. I'll get that edited so you can see the groups tomorrow. But yeah, basically this is a win and in for Denver due to goal differential. I mean, it's possible that NYAC comes out if Denver wins.
You're right.
And the goal differential is it's not going to be made up, unfortunately, because Minnesota Green is at -8 right now instead of -13 because they had a 5-goal win over Denver earlier. You can go check out in the replay later.
Those records that you see on your screen accurate as of
Last
this morning.
night. Yep, that's going into the first game this morning.
Yep. And you see the schedule there. Up next, Chicago Inter will take on CalHeat.
Yep, and both of them are guaranteed to go into the finals. It's just they're going to battle to see who plays the 2nd place in Group B at this point. So, easier opponent by score-wise, but yep, the only set placement match is Minnesota Black, and the the winner of this game, I think, decides who plays for that, if my understanding is correct. If Denver wins, it's goal differential, and we'll get back to the game here.
He's Josh Wallinga. I am Jeff Disher. Thank you for joining us on a lovely Saturday in Bloomington after the Minneapolis-St. Paul area got battered by rain last night. I know a lot of high school football was either postponed or straight canceled, but we played handball all night last night and into the day today. So Denver with possession as we open the second half. Dropped off by Duplantier to the pivot. Loose pill. The change picked up by New York Athletic Club, 3-0. Yasin, save made. Rebound, unable to be stopped by Gomez. And it goes 12-9 in favor of NYAC.
Yep, as a goalie, you have to get big on those situations, and that's exactly what he did.
You'd know a little something about that.
I had quite a few of those last night.
Couple today, not as many, but at least a couple today from my estimation.
Didn't have a big old goose egg in the percentage, so that's good for me.
Duplantier couldn't handle the loose pill, but the penny picked up by Denver, and they'll maintain possession. 23:35 left to play in the second half of a second-to-last group stage match, as that save made by Lippert and company for NYAC.
Yep, that's good on Lippert to get the ball, touch the ball last instead of your teammates, because we'll go back to one-on-one. If the goalie touches the ball and it goes off the goal line, it is your team's ball.
Bear hugged on the play was Yasin, as NYAC continues with the possession. Yasin will score 13-9, 2 minutes into the second half.
Yep, this is a strong start for NYAC. They usually start pretty slow and then they get things rolling, but they had to come out tough against Denver because Denver was playing their butts off. Because this is a win and in, basically, for Denver, unless the goal differential is really high.
And this game is setting up as not that way.
Yep.
As Denver now back to within 3. Did they play, and they played this aggressively when they were Fargo-based, if I recall.
Yeah, kind of. They've touched up their defense.
Goal scored there for NYAC.
They've touched up their defense a bit because usually it's. I mean, they have this fast attack and they have a fast break potential most of the time, but it was their defense that was lacking a little bit, and it's gotten a lot better. Like, I'm very, very impressed, and it helps too that Gomez has been doing really, really well in the nets. He's stepped up as well.
Lippert makes the stop for NYAC as they look to come up floor, and across the timeline they go. 3 minutes and change into the second half. And for those joining us late, feel free to interact in the chat, and we'll get to your comments and questions as we go.
Yep.
If you have a question about the sport, feel free to send it our way. We'll answer it. Or who you are supporting team-wise or player-wise.
Good save. Yeah, he was in.
Great shot by Yasin first time, but he was in the 6 meter, and that allows Denver to maintain or to regain control. And into their attack they go. Ball dropped off to Silver. Silver gets the pass over, and the goal scored by Denver and Duplantier. 20-50 left to go in the second half.
Yeah, another physical half. Both teams have been very impressive. It's really good to see. Ooh, just wide.
Just wide of the mark, allowing Denver to take control. They don't need to do anything too quick. They're down 3, but you're not into the territory of needing to trade goals down double digits yet.
Yep. You need to go tit for tat, and you need to have a good defensive stop every so often.
That stop helping Lippert because he gets by with a little help from the post.
Yep, that's still a good shot. Like, you're still on point. The post is just, if you were the Flower on the Wild, one of my favorite players in hockey currently, he would be kissing the post at this point. So gotta give him the love.
Fleury is Patrick Waugh-esque. Most certainly for the Wild in terms of kissing goalposts.
Yeah. Yeah, Wild, I think they beat Colorado again the other night.
I think so.
And then they just got trounced by Dallas, so unfortunate.
Speaking, I'll wait till after the play.
Oh, that was good.
No goal on the play for Mike King. He has to do a little bit more business.
I don't think his toe is in. However, they're at least getting a 7 out of it. So let's see if Pickett can put it in the back of the net.
Pickett shoots, score. Speaking of the Wild and Dallas, what do you think of Minnesota's new third uniform?
I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately. I just saw the updates of it. If it's a nice red one, I'm always a fan of red.
Tis not. It is reverse retro-esque.
Oh, it's like the white and yellow and green, right?
Yep. With the nod to the North Stars, the State of Hockey patch on the right shoulder, and then the captain and alternate patch bordered by inside a State of Minnesota border.
Ooh, I like that. I might have to get one of those. Unfortunately, it's similar to the Dallas Stars, and they beat us last year, and I think they beat us the year before, and the usual. We win 2, and then we lose the next 4 in playoffs.
NYAC,
Ooh,
nifty
tricky.
move. Mr. King getting tricky as it is 16-11 with 18 minutes to play.
Yeah, that's when you're diving in like that, and you have enough time to do that, that's a good shot. It's very tricky to do, but with the stickum, it helps, and that's what allows them to do that because it sticks to your hand.
Yeah. Denver with possession as it goes to Jacob. Jacob upended at the 6.
And again, this is for the semifinals here. Denver wins, they're in. NYAC wins, Minnesota's in. So
which Minnesota side?
Minnesota green.
Okay. Or yeah, that would.
Yep. Minnesota Black is playing for fifth place,
Yep.
after our loss to Chicago.
I
Pretty
just,
handily.
I just lost brain cells there on the question, so we'll.
That's all good. It's not as long of a day as it has been at other tournaments, but still, 6 hours. That's 7 games today. So always got to be on, quote unquote.
You and I have done longer. Go back to June in Holland, Michigan.
Ooh, that was a good shot.
That ball goes in 17-12 in favor of NYAC. 16:35 to go in the second half.
Yeah, that Holland, I love that campus.
I did it as well.
Really nice stadium. Dorms are dorms.
Yeah.
But I was also spoiled in the college that I went to. I got in the brand new dorms that were made like 2 years prior. So can't beat that. But yeah, we had 21 games over the course of the weekend, which 7 to 8 a day pretty much.
Yep.
Actually, I think one of them was 10. Didn't we have a 10-hour day?
I believe so.
That was that Saturday. I think it was 8 to 8. Ooh.
Great shot from, I believe that was Bolger.
Yep, and Bolger actually was playing for Pickerington there.
Yep. At that national event.
Yeah, he's quite the athlete. He's very physical, and he's got a shot on him too. Pickerington, known for their beach handball, showed up to the nationals last year with an indoor team, and almost won it. They got silver there, and they lost to the Armada, which that's a good shot.
Columbus, another team to watch out for. Shout out JD, friend of Minnesota team handball. JD, the conductor, on Twitter, if you are looking for a very hilarious Twitter follow.
Yep. Also, congratulations to him and his wife. They had their first kid, I think. So good for them, and congratulations. But yeah, it's kind of running away from Denver a little bit. You can kind of see the
Great offensive attack there from Denver, regaining the movement. And a shot from distance for Jacob. We were just talking about how great the national tournament was back in June.
Mm-hmm. Were you telling the truth or the whole truth?
Nothing but.
Nothing but.
Nothing but.
Got it.
From a booth standpoint, we enjoyed it. It was long days, but we enjoyed it. As a player, you can ask me about that later.
Yep.
But yeah, this year I think we're having 2 nationals. One in Vegas, which is the official union one, and then there's the American Handball, which is the one in Holland again.
Second annual. So more handball, the better.
Heck
Certainly.
yeah.
Certainly. Whistle goes. Halt to play.
Speaking of future tournaments, I believe Denver's tournament is the next one. I don't know if there's another one in. Oh, there's one in Toronto, I think, too.
Yep.
Which Seattle is playing in, right?
Oh, very nice. I did not hear that they committed.
Or Seattle was. I think they were looking for players.
Okay.
And they were just trying to get some commits for that.
Yeah. So as far as I do know that I believe.
Mic closer to your head.
Yep.
There you go.
I believe that for union games or for a USA Handball Union, I believe that Toronto is sanctioned through there. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I do know there's a non-sanctioned tournament in Vancouver
Maybe that's
coming
the
up
one I'm
as well.
thinking of.
Yep, Vancouver.
That might be what I'm thinking.
Is coming up as well. And then, yeah, Denver. I know they're still finalizing stuff, but it'll be the first or the second week of December in Denver, Colorado.
Pickett with the shot and the goal for NYAC as they go up 20-14. And if you're looking for offense, NYAC is where it's at so far in the second half, about halfway through, or about 3/4 of the way through the match.
Yeah, Denver just kind of has to get back into it, and once they do, I think they'll take off with it.
5 goals right now, so it can happen.
Yep.
And cruising, much like the Minnesota Golden Gophers look to do at Huntington Bank Stadium as they host the Louisiana Raging Cajuns tonight on Big Ten Network.
Oh, don't pull another Minnesota. I saw the Northwestern game. That was rough. Or I saw the end of it, I should say. They're up 30-0, and then they lost in OT.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I think a 7-0, nope, 7-7.
Oh, okay.
Tied right now.
So it's right now on Big Ten Network. Open another tab. with the Fox Sports app. And across the pond in Rome, Europe, looking to go 11.5 to 4.5 after day 2 of the Ryder Cup. The U.S. side has not looked strong since landing in Italy.
That was
Alas,
a good shot, just wide.
Speaking of strength, quick shot, but just a little off.
Yeah, I mean, again, I still feel like Denver's trying to get things rolling. Maybe a timeout soon. There we go. Here's an opportunity.
Bolger on the defense there as he lost the pass. Now King loses control, leads to a shot and a goal, 21-16.
Great effort by Mike King. Just happened to go to the wrong player.
Yeah, he's really good on those rebounds.
You talk about a motor.
Oh,
you want a motor?
You want to talk about a motor? Talk about a guy that came to Minnesota on Monday. He was going around town trying to get this tournament sponsors, which he did, and actually meeting them in person. What did he do Tuesday? He came to our practice to help us set up, and he literally took over putting down the lines while I took over putting together the goals with all of our helpers and volunteers. So he literally got his hands dirty. He pretty much put his input into helping with this tournament, and now he's playing games, and he's helped me organize it. Can't say enough about what Mike King has been doing as far as motor goes.
Great shot there for Denver as they look to answer 21-17. By the way, those are the dulcet tones of Josh Hederick that you're hearing. Josh Malinga also as well.
Hello.
Dulcet indeed. Jeff Disher here with these two as a timeout on the floor with 10:37 to go in the contest.
Still close. Again, it's 21-17. This is a perfect time for a timeout to happen, but I think NYAC kind of sees that, and I think they want to really give their players a break. They obviously don't have a big bench, and I really think that all they want to do is regroup and make sure that the next 10 minutes are well thought out, well planned out, because they know that Denver has been hungry. They're going to be hungry again, and they have the opportunity to come back if NYAC is not organized. So great timeout by NYAC just to get a break and regroup.
And you know what I'm not seeing both teams do is they've gone away from the mental mistakes, i.e. cross-court passes that haven't been there, or just ticky-tack stuff. Not to the level of stupid stuff, but ticky-tack stuff that could create more issues down the line. Very crisp, very clean offense, and the defenses on both teams are not are up to snuff as well.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. I feel like it's been a pretty clean game. Obviously, both teams have had their share of mistakes, but nothing that's so detrimental that it swings the score 3 points.
21-17, back underway, 10.5 left to go in the opener of round 3 of pool play. You'll see Chicago play their second game momentarily. As NYAC controls this. Delivered by Kendrick Thomas, and actually it got back to him. Bolger, far corner, goes to El Said. What a shot.
Oh, baby.
Bolger.
What was that? Unbelievable shot by number 15.
Bolger put something on it that I don't think we've seen this weekend at all.
That looks like a beat shot, if you ask me.
Yeah. That had characteristics of 3 different baseball pitches on it. Quick shot on the rebound for Duplantier. Goes off iron.
Love the effort by Roger Silva, number 10 of Denver. That NYAC player was there to kind of block his rebound attempt.
22-17, down the stretch we come. 9 minutes and a nickel remaining in the contest. as NYAC comes up the floor. They're up 5. They can afford to slow things down. Denver needs defensive stops like nobody's business. They get one there. And now Denver up the floor, looking for a 2-goal swing are the Wolves, as this one is brought up by Jacob. Jacob gets it back, the pivot man for Denver in this formation. I don't know about you. I don't know how math. I know how math works, but I don't know if people know how math works. 1 into 2 doesn't go, and you saw that there.
Very much.
Jacob. Bounce pass, loose ball. Jacob picks up the trash, but hold on. Denver will have possession as it's flipped back to Jacob to restart. Jacob, the pivot point. Jacob fires, save.
You know, NYAC's not doing too much. They're just playing 6-0. And I don't know if it's the bigger bodies. I don't know if it's just, I don't know. But really they are, I don't know. Like I feel like Denver's moving the ball really well and doing well, but maybe there's just a little more they got to do. I don't know. If I were Denver, I'd be frustrated right now because I feel like they're moving the ball well. They're doing everything that they can, but it's just not working.
I don't think you can beat a big 6 flat, as NYAC is showing you defensively if you're Denver.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe swing more to the wings. Maybe get the wings more involved. Maybe I don't know. Like that'd be the only thing I can really think of. But again, I know Denver has a plan. I know they're trying to execute it.
And NYAC goes up 23-17. Time now not the friend of Denver.
And I mean, Denver's staying in there. They're doing really well. This could work really well for their advantage. If they're playing up 5-1, this could be exactly what Denver wants.
But they've got to get the up. Try that again.
That
goal scored there for Denver.
My point exactly. You take away again. You get one up. You take a little bit from the outside. Roger really read that well, and again, he can make those shots.
And you don't want to be trading goals down the stretch if you're in a 5-goal hole for Denver. You need defensive stops here too.
Okay, switching to a 5-1 Denver is.
Near side, that shot went in.
Hattie with a nice floater.
Jacob was detrimentally bear hugged. Nowhere near as dangerous in terms of physical contact, unlike what we saw last night. Quick shot for Denver, goes into the net, 24-18.
Now they're starting to find the space. That's exactly what Denver is looking for and needs. Again, yeah, and you can hear Denver. They're starting to feel it a little bit too. NYAC's got to keep scoring those goals though.
Quick shot, save made. And that ball kicked out of play. NYAC will bring it back in. Thomas spins around one, dumps the ball off. Save made by Gomez. Up the floor comes Denver as they slow things down with Jacob. Jacob, the listed right back for Denver, as that ball dished off near Duplantier, who couldn't handle it. 2-on-0 breakout, tipped to Yasin from King, and that'll go wide.
Shout out to number 9 of the Wolves. Great effort. He knew exactly what to do to not draw a 2-minute, and he definitely helped Nathan make that save.
That's Jacob Sewell, number 9 in the dark, and then a 2-minute call.
Or a 9-meter. One of the most frustrating things is you get that goal, but there was a penalty way before it, and that's tough for Denver right there because they had the goal, but there was a foul before the goal, and the referees called it, and then they get nothing with it. It's one of the most frustrating things in handball, but that's what it is.
4:25 to go, second half of play, 24-19 NYAC. As they look to cruise, Denver needed, or with a win, would play their way into the semifinals.
So we'll
We'll see how that
So what Denver's doing right now is they're taking out Ethan Pickett, number 44. The only thing that you take away is you're giving space to NYAC, and NYAC is great with space. I don't know. If I were Denver, I would do more of a 5-1. I would disrupt the backs, have something there a little bit so that you can at least have your guys plug in for that pivot, because NYAC's got great pivots too.
Great goal there. How do you adjust to that if you're NYAC?
You just keep playing the ball around. You have the lead. It's 3:39 left. You just got to keep playing it and just not turn it over, not do stupid passes.
5-goal lead, plenty of time remaining. This would be a 2-possession game if we were playing the sport that Kennedy Activity Center is mostly designed for. Brought back ahead by Bolger. Bolger dropped that off to El Said. El Said waits, gets around 2, off the iron and out.
Hattie knew exactly what to do at that point when he saw that defense. He just didn't make the goal.
Denver now on the recoil. Ozelis gets around 1, and he scores.
I hope number 9's okay.
El Said.
Doing a little bit of the splits there.
Ooh.
Yeah, but it was because the floor was maybe a little slick.
Yeah.
Again, that's just the one thing that we don't want to see. It's a little humid today. That's why we've got the towel volunteers. I just really hope that Hattie's okay.
Did his foot, yeah. Unless you're a goalie, the splits are going to hurt you. That's good.
He says he's good.
Practicing for the men's U.S. gymnastics there. Glad to see that all is well, though.
Dropped one on the balance beam, did he?
Probably doing a floor exercise.
I'm just
Jokes aside.
super concerned. I want to make sure everybody leaves
Yep.
this tournament healthy.
Correct.
Especially when the floor can be a little wet.
That shot off the upper corner. And
Yep, he's just mad at himself.
yeah, for missing that angle.
I mean, that's 2 misses, and if Denver doesn't throw the ball away. Oh. Oh, no.
Nostra
There goes my camera. Excuse me.
Technical difficulties, everybody. 1 second.
Nostra Weiling Ames. As we have 2 minutes to play in the second half, NYAC will control the ball as they come forward. Pickett.
Currently switching cameras right now, everybody. So we're just going to go by the play-by-play, old school radio.
1:45 to go. Pickett tried to get ahead. El Said with possession on the restart. El Said, the pivot point. El Said drops over, gets this to Thomas. Shot, upper 90 goes down, or goes in, 26-21 in favor of NYAC.
90 seconds left. In the pivot was Ethan. Ethan just floated in the air and got that goal.
Pickett with the goal. Denver on the recoil goes in as well, 26-22.
Roger Silva with that goal,
Or
number 10.
Silver. Goodness.
Denver's pressing right now. NYAC's really just kind of doing the full court, touchdown. There's a goal.
Goal scored by NYAC to go up 27-22, under a minute to play. King and company on the floor. Whistle goes. Double dribble?
No, so I don't know. There might be a little confusing. Basically, apparently, they were in the center circle, and number 8 passed the ball to number 10 of Denver, and number 10 of Denver started dribbling the ball down, but maybe the referee saw that he was the one that got the ball, and once you get the ball in the circle, you have to pass it. You can't dribble it past that. So, I don't know, maybe a little confusion. Maybe it was the right call. Who knows? But it won't make a difference.
27-22, now 28-22. With 15 seconds to go in the game, NYAC will go, and Denver, I believe I'm right in saying Denver had to win or would have had to win to go into the semifinals directly. But that makes goal differential all the more important as we get ready for the final game of pool play that comes up. Impressions on NYAC and Denver that we just saw.
Hey, Denver played a great game. They came out hungry. The second half was really the one that kind of drained them out. Again, you know, especially as the event coordinator that had time restrictions given to him, you know, they played really well even though they played a game just a little bit before that. NYAC, though, really just took control in that second half. I really do feel like it. So congratulations to NYAC. Looks like NYAC's heading on to the semifinals. And, yeah, both teams played a really great game. Both teams very, very solid teams.
Quickly, who are we thinking for player of the game?
That's a great question. I would say, honestly, maybe number 15.
I would go Bolger. Yeah,
I'm going to get Bolger.
We'll grab Matt Bolger. We'll have him up top here. We'll get.
Apologies for that. My camera I thought was charged, but apparently wasn't. We got to switch that, and we are good to go currently. It is shutting off again, so I'm getting this figured out. Again, apologies.
Bolger, the man of the match. We think.
We're not doing that. Yeah, it was probably the one thing I forgot, so I think I'm just going to, like, talk to the leaders, like, we'll all decide. Yeah.
Might be this old school, and it might be black and white. So we'll have a camera.
Is it, like, dead?
Yeah, I charged it last night too, so it must not have charged all the
So
way.
you're charging it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had this one, but it was only shown in black and white last night when I was trying to do this, so we'll see if this one works.
Got it.
I mean, I think it should, but it might just be like...
Bolger's status, Josh Hedrick. Aha, he is coming this way. Matt Bolger joins us as the man of the match. Your thoughts on the game that you just played?
We got off to a little bit of a slow start. Obviously, it was like 10-9 with about 2 minutes left in the first half. But then we started to work together a little better. This is only my second game with the team, so not a lot of us play. I haven't played with these guys before, so it's a little different.
Awesome.
Josh Hedrick.
All right, I got to get right to it. Talk to me about that awesome, funky shot that you had right over here. Talk us through it. What happened? How did it happen?
I wish I could tell you I practiced that, but that was just straight luck. It's just I'm used to playing in college where there's no stick 'em, so I'm just like practicing getting rid of the ball once I get that wrap. So I just chucked the ball and I don't know, got really lucky.
Yeah.
That was
Defensively for you guys, you really kept Denver limited as to what they could do on the attack. How does that, or does that change going forward, or as NYAC goes further forward in the tournament, further in the tournament?
Yeah, sure. So with Denver, they definitely have a couple of guys that are a little bit better than the rest. So we're focusing on keeping those guys out of the game. So it's a little bit of that. So as we're moving forward, it's going to be a little bit more like team movement as opposed to just trying to get rid of that one guy.
I'll give Josh Hedrick the floor for the final one.
Final one. So we're looking at Chicago. We're looking at CalHeat right now. Basically, you guys are in the semifinals along with Minnesota Green. Of the two teams, what are your observations and kind of who are you really wanting to go against?
Fair enough. I don't know. For us, it doesn't really matter as long as we play our game. We're going to win, honestly. But I really haven't seen either of these two teams play before, actually. So kind of interested to watch this game and see how it plays out. We're excited to be playing one of them in the semis.
Well, we'll let you get ready for the semifinal. That is Matt Bolger, and we will have Chicago Inter and CalHeat coming up on the other side.
All right, folks, apologies. Both of the normal cameras that we use are down currently, and this one is doable and usable, but it is going to be in black and white. So we're going to go a little old school here. You can still see the plays and the players. It's just going to be not as crisp as normal, so apologies for that. We will be able to get this rectified later for the semifinal games at least, and then tomorrow for sure for all the placement and championship. So thank you for working with us and technical difficulties because, yeah, this is a lot tougher than a lot of people think it is.
It is what it is, and things happen. So we appreciate you sticking with us as we get ready for CalHeat and Chicago Inter. Chicago Inter and CalHeat set to go. Final pool play game of the tournament as we've got 25 minutes on the clock. Jeff Disher, Joshua Lingo with you from Bloomington in what I'm calling our Back to the Future type match here in pool play with the black and white camera.
Yep, setting year 1955.
Digital graphics didn't exist, so I'll go.
This is actually live on your TV currently. Fun fact about that. No, seriously, appreciate you guys working with us. As those of you that maybe work in this kind of industry, you know it can be a little difficult. Also, too, I am working with my own equipment and not really any professional equipment, although I would count my computer as professional equipment because it does make me money from time to time.
I mean,
that aside, we are trying to do our best here, so you will have visual. It's just going to be black and white, so I apologize for that. Later today, for the semifinal game, we will have the camera for it, so I just need to charge up my cameras that I have right now because I thought that they were charged, but I guess they weren't, but, you know, so.
Happens.
Yep, so here we go.
Is what it is.
So going right to left is going to be CalHeat, and going left to right is going to be Chicago.
Across your radio dial or TV or computer screen. Jeff Disher, Joshua Lingo with you in Bloomington. Final pool play game of the tournament here as we get into semifinal play coming up. CalHeat with the opening possession as Clausen and company control. Loose ball picked up by Jalabert and company. And Chicago advances into the front court or the attack. Lopez, who is not related to the Twins pitcher of the same name, throws that one on. Lopez gets it back. The baseball pitcher was traded for Luis Ariz earlier this year by the Twins as that ball bounds up over the cage. Minute into a scoreless match as that ball hits iron off the shot of Jalti Clausen. And now to play it goes. CalHeat keeping possession. They would be in the orange normally. They are in the orange normally.
It looks like the white on your screen, and then the black is going to be Chicago.
Yeah,
we do it that way. And those of you that are not colorblind, you do not all of a sudden get colorblind.
Shot and a goal for Per-Oscar Stenlund. 1-0 CalHeat. Brought back ahead by Lopez and Chicago Inter. Saprovic. And they played a great game, did Chicago Inter earlier today to kick off day 2 of the Fall Classic.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's how Chicago plays normally, and I was on the receiving end of the ouch of that, but they played their game, and that's good to see that they still can do that.
Ball dropped off to Lopez. And a whistle inside the arc.
Yep, he was going up for the shot, grabbed his arm, held him down as he was in the air, so that's why this is going to be a 7-meter.
7-meter throw upcoming for Chicago Inter. Taking it would be Saprovic. Saprovic scores. 1-all. CalHeat on the recoil as they re-enter the attack. Brought back ahead by Max Paulus. And the whistle halts the halts play, not the movement. Brought back ahead by CalHeat, and should be Clausen at the pivot point. It is. Clausen dumps off, eventually getting to Paulus. Paulus to Clausen, who bounced one up over the cage. Speaking of the cages, new goals this year for this tournament.
Yep.
Do we have a funny story behind that?
All I heard is the facility threw them away on accident. I don't know. Okay,
Yellow
that's a good
card
yellow.
issue.
Yep, that's a good yellow. Yeah, the facility, they got thrown away somehow. I don't know if it was like accident or if people saw them and they're like, they're not being used. So we didn't have them for a while. And then so these ones got rush ordered.
Shot and a goal. 2-1 in favor of CalHeat.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to wipe that off after that one. And that was a 2-minute, so...
That actually might be a Chicago...
That's a Chicago goal in a 2-minute. Yeah, 2-minute on CalHeat.
Flop the... it should be 2-1 Chicago. You've got... Flip-flop the graphic there.
Womp.
Womp. 2-1 Chicago. And now CalHeat looking to answer.
Yep, going, pulling their goalie so they can play 6-on-6.
Something Chicago, or,
Chicago played 7-on-6 there against us, which that was weird. It was good to see though, because I mean having the other team be one up is interesting. But yeah,
upended was Paulus. Maximilian, but we will call him Max. Mad Max and the Thunderdome, or in the Thunderdome of the CalHeat attack.
rough fall there.
Oof.
Well, I think that both going for the ball. It looks like he landed on his ankle.
Yeah.
So
I would definitely go incidental contact on that. Nothing malicious, nothing choppy, nothing tomahawk-like. Saw that enough of that last night. Back to play we go. 20 minutes and a dime remaining in the first half of play. Quick kick, save, Jalabert.
Yep, big save there. That way they can keep up the pressure. Chicago always plays really good against CalHeat. I think I would beckon to say that Chicago is kind of CalHeat's bane in a way. Like I don't think CalHeat underestimates them, but Chicago always plays harder against CalHeat than really any other team.
I feel like of the six here, these two, great save.
Yep.
These two know each other better
Yep.
than any of the other four teams that are here, as a shot from distance ties the game at 2.
I thought Patrick was in the net. I guess he wasn't.
He came out a little wee bit too far.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, I see. Yeah. So as a goalkeeper, you can play up if you want to, and it's good to stop a fast break. But if the fast break comes and you don't move back, then
You've got problems.
Yeah. And I think what Chicago's trying to do again also is play that 7-on-6, and so that's why. Actually,
whistle in the crease.
That makes sense. They were playing 7-on-6, so they were having an extra attacker playing the 2 pivots, so playing like a 5-2 kind of thing.
Aha.
And so that's why. And I guess some miscommunication happened where maybe the player didn't come off in time, and that's why that happened.
7-meter throw for Paul Asfalg. He scores 5-hole on Gelabert. 18:25 to go, first half of play.
I think at half we'll get the camera back up because it should have enough juice to go for the second half at least. And you're charging. Please charge.
Chicago Inter with possession as this one dropped off to Chozik. Chozik loses possession. 2-on-0 breakout coming. Shot and a goal. And that's what you get when you take a risk of bringing your goaltender off.
Yep.
And you saw the effect of that.
I wonder if Chicago is doing that against Minnesota to prepare for this game. And that is
In the net.
Yep.
From distance again for CalHeat. 5-2 in favor of CalHeat. 17:32 to go in the first half. Clock stopped.
Also 2 minute on number 99. I believe grabbing something similar.
A Sarek.
Mm-hmm.
17:25 left to go in the first half of play. He is Joshua Linga. I am Jeff Disher.
Mm-hmm.
The J&G show up top at Kennedy.
For the longest while, I thought your name was Jeff as in Jay, and then
No, sir.
And then other Josh was saying spelled it, and I was like, oh, that's my bad. But
No, Jeff with a G.
Jeff with a G.
Jeff with a G.
J squared and G on the side. Other Josh isn't up here, so it's just me then.
Ain't nothing but a G thing, man.
Yep. Exactly.
16:48 to play. 5-3 CalHeat as Chicago claws back to within 2.
Yeah, I think maybe, they're on defense now, so they can't pull the goalie. I wonder if them doing 7-on-6 is going to work, because CalHeat's defense is just really good, as we saw even in the game yesterday.
6-3 now.
Yeah, CalHeat still putting on the pressure. Sideline's getting amped up. I was going to say jacked up, but amped up.
Both would have fit.
Yeah, so it's good to see. Good to see that there's some noise, because let me tell you, if you're in Europe, oh man, they got the Vuvuzelas, they got the chants. I mean, it's a whole another game. Basically, kind of like what basketball is here, is what I would say.
Saprovic couldn't handle that. Chozik gets it. Blocked by CalHeat. Up is Saprovic to grab it.
Yep, they called it.
We'll hang here. Loose ball, CalHeat with it as they come into their attack.
Oh.
And that ball thrown away.
Refs are letting them play. CalHeat wanted for grabbing the arm, but didn't call it. Just, letting them play. Good to see. I always appreciate when they do that.
15 minutes to go in the first half of play. 6-3 in favor of CalHeat.
Close game again.
Indeed. Chicago Inter looking to make it closer. As Chozik looking for a shot opportunity. Save made Balti.
Yeah, I haven't seen Balti play before. He's not the CalHeat goaltender I'm used to seeing, but he's good. If you're playing for CalHeat, you got to be good, you know?
He looked impressive in their game earlier
yesterday.
last night.
Yeah.
Jackson Hampton and I know we were both giving him fair praise. Shot saved by Jella Barrett. What else is new?
That's a good save. Ooh.
Chicago Inter now timeout on the floor.
Yeah, calf is seizing up, it looks like. Again, with the humidity, there's going to be a lot of
Cramps.
yeah. No bananas, unfortunately. It's a good way. I played lacrosse this past summer, some indoor box. Those of you who don't know, pretty much on an ice rink. Maybe some of you know about it. Anyways, our coach told us to eat at least 3 bananas beforehand, and our manager, bless her heart, in a good way. This is actually a good thing. I know sometimes it can be bad. She probably bought 3 or 4 dozen bananas every single game, and they were gone by the end because it got so humid in there. And to prevent stuff like this pretty much from happening, it's tough. And yeah, that looked like a pretty bad one too. So glad he's able to walk off at least. Probably sit out a few plays. I think he played the whole game against Black earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Looked pretty close.
That made sense. Box lacrosse is something I'd love to call. I know we were trying to get that together back in June, but time is on our side in that realm. Chicago more immediately crosses the timeline, and we're back to play. 13:48 to go in the first half. College football score update from Boulder, Colorado. 27-7 USC over Deion Sanders' Colorado Buffaloes right now.
Yeah, I've been following that. That's been an interesting saga.
He's brought millions in media to the university, has Deion.
I don't like his attitude personally, but I mean,
Shot and a goal there for Chicago Inter's Grzinski. Go ahead.
that was a goal. I'm not a fan of his attitude, Deion Sanders' attitude. However, he is a good coach. I will give him credit where credit is due. So, that is in fact not a goal for them.
6-4. So take it
back.
They took it
back
off.
now, y'all.
We do too. 12:52 left to go in the first half of play. CalHeat looking to advance. Loose ball. Whistle goes. I've got to get Josh Hedrick's thoughts on Prime at some point.
Yeah, we could have a whole conversation about that later.
As that ball stripped, CalHeat will keep possession. If you want to watch the Colorado game, it is on Fox. Open another tab on your computer if you want to. That shot goes high. I believe the deflection put it out of play. Timeout on the floor with 12:07 to go in the first half.
Yep, that's going to be a push. That's going to be another 2-minute.
And a 7-meter?
Yep.
Double whammy time against Chicago, potentially.
Yeah, I thought that looked like he went off of Patrick's shoulder. I thought maybe it could have went off his head, but he didn't go down, so
Asphalt thwarted by a kick save. So just a single whammy with the 2-minute call.
Yeah, that's the best case scenario for Chicago in that. Obviously, the penalty, not having the penalty would be good, but
I mean,
saving the shot is big.
Equals out.
Yep.
Chozik at the pivot point for Chicago Inter. No, he's not.
Got a comment saying Chicago needs Jordan to win against Balti. I'm assuming Michael Jordan, unless there's another Jordan in there. I don't know.
That shot went wide from about half court for CalHeat. In reply to the commenter, Michael and Scottie Pippen, question mark?
Maybe.
Let's see. We'll we'll see if there's a response to that. But great Chicago basketball memory there from you. And those of you who want to interact with us in the chat, feel free, drop a comment, team you're supporting, player that you are rooting for, or if you want us to go back into Handball 101, we can do that too. Loose ball on the floor.
Also, let us know if you like the black and white. We can keep it. I personally don't, so we'll switch off if we can. But again, appreciate you guys working with us here, providing as much content as we can, especially considering how small handball is in the United States.
Growing, but nowhere near European level as a goal scored 6-5 in favor of CalHeat. Timeout on the floor to CalHeat. And if I am, or if you, I should say, if you are CalHeat right now with a 1-goal lead, what are you hearing in that huddle?
Taking care of the ball. They could have had two more goals on an empty net. They just lost track of the ball. Maybe got a little ahead of themselves too at the start. Take care of the, honestly, take care of the ball. Maybe slow down, play their offense more. Chicago has a good, strong defense. That must just be a Midwest thing. So yeah, that's what I would probably be saying. I can't read lips.
And for Chicago?
Keep pressuring them. They're exploiting little gaps in the defense of CalHeat. So if they keep doing that and keep creating opportunities for themselves, they'll eventually get by Balti, which they have been. The last two have been doing that. So this maybe take care of it a little bit more. Get back quicker on defense if you're going up 7-6 or whatever for players.
CalHeat will have possession out of the break. Up 6-5, back underway we go. 10:15 to go in the first half of play. Final match in pool play.
Yep, just a note. Currently, the way that the cameras is set up is going to be black and white for a little bit. The other cameras that have color need to be charged, and this is what we have to work with right now. So we are aware of it, and we will probably be able to get it back in the second half. We're just trying to be able to show the game currently. So thanks for bearing with us, and appreciate the note as well.
Chicago with possession inside their 6-player, or an attacker wrestled down to the floor. That being Dambraskis.
Yep, this is going to be a 7.
Taken by Stefan Asarik.
Yep.
Asarik scores.
He loves shooting there.
That guy has a rifle from there.
Yep.
And that's as unbiased an opinion as one can get. CalHeat with possession. Clausen brings it ahead for the men in what typically would be orange.
Would be gray on your screen.
Lighter color, gray to you. Clausen to Paulus. Paulus loads and fires. Not nearly a valuable check for Jalabert as a player for CalHeat wrestled to the floor. 8.5 to go in the half. Time on your screen is strictly unofficial. We'll do the best we can to keep up in the building. As CalHeat tried to get a shot away there for Clausen, but it did not work. CalHeat with the movement, though, as they'll keep possession in the attack. Clausen got it from Paulus. And now Chicago getting a little bit lax in their defense. Saved by Jalabert. That may go by the wayside as CalHeat keeps possession.
Yep, passive call as well. That's 1, 2.
And you get
4, I believe.
3.
I don't think the first one counts. Oh, maybe it does. Wait, 1, 2. Okay, they must have had one pass before, so I was one off on the counting.
Okay.
But yeah, when you see a handball one-on-one, huh.
101,
Yep.
sure.
When you see the ref put their hand up, the team that is attacking has 4 passes. It's called a passive play because they just don't want people to move the ball around and just hang on to the ball without making it towards the net. So you see them have 4 passes, essentially.
Brought back ahead by Chicago Inter. Loose pill picked up by Chicago. And Josic.
Oh, just missed that. Good save.
Nice swat of that ball. Chicago maintaining the possession. And something that I'm taking note of is the extended possessions that Chicago and, well, both teams are exposing themselves to.
That's funny. I've never seen that happen. The ball stops pretty much right on the line, and it's like, does the goalie pick it up or not?
Great
That's a good
shot from distance.
Yeah, he's got a cannon.
Clausen with that goal, 7-6. 6 minutes and a nickel to play in the opening half.
Yeah, it looks like Chicago's going to try going 7-on-6 here, I think.
Jalabert
Yep.
off floor, you're right.
Don't usually see that very much.
Leads to a goal for Chicago Inter, tying the score at 7. Jalabert now back in his crease as CalHeat gets the attack. Paulus delivers cross court. Short side shot, and how about that angle for CalHeat to go back up 8-7?
Yeah, that's a good shot. He's got a very accurate arm on him. I personally was struggling with his shots yesterday. But yeah, I mean, he takes 2 steps in, and then it's a good easy wing, opens up the angle more.
And once you get the goal or the tender committed, then as the attacker, you have more to shoot at.
Yep.
Loose ball.
That one's going in.
That goes in the net. 9-7 CalHeat. And that's one of those times where Jalabert or a goalkeeper being off in the 7-on-6 situation burns you square in the backside.
I wonder if you want to do this more when you're up, because then you can give yourself a few goals and then keep the pressure going. I see why they're doing it while they're down, because then they can have the extra attacker. It's just maybe
a little bit more risky when you're down.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, even when you're playing, even when you're like EHF, which is European Handball Federation, which is like the top league in Europe, a lot of times they'll do this when they're down a player regardless, and like it's just normal. It's not very common in the U.S.
That ball tossed around. CalHeat with possession, and the goal scored by Kondev.
Yep.
Darko.
That was really good. Really good
attack.
Yes, thank you. Blanking there. For CalHeat to get that up the court. Wow, I'm just losing my words right now. I promise I'm fine.
I can vouch.
Not dying, but just a little bit. Anyways.
CalHeat had that attack. They're looking for stick 'em on the ball, maybe. Timeout on the floor.
Yeah, they want to switch the ball out. I guess it's too wet. A little slick. I mean, stick 'em is good, but if the ball is slick, even with the stick 'em, it's going to be tough.
Yep.
Also, shout outs to our towel men or boys, whatever, towel people. Taking care of the wet spots on the gym.
Very humid today in the Minneapolis area, and that's what's leading to the slick spots on the floor.
Yep. I will say, this is better conditions than the women's national team played at down in South America. They had to forfeit a game because, like, it was skating. Like, torrential downpour. Unfortunately, that's just kind of I mean, it's not safe to play. You shouldn't play in that anyways. But the facilities up here are a lot better than the facilities down there for that kind of thing. So, yeah, better conditions than there, I guess.
Goodness.
Yep. Anyways.
3:18 to go as a shot by Garcia or by Chosick was answered with a kick save by Balti.
Yep, he's been good again today. He was great last night.
Yeah,
and
certainly.
He's been really good today too. So if he can keep that up, MVG.
CalHeat shouldn't go. Or Balti off 7 on 6.
2, 4, 6. I guess they were down a player.
Oh,
Is they had a penalty?
6 on 7. So down a man. Our CalHeat. Balti off is the point I'm trying to make.
Yep.
And Paulus with possession. Loose change. Whistle goes. Jersey tug on Garcia. Or Garcia's jersey was tugged.
Yeah, okay.
So CalHeat with possession. Short side. Got the Tendy to commit. And Gelabert was there.
I didn't see where the ball was, and I assumed that was going to roll in, but it was on the outside of the net.
Now Chicago.
Good
What
save.
a save by Balti.
Yeah, he's keeping CalHeat in there again. He's had like 3 or 4 monster saves, which, I mean, Chicago would be up at that point. So
CalHeat still down a man. 1:55 to go in the first half.
Mm-hmm. Also notes. Ooh, held on to it.
Shifty play and a great goal from Paulus. You wanted to note?
We're gonna get the color back on. We just have to deal with it right now. So those of you that are watching, thank you for dealing with us. Welcome back to the 50s. Back to the future night here. Just need an under the sea dance, and everything is there. But good defense there by CalHeat on the.
I've heard a DeLorean
Presence.
is parked out in the parking lot. No, I'm joking.
There
Stop.
is one in Minnesota somewhere. I've seen it a few times. So who knows? Maybe
Really?
Doc Brown's in it or driving it. I don't know.
Tada
Ooh, that's
loses possession for CalHeat, and Chicago Inter looking to turn and go quickly. Down 4, final minute of play.
Oh yeah, and that's pause too. Yeah, we got a minute left. Ooh, that's
Great
a
shot by
beautiful
Garcia.
shot.
Or check that. That is Chosick. 11 to 8. Incidental contact at the midcourt, or towards the midcourt line. CalHeat with possession. 39 to go in the half.
Yeah, maybe a 2-minute. Just letting him play though, which is good.
Tada from Paulus. Dropped off.
Oh.
Great shot by Garcia. Good idea. Just up over the cage.
Yeah.
20 left in the half.
Good ball movement there by CalHeat. They got to keep doing that kind of stuff, and then I mean, just got to put it in the back of the net at that point.
Certainly.
But kind of been playing a lot more with the backs than the pivot or the line player.
Chosick gets it back at the 9. His shot goes in. Roman Chosick, as the buzzer sounds, 11 to 9 CalHeat. Quickly impressions in the first half.
CalHeat was looking a little lax there at the beginning and then towards the end. And I mean, Chicago, like I said, I think Chicago is a thorn in CalHeat's side. Chicago always comes to play. And I know CalHeat goes through many iterations of their team. Like, this isn't their number 1 team. This is like 1.5. So they have 2 teams, so they take 2 players from both teams. I think they just got to, I mean, towards the end, they were passing it to the pivot, moving it around a lot more. They got to keep doing that.
Let's take a timeout. Halftime at Kennedy Activity Center. CalHeat up 11-9. We'll have the second half next. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Kennedy Activity Center as the Minnesota Fall Classic continues with CalHeat ahead of Chicago Winter 11-9 at the break. Jeff Disher, Josh Walinga. And you see on your screen the matchups for tomorrow starting to figure themselves out as Denver will take on Minnesota Green in the 5th place game at 10:30 tomorrow. The semifinals coming up. See NYAC and Black move through. Or is that, do I have that the other way around?
Black Wings is Black. So Minnesota Black is playing 5th place. Minnesota Green, I mean, it's technically white, but I figured out. Anyways.
Gotcha. Minnesota Black in the 5th place game tomorrow.
Yes.
Minnesota Green in a semifinal coming up. The winner of this game moves to
play Minnesota Green.
And the loser will play
NYAC. Apologies again, cameras are still charging. It's going to be black and white. It might be black and white for the first semifinal game. We're working to get that fixed currently. I'd have to shut the stream down and restart it. Kind of would rather just deal with it being black and white and have the stream constantly going. So thank you for bearing with us. My apologies for this. It is a lot more difficult to get all the moving parts together when it comes to a computer. I know that it can be better. We're working on it. We appreciate you. And also, SJ says hello from France, and you are very welcome for streaming this. Thanks for you are very welcome, and we are very happy to provide this content for you.
Saprovic shoots one going down to his head. There's a 2-minute call against CalHeat. Leads to a Chicago or a continuation of the Chicago possession. 11-9, 28 seconds in to the second half. Tight game. He is Josh Walinga. I am Jeff Disher as this goes to the near wing. Touched over to Chozik. Firing was Ike Nachi, and he scores for Chicago.
Yep, big opportunity for Chicago there. See if CalHeat can respond.
11-10 in favor of CalHeat. And CalHeat with the possession in their attack.
Yep, moving the ball around.
Slowing the play down as that one will get touched off by Kondev. And now Chicago comes back towards midcourt. You want a definition of heat? Try a jalapeno Caesar wrap from Jimmy John's.
Ooh,
solid.
That sounds good. Also, those sweet chili Takis are pretty good too. Good save.
Wow. Little help from the iron never hurts.
Yep.
For Balti.
Stopping the fast break, very important.
Certainly, in a 1-goal game.
Well, that wasn't. Never mind. That wasn't fast break. That was just you broke through. Anyways.
I got you.
Yep. Still impressive to get a fast break. Anyways.
CalHeat with possession as Clausen picks this one up. It goes to Garcia, and Tada in at the pivot point. Wrestled to the ground was Clausen. And a timeout on the floor to repair the slick spot. We don't need any more split skis. And back to play we go. Clausen. Tada working. Whistle. Travel. We'll go the other way. Fast break. No. Chicago doesn't need a fast break. They score from three-quarter court. 11-11. They're like, fast break? We don't need no stinking fast break.
Exactly.
CalHeat with possession as they cross the timeline into the attack. I believe that was Chozik with the goal for Chicago that tied the game just a second ago. 3 minutes in. And the ball touched back to Clausen. In the 4th minute, Clausen up high and out of play, allowing Chicago to take control. The time on your screen, strictly unofficial, 21:35 to go in the second half.
Yep, I will get
So about 3.5 minutes gone. Chozik slowing play down for Chicago. This goes to Saprovic, who goes to Chozik. Chozik drops it near corner. Chozik near wing. Now Chicago slowing things down, dropped off Saprovic. Saprovic, far wing. Now far corner, couldn't get the angle for Gruzinski. Whistle goes. Passive, I believe, called on Chicago. So they have a 2 passes, and they get the shot away with the last one, and they score.
Yeah, that one just trickled in. Balti was in the right spot. It just a little slower, so he was there, and it just bounced over instead of hitting the foot at the same time.
12-11 to Chicago, as CalHeat looking to answer. Brought to Paulus. Paulus drops off to Tada. Tada goes around 1. Clausen loses the pill. Chicago can't exit the defense.
Yep, that was a push. Push the player out of the way for the ball.
A push off. So we'll keep it here. CalHeat with possession on this side of the court. Whistle goes, halting the play but not the move. Clausen restarts. Now he gets it back up high. Clausen down low, got it to Paulus. Near corner, shot in the goal. Kondev.
Play 7-on-6 again, I think.
Man down
4 or 5.
are.
Yeah, no, 7-on-6.
So the man down are Chicago Heat.
Nope.
No.
They're even. They're just playing 7.
Oh, goaltender's off.
Yeah.
Timeout on the floor. Before the shot, what did the official see?
I think it was a wing interference.
2-minute call.
So these ones are tough because as a wing player, if you're shooting, you want to make contact with the defensive player. And then as a defensive player, you don't want to give them so much space that they can do that, but they're running into you. It's a catch-22 on defense there. So pretty much all you can do is just do everything you can to just turn into a stick and hopefully that they don't catch a leg or something dumb.
Statue-esque.
Yep. Because even if you put your hands up, they can wrap their arm around you. And both teams have been doing it too, which, I mean, you really want to do anyways.
Tada gets around 1 before the shot goes off. The whistle goes. We'll hang here. CalHeat with the possession. And who is going to get the restart? That'll be Garcia, who goes to the pivot point of Paulus. Paulus dropped the change, and he pushed off.
Yeah, we'll catch up the time here again. 'Cause getting so into the game. 6-8.
CalHeat with possession. 18-20 left to go in the second half.
It's a good save.
Jalabert now coming off in favor of the extra attacker for Chicago Inter. But Jalabert has always had a knack for making the saves that he needs to make, and even making some that he shouldn't have to. Back to Chozik. Chozik dropped that off. And the whistle went before the shot. That's Nachi wearing number 13. Stoppage on the court to repair a slick spot. 17 and a half minutes to go in the game. Winner to the second semifinal, loser to the first semifinal. CalHeat on the breakout, empty net, goes in the net, does that. Benoit cruise it with the goal. 13 apiece. Now Chicago Inter calling the play up top. Brought ahead by Saprovic as he gets back to his pivot point of Roman Chozik. Shot up over the cage. Now to play. Just think if there were stoppages at every time the ball went out of play.
Yeah.
Then handball matches would drag on, similar to cricket matches.
Yeah, except you don't play over 4 days.
This is true.
Or 3. I think it's 3 technically.
I think your test matches are 3 days. Whistle goes, halt to play, but the movement still with CalHeat. And the possession still with CalHeat.
Yeah. He wanted a call. I don't think he's going to get a call because he's not, because they haven't called it. He wants a call, but he's falling. He's moving forward and falling to the ground. So that's why it's like looking like it's high. But yeah.
Back to play we go. Chicago with the ball. This goes to Chozik, and Chozik swims near his attack. It goes instead to Saprovic. Loose on the far side. Saprovic picks it up. This goes to Asaric. Asaric shoots one. Bounce on the shot. Save made, but the halt to play, giving Chicago the passive. And we'll play on. Incidental bump.
Yeah.
Chicago still with the passive. I would assume there's one pass left.
Yeah, so in situations like this, you get one pass to the player that doesn't count because it's technically like they're throwing in.
Save made on the knuckleball, and out of play it goes. So they get one pass to establish is what I'm sensing.
Yeah. Oh,
What a save by Balti. Or
Jalabert.
check that. That was Jalabert. I've seen Balti play on that end twice in this tournament
Yep.
so far, so I'm used to it. Patrick, I need to profusely apologize to you. Brought back ahead by Chicago Inter.
Ooh.
And Nachi unable to score that one. 13 apiece. 14:50 to play. As an incidental contact at the top of the 6 leads to a whistle. I believe a 2-minute
Yep.
was called. Was it a double whammy? Because it looks that way.
Nope, it's going to be a 9 because...
Okay. So 9-meter restart coming.
Yep, that's what
Yep.
it looks like.
So just the typical whammy treatment. No double whammy of a 2-minute and a 7-meter given up. CalHeat with possession. Time 14:40 left in the half. Was going to start to say time not on the side of either team, but we're not there yet.
Nope.
Ball in the corner. That ball taken away. Will hang here.
Yeah, again, that's where the wing puts his hand up, and the player, you put your hands like this, it can catch. So really the only thing you can do is just kind of cross your arms in front of you and just kind of sit there. So
7-meter throw for CalHeat. Shot and a goal.
that's CalHeat's first goal in a while, actually.
Darko, the goal scorer, Condev for CalHeat. 13:50 to go in the game. Winner to the second semifinal at 2:45. Loser plays right away.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Whistle at the top of the arc. And back to play we go. Chicago Inter rather with possession. Quick shot, save made Balti. I got that one right. And CalHeat will regain control.
Want to go quick?
CalHeat proving that, but you've got to make those passes count.
Yep, that was good hustle, and also good on them to just calm down for a second to get that set back up.
CalHeat with a shot and a no, take that off the board. With what would typically be a goal, not the case though. 12.5 minutes left to play. Would you think about a timeout here if you're Chicago, or start thinking about a timeout?
No, it's pretty close. I think if CalHeat gets like 2 goals in a row, or well, maybe I guess if you're throwing the ball away like that, you might want to. But yeah, usually you want to.
CalHeat with the offense, and they go up 2, 15-13, 12 and a dime left to play.
I think maybe 1 more goal like that, maybe 2 more goals like that, then yeah, you probably want to take a timeout.
Up the floor, this goes to Saprovic, and Saprovic to Ostapchuk. Saprovic surveys his options, finds a seam, drops it off far side. Save Balti. I feel like a truck could have gone through that seam last time down for Chicago Inter. Dragged down as Tada.
Yep, he was falling forward on that, so.
CalHeat maintains the attack with 11.5 to go. They're up 2, so that only helps CalHeat establish themselves. Brought back to Kondev. Kondev tried to find Tada. Out of play?
Yep, out of play.
CalHeat with possession as this one's brought back in by Tada. Tada got that to Kondev. Shot from distance. Saved Gelabert.
Yep, that one's a pretty easy stop. You can read that one when they're jumping from 9. And I mean, he's got a cannon, but regardless, it doesn't quite have the whip that like a lot of European players have.
Corner brings the ball back into play for Chicago.
Yep, and he's younger too, so that's why he doesn't quite have that yet.
Over near side is Chicago looking for the angle.
Good
save,
save.
Balti. Rebound comes out to Garcia. Garcia shoots and scores. Jonathan Garcia, 10.25 remaining, 16-13 Chicago. I know who my player of the game nomination would be. I'll bet you do too.
Enlighten me.
Keeper?
Yeah, I'd say that, or 54 Clausen, I think.
Jalti?
Yeah, Yalta.
Or Yalta, excuse
Yep.
me.
He plays with us. That's the only reason I know that. So.
Goofball.
Oh.
9:45 to go in the game, 16-14 in favor of CalHeat. Kondev. Whistle before the shot. And now you're starting to get into a neighborhood for CalHeat, or for Chicago Inter rather, where time not necessarily on your side if you're trading goals with CalHeat.
Yep, we have a couple Go Chicagos in the chat. So yeah, you got some fans on your side there, Chicago. Let's see if you can pull this back. Maybe get a 1-goal game and keep it there for a while, and then come forward.
Dragged down was Kondev. Offensively for CalHeat, I'd maybe go Kondev among my nominations. Shot and a goal.
Yep.
by Paulus.
Yep. He would be, I think, my other one.
Timeout on the floor. 8:46 to go, second half.
Yep.
16-14 in favor of CalHeat.
Thank you. Heads up.
8:46 to go, second half of play. CalHeat ahead 17-14. Chicago Inter back in control. As that ball found near side by Ostapchuk. It goes to Saprovic and Chozik in the attack. Chozik near corner. Whistle halts the movement. And CalHeat on the turn gets it to Tada. And now brought back ahead by CalHeat after a quick Chicago Inter possession. Whistle goes, physical play on in the near corner. Led to the stoppage, 7:55 to go in the second half as Tada will restart for CalHeat. Now CalHeat with the restart, and Kondev goes to Tada at the pivot point. Kondev to Tada, swap to Asfog. Asfog rises, loses the ball on the pass, and the goal is scored by CalHeat, 18-14. Here comes Chicago, and now they're getting to a point where the clock is their enemy as Ostapchuk goes cross court with it. Saprovic gets this to Chozik. Ostapchuk. Chozik, whistle goes, halt to play. And Chicago still with the move. Seven minutes to play in the game. 18-14 CalHeat. Loose change on the court. Save made Balti. Quick fast break for CalHeat. They're stretching their lead to 5. 6 3/4 minutes to go. As Chicago Inter looks to turn. Chozik got that to Saprovic. Saprovic goes far corner off the outside of the iron and out. Brought back ahead by CalHeat, looking to stretch the lead to 6. Tada crosses the timeline. And Bradley brings it on, or check that. Paulus brought it on for CalHeat. Paulus to Tada. Tada goes to Kondev. Drop to Asfog. Asfog drops this. Tada spins around one. Save made in the rebound, controlled by Chicago. And on the ricochet, out to play that would be Balti, and he made the stop with a little help from his friends. 5:45 left to go in regulation, 19-14 in favor of CalHeat.
Yeah, another defensive game for both teams. I think CalHeat's just a little bit off right now. Usually they're scoring. I mean, Patrick's been doing really well in the net. So just missing shots like that, just a little too far one way. I think that's what's really hurting CalHeat from pulling away further, but both teams have been playing very well.
Chicago looking to establish possession. Plenty of time left in the game. Shows it. Gets around one without drawing contact, and that leads to a goal that is allowed.
I don't know about that one, but
19-15, I believe.
yep.
And CalHeat down a man as a 2-minute call occurs. And that's what I was looking for. I thought I saw the 2 go up, and I did.
Yeah, I thought that might have been on Chicago because he had his arm around the CalHeat player, but I guess if you're closing up on defense, then that would explain it.
Tada delivers down low to Clausen. Clausen back to Tada. That pass intercepted. And now here goes Chicago. A score-as-you-like power play or man up for Chicago. And Saprovic makes CalHeat pay. 19-16.
Yep.
Too used to calling hockey around here.
Mm.
But a 2-minute man up, score-as-you-like man up for Chicago.
Yep.
Under 4 minutes to go, 19-16 our score. The game slowing down to a crawl. As it's Garcia who gets this from Yalty. Clausen shoots one. Save made Jalabert. Jalabert looking for a fast break. Hold everything. 3.5 minutes to go. Once we get things restarted.
I think they're looking at possible score discrepancy, but this looks good on here. Okay.
We go with the scores table generally.
Yep.
19-16 our score. 3:25 left to go in regulation. Tada drops that one off as CalHeat looks to advance into their attack. Garcia looking for Tada. Found him. Clausen. Tada goes far wing. Tada near wing. Shot saved Jalabert, and it just stayed out.
Yep, that was a very fortunate roll for Patrick.
Home roll, if you will, for Jalabert. Chozik blocked, rebound, kicked away. That ball came to a stop very quickly for Balti.
Yep, that was a good save. That Stickum will do that too. Sometimes Stickum doesn't go your way, but
Shot and a goal for CalHeat, going up 20-16. And now time becoming the enemy of Chicago Inter. Down 4, 2:20 to play. None of this and one business. That's at the target center. And a quick shot saved by Balti. You'd think one more goal here for CalHeat would almost cinch a spot in the second semifinal.
yep. Now CalHeat's gonna do what they always do to close out games. They're gonna take a step back. They're gonna just throw the ball around. Obviously make movements to try to get a goal, but right now it's just kind of more cruise control mode. They want to eat up 30, 40 seconds on the clock.
1:43 to go. Loose ball. Chicago can't advance. Will stay here with 95 left. Tada dropped that off, and he got it to Clausen. Tipped away, and Chicago will advance, but only as far as half court.
Yeah, that's good. Good hustle by Yalta to get that
Whistle, timeout on the floor to CalHeat. 81 seconds to go in the game. Who are early polls telling you should be player of the game?
I'd say, who is it, 36?
For CalHeat, Asfog,
yeah.
the right winger.
Yep, I'd say he's been pretty solid. Who's the other guy? He plays, I think he's one of their center backs.
For CalHeat, I've got
34. I think 34. I don't know names. You've got the names.
I don't have a 34.
14.
I have Max Paulus as a back.
Paulus, yeah. I think I'd say Paulus or the wing would be my two. Balti's been doing really good, but they've been passing and getting the goals when needed. So
We can get off the goaltender bandwagon for a game. Okay with that.
yeah, minute 20. They just gotta drain the clock down. No dumb turnovers, and just calm down. And I think then that's all she wrote.
And CalHeat will play in the second semifinal. We'll show you how those brackets lay out prior to the interview happening. 1:10 to go. We'll keep our clock frozen as a minute is left and a quick shot goes in. 21-16 CalHeat.
Less than a minute. I think it's safe to say CalHeat's got this one.
They'll go into the second semifinal at 2:45.
Yep, against Minnesota Green.
And Chicago Inter will be right back on this floor as they take on NYAC in the first semifinal. Quick shot was blocked, but the whistle went. 23 seconds to go. I'm going to go Max Paulus for our player of the game.
Yep.
14 seconds, and we'll get the Max Paulus interview with the two of us shortly as that shot goes in. 21-17. That'll do it, though. And Chicago will be back on this floor to play in the second or the first semifinal shortly against NYAC. But until then, we'll bring Max Paulus up high and give him the man of the match treatment up high here as the Fall Classic continues from Bloomington. Back in Bloomington at the Kennedy Activity Center, Max Paulus joining us as the man of the match. And Max, what did you just see from CalHeat offensively that you could take note of for the second semifinal coming up in a little bit?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here.
Certainly.
Fun game to play. Definitely closer than we hoped it to be, but that's always fun too. I think for the semifinal, we have to stay with our structured play. We have a good player on every single position, so the only thing we have to make sure is that the ball arrives at the next position, because at some point there will be a gap. Especially in the second half, I think we can outrun a couple teams here. So if we keep up the pace in the second half, it's going to be a good game.
Josh Wallinga.
Yeah, you guys looked a little tentative at the beginning of the start, and I don't know if it's just because you hadn't played a game yet today. Do you think you'll get over that going into the next game since you're a little more warmed up, or do you think that was just kind of like a one-time fluke?
I mean, it's also the first tournament of the season. We have quite a couple new players in the squad, and we switched from tournament to tournament. So I think it's not the fact that we didn't have a game before today, but in general, it's the first tournament, and every game will get better as a team.
And what, if anything, can you improve on from seeing Minnesota Green play over the course of this tournament? And I guess what can you establish from a mindset as you go into your the second semifinal against Green, a team that you have not seen in person thus far in the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we watched that game yesterday, but I think we can just ignore that. But they played a pretty strong game this morning. We watched that back at the hotel, so I think the biggest thing is not stopping in defense. I think this morning has shown that they really want to get something done here at the home tournament, and didn't stop. Like, they were 3 goals down beginning of second half and came back, and we're up by 5. So I think never stopping, especially in defense, like touching the first guy, second guy doesn't do enough, right? You have to stay focused till the end, and I think Minnesota will give everything in that game.
Can't stop, won't stop, right?
That's right.
I will give Josh Wallinga the last question if he has one.
I don't have one. Congratulations making it to the semis. Let's see if you guys can go back-to-back champions, right?
Thank you.
That is Max Paulus, and we will have the first semifinal between Chicago and New York Athletic Club coming up. the Fall Classic continues as semifinal Saturday begins with NYAC and Chicago Inter, who, for the first time in this tournament, don't get a games break. Josh Walenga at my side, Jeff Disher here as we get set for semifinal number 1.
Apologies for the camera. It's probably going to end up being black and white for the rest of the day today. Otherwise, we could be a radio show, but we appreciate you hanging in there with us, working through these technical difficulties, as happens when you don't have professional equipment. Either way, excited for this game. See how Chicago plays. They gave it all against CalHeat.
Do they have any left in the tank?
That is going to be the question. I think NYAC, because they're warmed up but also rested because they had a in-between game break. I think that's going to work in NYAC's favor. Although, with that being said, Chicago can still take it to them, and I think they're going to, because they're hungry. They want probably a rematch against CalHeat. I trust my Minnesota brethren to do well, but again, CalHeat is kind of the favorites to win the tournament again. They won last year, so if NYAC can play strong and stop Chicago and make them run, it'll be beneficial. But if Chicago can just, play their game, it's going to be tough for NYAC then.
So you've got, as I'm hearing it, you've got NYAC CalHeat in the final.
I do, and the reason for that is because Chicago's tired. Like, if Chicago was fresh, I would say I could see Chicago making it to the championship game. CalHeat, they're going to have a break. Minnesota has had a break since this morning, too. But CalHeat is a lot more experienced, and they have a lot more elite, quote-unquote, players. Plus, they're the favorites. They're like the defending national champions. They're playing in the Super Globes, which is like a club tournament around the world. So that's kind of why they're the favorites. However, that's not to say that Minnesota can't make it against them. It's going to be tough. And so, yeah, I predict a CalHeat NYAC final. And then for that game, I'm actually not sure who would win that, because they're both strong. They both have strong players. And since this is kind of CalHeat's like 1.5 team, they have some of their top players and some other players. As you heard Paolo say earlier, new players that might come into play, because these players have played, except maybe Bolger. He's the only one that's not on the roster normally. So that's my prediction. Will that come true? We'll find out here. We got 2 more games today. So thanks for tuning in this weekend. And we're about to get started again.
Semifinal number 1, New York and Chicago. Continuous life against flyover country, if you will.
The heart of the city against the other heart of the Midwest city.
Yeah.
New York Athletic Club is big in New York, as you know. They have a lot of Olympians that come and run track. Very, very nice facility. I've only seen pictures of it. I haven't actually been there. But then again, I've never been to New York. Chicago, I've been there many times. Great diversity of people and players. Many, many, many different people of different nationalities that have played in Europe, come from Europe and grew up playing it. And NYAC, a couple of homegrown players, but again, a lot of experience there. So this is gonna be a good game. Hopefully, Chicago can keep up with NYAC, and maybe we'll see a surprise. If anyone's gonna surprise NYAC, it's gonna be Chicago.
I was actually in Chicago for a week after the national tournament, or a few weeks after the national tournament we did in Holland. And if we're honest, the stuffed pie will always have my heart in the Windy City.
That is some good stuff. Deep dish pizza, you have to get Chicago-made deep dish pizza if you're ever in Chicago.
Certainly. Underway, Chicago with the first possession of the matchup. Winner moves on. Loser plays for third tomorrow. It's as simple as it gets. No need for tiebreakers. No need for records. You can throw goal differential out the window now. Chozik with this as he goes back to Saprovic. Saprovic back to Chozik. Chozik waiting, fires near side. Quick shot and in. Ostapchuk with the first goal of the semis. New York Athletic Club coming across the timeline. Bulger handles the ball. That's Ethan Pickett wearing 44. Look, I've adjusted. And Kendrick Thomas out on the floor as well for New York Athletic Club. Thomas, Pickett scores.
Good shot. Hard to read when you're as a goalie, when you have the shooter standing behind someone.
And Chicago on the recoil. Bear hug, halt the play, but the movement and the possession still with Chicago. For those of you tuning into the semifinals, feel free to interact with us in the comments widget on the right of the stream. Drop who you're rooting for, whether it be a team or a player. Or if you have a question about the sport, we can always go into Handball 101 as well. 3-on-1 for NYAC, excuse me, as Bulger scores and bulges the net.
Yep, he is athletic. He, I don't think Mike King took a break last game he played, and I think Bulger maybe had 2 minutes off of the court. And I know we know that he's young and he's fast from nationals because he played beach and he played indoor.
Yeah.
And just absolute machine, but
might have that happen again next summer. A lot of time before that.
Mm-hmm.
And Saprovic couldn't get the shot away before the whistle halted the play.
A lot of teams here will probably be, it's good D.
Great block. Bulger a bit quick. Chicago with the ball.
Yeah, a lot of teams you'll see at the Nationals next year. Some teams that...
Second Nationals.
Well, the second Nationals, yeah. The American Handball
Company. Yep.
Company Nationals is like the second. That one's a fun tournament.
And we can officially confirm the Union one?
The Union one's going to be in Vegas in May. No set date yet. Back to the, the Golden City? Silver City?
Something like that.
Sin City.
I've heard of a potential date. I won't mention that yet, though. I'm not authorized. Brought ahead by NYAC. Shot in the goal. Bulger.
Yeah. If this was last game, Chicago would be getting back on defense. But since they're gassed at this point, NYAC can take advantage of that. And, they have. 2 of 3 goals have been on fast breaks like that.
4 minutes in. And a shot from the 6, good for Saprovic, 3-2. Some of these teams playing, these outstate teams playing in this tournament travel well. You just saw that with Chicago Inter and the last game that they played. The building was jumping, we'll say, as a whistle goes, and a halt to play.
That's an early 2. I guess they've been playing and they know who to look out for some of those. So that's a good save.
7-meter throw for Pickett goes by the wayside.
Yep, good save by Patrick. Chicago really needed that, especially since they're down 1 player. Again, thanks for tuning in. Apologies for the black and white video. I know it's not ideal. It wouldn't be a tournament without technical difficulties, as we know by now. So tomorrow for sure we'll have the colorized. Ooh, that's a good shot.
Twisted wrister, if you will, for Chicago. 3-all our score. Halt to play before the shot.
Yep. Chicago's looking for a charge. Couldn't do that when you wrapped up. So, you know.
Gonna have to work a little harder than that if you want to draw the charge.
Yes. That's a good shot.
Goal scored. And NYAC goes up 4-3. Those of you who want to open another tab and get ready for Georgia and Auburn as the SEC on CBS game of the week can do that in about an hour.
Ooh, #1 Georgia. Okay.
Michigan and Nebraska on Fox as well. Don't open 3 tabs in Chrome. It can't handle it.
It can. You just need the powerful enough computer for it. You should see my work tabs. Actually, I only have 4. I knew someone that would have 100 open. I don't know how they did it.
Oof.
Yep.
Oof.
They're great people, but they're crazy for doing that.
18:40 to go. First half of play. Chicago with a 7-meter throw. And Saprovic scores.
Yep, that's a good shot.
4-all.
Get the goalie to move. I think Lippert was expecting it to go to the top right because usually you'll fake to one side and then go to the other.
Mm-hmm.
But that was textbook placement there. Get him to move and then just go over the top.
Now Pickett rises, passes off, and he goes to El Said. Pickett, the pivot man, and Bulger tomahawked that.
It's a 2.
2.
And it's going to be a 9. So no goal.
9-meter restart.
Yes.
And the 9-meter is the dotted line on the floor that you see there.
Mostly, yeah. You can kind of see it on one corner. There's also glare from the lights. Unfortunately, we don't have. Yeah, I mean, it's high school. You gotta have the kids be able to get their sun. It's already torture enough.
Bulger got that from Kendrick Thomas. And the halt to play.
Good effort trying to get it back again.
We will tell you that once we get the color back tomorrow, you will be able to see that dotted blue line.
Yep.
Certainly.
You can at least see the 6-meter mostly. Pretty good job about keeping that there.
NYAC with the extended possession. 17.25 remaining in the first half. Delivered far side by Bulger. Jalabert wrapped it up.
Yep.
And made the save.
Molecules there from Mike King on the line. As soon as he let go, I think he's like, maybe I get away with this, but no, refs are really good about watching that 6-meter line.
Chozik delivers into the attack for Chicago. Saprovic to Chozik. Chozik looking over his options. Saprovic goes back to Ostapchuk. Ostapchuk to Saprovic. Back over to Chozik. Chozik drops far side. Whistle went before the shot.
Another 6-meter. Or within the 6-meter.
And we stay 4-all. 16:25 to go in the first half. Ball dumped off. Far side. Bulger dropped it off. Who is bear hugged? That is Alfara.
Defender was in the 6th there. I don't know. I mean, I guess he wasn't going. He had him wrapped up pretty good. 9 either way.
Shot and a goal for NYAC to go up 5-4. 15:55 to go in the half.
Yeah.
And across the timeline comes Chicago Inter.
So this is about what NYAC looks like at the start of every game. Chicago usually comes out a lot harder, but they're tired.
Certainly. That shot goes in 5-hole on Lippert. As a former goaltender myself, that's the thing I hated most, was letting in a goal through the 5-hole. Timeout on the floor.
Yeah.
For what? are blissfully unaware.
A 2-minute, looks like an illegal substitution maybe?
Oof. Not good if you're Chicago,
No.
but the only saving grace for Chicago Inter being the tie score right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was an illegal substitution. That was the table saying that eagle eye is on the table also. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is what it is. Now Chicago will play a down one.
To a 2-minute score as you like man up for NYAC, meaning you can score at will.
Yep, that's good D.
Ball out of play. NYAC maintains the possession in their attack. Pickett will pick it up, and he throws this one over to Thomas. Near corner, shot, and a goal, El Said. 14:45 to go, semifinal number 1. As Chicago going back into the extra attacker move that they made during the game that they just got gassed in and played in.
Yep, most teams will do that. I really haven't seen like a 7-on-6 before, so that's new. Thanks Chicago for that. It's a good shot.
Shot and a goal. 6s on the board. 14:20 to go in the game's opening half.
I knew it was going to be a close game, but this was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. They paused it? They did pause it, okay.
14:15 left to play in the first half. And in on the shot was Thomas, and he got the goal, 7-6 NYAC.
That was a beautiful shot. It's always great to see the when the ball hits the corner like or goes to the corner like that, and when you see it going there, you're like, that's gonna go in. Well, Scully saves it, but that's a good shot.
Ball dropped off by Saprovic. He got it over to Nachi, and that shot went high. 13.5 left to go in the first half. Chicago with the ball. Delivered by Chozik. Into the net it goes, 7-7. 13.25 remaining in the first half. Up the floor comes NYAC. King on the floor, far corner for NYAC. Short side, and that goes in courtesy of Hadi El Said. Chicago on the recoil as things have to slow, or you would think things would have to slow down for Chicago being being down a goal. You can afford to slow things down at this point.
Yep.
12.5 minutes to play in the first half as this one is found by Chozik, far side. Almost mishandled. Inside, player wrestled down at the 6. But the possession will continue. Chozik dropped it off near corner. Timeout on the floor for that bit of contact.
Yep, 2-minute. The Chicago wing, he really likes running into the defensive wing player.
Ostapchuk.
Yep, but that is how the rules are, and yeah.
7-meter throw coming for Saprovic. Saprovic scores. 8 apiece with 12 minutes to go. Earlier on today in the Ryder Cup, for those who were up late, Scotty Scheffler and Brooks Koepka lost 9-7, which is the most lopsided Ryder Cup match in the history of the event.
Oof.
And that goes back 88 years, 44 playings of the event. Bolger scores,
save.
or actually,
Save.
it was saved, so I saw the net bulge, but No goal there. 8-all. Saprovic loses possession. Chicago will regain. Wrights and Saprovic on the restart. Now in the corner. Chicago with possession. 8-all our score. 10:55 to go in the first half. Saprovic, kick save made by Lippert, and NYAC will be allowed to clear. Now NYAC crossing the timeline into their attack. Pickett mishandles. NYAC keeping the possession alive as we tick down towards the 10-minute mark. King tried to get a shot away. He's muscled off.
Yeah, that's good defense by Chicago. Don't want to do too much to draw a penalty, but able to still do enough to play the body.
That ball stolen by Chicago. Breakout time for Ostapchuk, and he puts it home. 9-8 Chicago. 9:45 to go in the first half.
Yep, thanks for tuning in this weekend. Thanks for dealing with the technical stuff.
Any comments in the YouTube chat that we can get to?
Easy one boy is from Mustafa Nasser. I assume NYAC, but very well could be wrong.
Yeah, that would be NYAC. Mustafa Alfaro is who that comment references.
And that was a goal for NYAC.
9-9 our score.
Yeah, close game. I like seeing close games. I don't like blowouts.
I
don't
agree.
like being on the receiving end of blowouts. But it's always good to see evenly matched teams.
Ebert got that to Chozik, and the shot goes in.
Over.
Oh, no, it was over the net.
Yep. Went over, hit the back bar. Out of bounds.
King dropped that off, and he got it over to Yasin. Now out of play. Jalabert will give chase. Time off the clock as we tick down towards the 8.5-minute mark. Chicago will bring it ahead, and across the timeline they go. Ebert goes to Chozik. Chozik now catches the high pass. Ebert to Chozik. Chozik rises and fires. Lippert with the save. Across comes El Said and NYAC. Back to Thomas. Thomas goes to Yasin. Yasin with a shot. He was harmed before the shot went off as we tick towards the 7.5-minute mark.
Once again, yes, it is streaming black and white. That is because of how the camera is set up currently. I'd have to shut down the stream and get it back up to fix it, and that's take about 10 minutes, so not enough time. It'll probably be black and white for the rest of the day, unfortunately, but we'll get color again tomorrow, so thanks for dealing with us, doing what we can to provide this for you.
NYAC and Thomas with the shot that went wide. NYAC maintains possession. No, they don't. Or it's a 7-meter throw. Let's try that again.
Yep.
El Said with the 7-meter throw coming. Save made. Rebound. Off, firing it out. And Chicago will get position as they cross the center line.
Yeah, that bar was a lifesaver on that rebound.
Saprovic gets this to Chozik, and Chozik the pivot point. Chozik Goes to Saprovic on the left wing. What a save by Aaron Lippert, although we'll hang here. 6 minutes and a dime remaining in the first half. That would be 10 seconds for those unfamiliar with the reference. Chozik down into the near wing and near corner, but unable to handle is Ostapchuk. And New York Athletic Club comes across the center line and the timeline. Shot wide of the mark.
A good save by Patrick.
Ebert will cross. Lopez, no relation to the Twins pitcher who got traded to Miami. Luis Arise and other considerations in that trade earlier in the baseball season. That would be impressive if Pablo here could play 2 sports, though.
One would hope. I mean, you used to be able to do it, not so much now since everything is so specialized. Maybe indoor and outdoor track, but I count those as the same sport.
Beach and indoor handball, maybe?
Similar enough, yeah.
Okay.
But no professional handball in the United States right now.
Chozik with the goal, 10-9 in favor of Chicago. .440 to go in the first half. Chicago crosses the timeline. And that pass intercepted by NYAC. Into the net it goes. And the goal scored by Hadi Al-Said. 10-all.
That's really big for NYAC. Chicago has been holding them on defense and just grinding this out. Especially with how tired they are. That's really good, and that's what Chicago needs to do. I think after half, they'll be able to sit down again and kind of take a break. But you know, they're playing very, very well against NYAC. Going for a Kempa there. Couldn't quite get it. Those are always tough.
Explain a Kempa to those new.
So basically it's where you have someone jump in the air, you throw the ball at them while they're in the air. It's kind of like an alley-oop.
Okay.
Alley-oop in basketball.
Okay.
I think the player's last name was Kempa, who kind of did it and was good at it, so that was the name. I don't know much more than that. Just everyone I've heard is like, that's a Kempa.
Okay.
So basically an alley-oop, but for handball.
Ostapchuk handles this to Ebert as he gets the pass away. Ebert, Ostapchuk. Ostapchuk transitions to the far or near wing. Ebert with the shot in the goal. 11-10 Chicago. 3 minutes to play in the first half as NYAC crosses the timeline into the attack. Bulger on the near side, but that one controlled by NYAC and El-Said. El-Said delivers. Shot and a goal. And a great goal there for NYAC to tie the game at 11.
Yep, that's what they got to keep doing. They got to put in the back of the net. No more of this post stuff, post business. No postal workers here today. Well, it is Saturday. Well, they would be done, I guess, at this point, maybe. Anyways, got to get in the back of the net. Take the opportunities when they can.
Chozik goes far wing or far corner. Shot and a goal. Gruzinski. 2:10 left to play in the first half. NYAC crosses into their attack. This goes to El-Said. Ball on the ground. And NYAC will maintain possession at the 9. 1:55 to go in a 12-11 contest to Chicago.
Ooh, good shot. I thought that was going to go over.
Now tied at a dozen each. 12-12, a minute 40 left to go. Chicago in the man-up situation with Jalabert off the floor for now. Chozik goes to Ebert down low. Ebert at the left wing. And now Chozik Far side, Chozik got it back at the pivot point. Chozik lost his angle, but he regains the ball. Ebert goes to Chozik. Chozik jumps. Ebert delivers near corner. Kick
Good
save. Kick save Lippert. And now NYAC will turn and go with 65 seconds left to go in the half. 12 all our score. As that ball delivered far side. Timeout on the floor. I believe a 2-minute called. The goal stands.
Yep.
13-12 in favor of NYAC.
Goal +1.
Double whammy. 53 seconds to go in the first half of semifinal number 1. CalHeat and Minnesota Green to come up after this one is done. Loose ball on the floor. Whistle goes, will hang here. 35 seconds to go in the half. Maybe time for one more play each way.
Yeah, if NYAC can get a quick restart before Patrick gets back in the nets, they might be able to get another goal. But, I mean, they have to get the ball back, obviously.
That ball dropped off. Quick shot and a goal. Chozik. 14 seconds to go in the half. Called that as Jalabert couldn't get back to the net quick enough. 14-13 NYAC. And that should just about do it for the half. That shot blocked, buzzer sounds. And at the end of one half of semifinal number 1, it is NYAC with the 14-13 lead on Chicago Inter. Your thoughts on the first half, Josh Wallinga?
I mean, NYAC has had 2 games today, or this is their second game. Chicago, this is also their Chicago second game.
Of a back-to-back, though.
Back-to-back. So the fact that Chicago is keeping it as close as they are, playing back-to-back games is good on them, and their defense has been strong. Just been some small mistakes here and there, which have been adding up, but NYAC hasn't really pushed out as much as they normally do too, and I don't know if that's just because they played earlier, but good defense on both sides. Offense is a little bit lackluster. I mean, some good shots here or there, but lots of posts again, lots of missed shots. I think if both teams rectify that, then it'll be another defensive battle.
You see the semifinal structure on your screen on the left of that graphic. The winner of this game goes into the championship at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon against the winner of CalHeat and Minnesota Minnesota Green. Got caught by the logo. But then the losers will play for third place at noon tomorrow. We'll have all of that for you on here on YouTube. Denver and Minnesota Black will kick it off at 10:30 for 5th place. Any surprises to you in this tournament so far through almost 2 days?
I have actually been very impressed with Denver and how well they've been playing. Like I said, I haven't seen them play or played against them since they were Fargo. And I know that they had a showing at Nationals. They won their Somala Cup, I believe, where they beat CalHeat, and they won that tournament. So I knew that they were good and they were a lot better than they have been in the past. So they've been kind of a big surprise for me. The 5th place, where the placement game they're in, is not indicative of how well they've played. They held NYAC to, I think, within 5 goals, and it was 10-9 at half when they were playing NYAC. And same thing against Minnesota. They were up by 1, I think, or it was tied. Very similar story. So I've been very, very impressed with them. Obviously, I got to give a shout out to my teammates on Minnesota Black. 2 tough games. Not much you can do about that, but you guys kept your head up. We kept our head up, and we did our best. So shout out to Denver, though. It's good to see you guys continuing to play, and we'll look forward to that tomorrow.
It looks to me like this tournament is potentially setting up for everything to break out as it should. The top teams playing in the championship or the potential championship match. The second two playing for third, and the final two playing for fifth.
Yep. The brackets are pretty even, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, with Army dipping out and not having another team there, you'd probably have at that point, you know, Army's an elite team, so you have 4 elite teams and then 2 Minnesota teams. Milwaukee's not here this year. Detroit's not here this year. Columbus isn't here right now either. Those would be more open teams as well. And we haven't seen Boston come here either, and obviously West Point isn't. So pretty even structure. All the games have been close. I mean, obviously exceptions, but you know, there's always going to be exceptions.
As we get ready for the second half, we'll take a short timeout, pause, and bring you that second half of semifinal number 1 as the Minnesota Fall Classic is yours on YouTube. Ready to start the second half as the first semifinal between NYAC and Chicago Inter leading to a championship tilt at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. As it is 14-13 in favor of NYAC through 25 minutes.
Yeah, close game. It's good to have games like this.
You hear the dulcet tones of Josh Weilinga, Jeff Disher here too. Goaltender and goalkeeper up high for you. As NYAC gets the first possession of the second half, and Kendrick Thomas sends one up high, and even higher than Patrick Jalabert can reach, though he is pretty tall.
Yeah, taller than I am. I mean, I'm 6 foot. He's probably 6'1", maybe 6'2". Tall goalkeepers always have advantages. My favorite player Ooh, good save. My favorite player is Niklas Landin. He plays for Aalborg currently, and he is 6'7". He towers over that.
Wow. NYAC with possession, stopped in his tracks was Mustafa El Farah right inside the 6. And he was the meat in a Chicago-style sandwich.
Too bad it's not a Philly cheesesteak. I don't think there's a Chicago
No.
equivalent. A hoagie, maybe.
Some sandwiches get close, but you can't beat a Philly cheesesteak.
Nope. That's another team I'm excited to see. I think Philly played in Chicago last year, but then they didn't come out to nationals, so maybe we'll get to see them. Actually, I think they are part of the handball union, or they've expressed interest. So.
Aha, may see them in Sin City.
Yep. So the only two teams that aren't like officially part of the handball, U.S. handball, is Chicago and CalHeat. Currently, it's not to say that they won't.
The union you're talking about.
Yes, the union.
Okay.
Which we, those of you that didn't know, USATH, there's kind of a split. The U.S. handball union. Good save. And so they're running their own tournament. Mike King, number 7, is the CEO of that. It's been very helpful so far. So looking forward to that, and it's going to be a lot more open teams, I think. Not really elite. The only elite team would probably be NYAC currently. But a lot of teams can hang with them, which is cool to see. Ooh.
That shot off the pipe, and Alfara knew it.
Yep. He's mad at himself for that. He needed that to be 6 inches closer to the center, and that goes in.
22:25 to go, second half of play. That shot on the outside of the net, or of the net. And now NYAC establishes control. That pass intended for King.
Yep. Nice.
Angela Barrett with the save at the top of the crease. El Said with a shot and a goal and a little something extra after.
So I think Chicago is saying, so as a goalkeeper, this is kind of one of those tricky situations. As a goalkeeper, you have to stay inside the 6. I mean, you can still walk out. But if a keeper goes to challenge and touches one of the other players outside where there's a collision, it's a red card for the goalkeeper. And I think what Chicago was saying was the goalkeeper ran into Supervic, and so they wanted a red card. But I think what happened is Supervic was already behind, and so he jumped back and grabbed it. And then that's maybe as he was coming down, like a foot hit him or something. So that's what that whole spiel was about. And I think the ref was talking to the goalie too, like, hey, gotta be careful about those, because back in the day, which I think was like the early 2000s, before they implemented that rule, a lot of injuries due to a lot of collisions. So that's one of the few red cards that only a goalie can get.
16-13 our score to NYAC. Early stages, second half. And it'll be great to get back to Sin City to continue the journey with the Union.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I've only been to Vegas once, and
Same.
I was poor, not because of gambling. It's just expensive out there now. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the wrong one.
16-14.
Some chit-chat. Not sure what that was about. I don't know if Ebert was taunting somebody or if there was a collision and didn't get what he wanted. The ref saying no more.
Pickett drops that off the iron with the shot by Thomas. And here comes Chicago Inter across the line. 19 3/4 to play in the game. Quick shot goes wide for Ebert.
Yeah, that was good D. Mike played that well. He didn't try to challenge. He just stood his ground and made Ebert go in the direction he needed to. not much you can do there on a fast break like that. You got to kind of let them go through. You can position yourself to like stop it, but as long as you're not actively trying to tackle him or something.
Makes sense.
Good save.
Kick, saving a beauty by Jalabert, who was looking for the fast break instinctively. Crossing the timeline are Chicago. Lopez from Asurik. Asurik.
You'll hear a lot of first wave, second wave. So first wave is the fast break. Good shot.
From distance, too.
You'll hear first wave, which is the fast break, which you always want to look for, and then the second wave is giving it to the center, and then you can still play a nice tempo game. Off of that, it just really depends. Chicago's been having a lot of fast breaks, I guess actually even in the second half. The Wings have been doing a very good job of getting down the court.
This ball delivered to Thomas. Thomas upended at the 6. And NYAC will maintain possession. Pickett delivered one far wing that goes wide. 16-15. About 7 minutes played. Shot and a goal for Chicago.
And we're all tied up, folks, yet again.
16 apiece. As NYAC comes across the line, the goal there for Asurik. As this comes to Pickett. Pickett, loose ball, tried to scoop, did Bolger. I believe a NYAC player took a tumble. With the halt to play with 17:27 to go in the second half. So mutually our second time to Vegas in May of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, assuming Minnesota sends a team, I assume we will. I know Josh. You want to travel? Now's the time. I got tickets to San Diego for $200 round trip, and that's through Delta.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Good save.
Shot short side, save made. And making Chicago pay there. NYAC, I believe, King involved on the play.
Yeah, they kind of sort of took our advice where they did that when they were tied or up instead of down.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I will say it is really cool to see Chicago trying something new instead of, like, the usual stuff. Trying their best to, like, get an edge somehow.
Because if you try the same old thing, NYAC or whoever you're playing will adjust to it.
Yes.
And
continue. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say your opponent will adjust to whatever you're trying if it's the same old thing. And then what do? You have to go back to the board and draw up something new. 17 apiece, 9 minutes played in the second half.
Yeah, NYAC and Chicago have played against each other all the time. Same thing with CalHeat.
Shot and a goal there. 18-17 NYAC.
So, yeah, changing things up is always good. I always appreciate it, too. Like, even when I was playing, I was like, there's 7 players. Oh, Patrick's out of the net. That's why. And it's also, I mean, if you're playing against it, it's good to get used to it also. Because you know other teams might do it. Or it might be something that, like, the pros. Oh, yep. So that one, the handball 101 again. When the ball is in the 6, if it's bouncing and you are attacking, you can pick it up. If the ball is on the ground, you cannot pick up from the ground.
And the defense is allowed to advance.
Yeah, so the goalie can, just because, the goalie can do whatever they want pretty much in the 6. But basically what happened there, the ball was on the ground, wasn't bouncing, the offensive player picked it up, and that's why it was a turnover. Good save.
Chicago with a shot there. It goes by the wayside. And NYAC back with possession. 14:40 to go in regulation. 18-17 to NYAC. Pickett with a shot and a goal.
Coast to coast, baby.
That man has a rifle on him.
Yep. They all of NYAC does. I mean, they were lead players. That came off. I didn't mean that.
No,
That's not
you're
supposed
right.
to be disingenuous. It's like they're lead players. That's why that's happening.
You're
So-
right, though.
So excuse the tone if anybody thought I was trying to be disingenuous. I wasn't. Legitimately, it was like they're lead players. That's why the Rocket's there.
You're being factual, and if there's any issue, I'll back you.
Yep. I don't think they'll take any offense to it. It's not anything. We're all, since handball is so small, we're kind of all on our own family. It's a very big extended family of about 800 players. Well, actually probably less than that. I'd say maybe closer to 500, 400, something like that. So we take care of each other. I mean, there is rivalries and we do get chippy with each other, but then who doesn't?
Exactly.
I fought with my sisters when I was younger, so it's like, what else is new, right? Good save.
Shot and a save made Gelabert. He can't make the second one, though. 19-18, Gelabert visibly disgusted with his defense.
Yeah, that's where the fatigue starts to come in. You don't play as hard defense all the time because you're tired. He's still doing what he can though to do that. So
Plenty of time remaining, just over 13 minutes, and Chicago with a 2-goal deficit.
yeah,
Nothing.
close
in
game.
it.
Very, very close game.
Ebert puts one up over the net. And New York Athletic Club will look to answer. Yasin has King on his left side, goes back to the pivot point of Pickett. Yasin, Pickett, faked the shot, delivered to Bolger, now far wing. Yasin, loose ball,
Yeah.
and Pickett will resume at the pivot. Yasin, drop
Good.
to King. His shot goes in.
That's the NYAC that you normally see. It's been here or there. This tournament, there's a couple players that haven't played. Bolger's there. I think he's actually really the only one, but it does shake up the dynamic. So it's good to see that. Even glimpses. It is also the first tournament, so.
And NYAC shifting into a 5-1 on defense as King was up high. Chicago made him pay. Pickett regains control for NYAC. Pickett with the restart. Butterfingers for Pickett. Shot and a goal on the other end for Chicago Inter. Ostapchuk.
Lippert was thinking about going up, but I think he was thinking about what the rest said about trying not to do that.
And he thought better of it for body part purposes too.
Yep, I know I almost made that mistake yesterday. I almost swore, and you're not supposed to do that on the court. So I stopped myself, thank goodness. Same thing with that. You know, if the ref tells you something, you really should listen, whether you agree with it or not, because they'll knock you on it the second time you do it.
22-20, NYAC, 11 minutes to play. Shot, save, Lippert. Not so fast.
I think it was because Ethan hit it against the Chicago guy, and then it went out instead of letting it go.
Okay.
I mean, that's good save.
Great save, Lippert, on the shot from. Got 20 listed as Dombrowskis, but we know that is not exactly correct.
Yep. It was already kind of.
Chicago with possession as that one's delivered from Chozik. Far wing, shot and a goal, 23-22. 9-10 left to play in the second half. Wouldn't know it by the scoreboard in the building, but we're here for you.
Yep.
NYAC with possession as Pickett delivers down low, gets it up high. He is the pivot point. NYAC and El Said trying to get through one and wrestle his way through.
Yeah, that was good defense on Chicago there.
Yassin delivers far wing, down low. El Said,
Good defense again.
1 goal game, time ticking away. 8.5 to go. Pickett,
Oh,
far wing,
good
save
save.
made. Patrick
big
Jalabert
save.
says, anything they can do, I can do just as well. Brought ahead by Chicago Inter across the timeline. 8:10 to go in regulation. Won't even mention what I'm thinking right now.
Once again, Christopher Cruz, appreciate the notification. Yes, we are in black and white. This isn't the
That's
50s.
intentional.
Yep, the
Or
camera.
unfortunately intentional.
Yes. So the camera, we have multiple cameras, and unfortunately, 2 of the 3 of them are out of commission right now, because such is technology when you have an event you're trying to run. And so this one normally works, but there's some driver issues I'd have to restart my machine and do a Windows update for, and I can't spend 20 minutes for that to happen. So that's why it's black and white.
We'll take care of it after the game, after the semifinal, or after the other semifinal today,
Yes.
and have color back tomorrow for the placement matchups.
Ooh, yeah, that was, yeah.
Going down on the play was Alfara.
Yep, he was already going down anyway, so that's why it wasn't a 2.
He earned the 7 by the looks of, no, he did not. He earned a 9-meter restart by the looks of it. Pickett with the shot right into the outstretched bread basket of Jalabert.
Yep.
6:50 to go in regulation. Loose pill inbounds for Chicago to regain. That's loose on the ground. Pickett dribbling his way through 2. No, check that. That's Yassin. And the save made by Jalabert. He'll advance. Across the timeline. Shot by Chozik into the net. 23 up. 6:20 to go in regulation.
Yep, tie game again. It's been back and forth, and Chicago's really, really taking it to them in the second half here.
Now Pickett, whistle, timeout on the floor with 6:07 to go in the second half. 23-23 for those tuning in late. Josh Walinga, Jeff Disher here.
Close game.
Closest of the tournament by my estimation.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The other games, I mean, we've seen, like, ties going into half, but, like, neck and neck the entire time. This is the handball that you like to see, and this is the handball that you see a lot. This is handball that you see professionally a lot of times, just back and forth. And Christopher Cruz, appreciate the understanding. I'm glad that you understand what's happening. So thank you. But again, we appreciate any comments you get, anything on the stream. If you like it, give us a shout out. If you, I lost my train of thought. You're gonna say something, Jeff.
If you have questions for us, feel free to drop those in the chat. Where you're from, maybe who you're rooting for by team, or if you have a favorite player.
Yep, a lot of Chicago. We had one for Finn earlier today, but a lot of Chicago's in the chat, and I think there's a few CalHeat fans too.
We didn't just have one for Finn. We had a special one for Finn, if memory serves.
Exactly. Most important shout out for Finn.
Back to play. NYAC with the ball. And play whistle down one more time. That shot goes in. Nifty move.
Yep. Omar Ali, right?
believe it was.
Yep, he's been actually kind of quiet the last 2 games. Like, I know he's been getting goals, but he isn't quite as dominant as he was last year. Because he was player of the game, I think, for 2 of our games that NYAC played.
I believe you're right.
I mean, Mike King's been doing really good. God, 19. What's his name?
For
NYAC.
Kendrick.
Yeah, Kendrick's been doing really good today, which is good to see. Like, it's good to see that that you have a bunch of star players. I mean, Ethan Pickett's doing really good. So,
both of these teams, though, hanging tough down the stretch. So
Yep.
don't think for a second that we've got everything for our post-game activity sewn up.
Yep, we've got 4 minutes left in this one, and then we've got the next semifinal here. After winner of this goes to the championship
At 1:30 tomorrow afternoon.
Yep. And it's almost like Omar was like, you know what, I heard you. Let me get back at this. Because that's 2 goals in a row for him. And there's my Midwestern accent coming out there. For
Yes.
those of you at home.
Gasson with the goal there, 25-24 NYAC, 4 minutes and a dime remaining in regulation. Lopez back down low, delivers to Chozik. Chozik far wing to Lopez. Now they swap near corner.
Good
Save
save.
made. And the rebound supporting Aaron Lippert and his efforts.
Yeah,
3:50 to go in regulation time.
yeah. Josh was saying earlier that he needs to have a big game, and he has been. I mean, I would say Patrick has played better than or has more saves than Lippert does, but I think the fact that Lippert is just what I was saying. They're both good.
Here's the thing. Lippert, in my opinion, has made the more quality saves.
Yes.
Because Jalabert will make the saves that you'd expect, and then the typical saves you would expect, and then he does some freakish things.
Yes.
Lippert does his business and goes about it in a way that keeps his team in it as we reach down under the 2-minute mark.
Yep.
25-24 NYAC.
Passive play. There was one. Oh.
Off the foot and off the pipe as that stays out.
I think that was out of bounds there. I can't see it from here where the ball technically left the plane of field, but. Ooh.
Long shot, upper 90, tied at 25. 2.5 to go. That goal scored by Aseric.
Yep. I don't think Lippert was expecting that. I think he was expecting it to be passed off, and that's kind of why he just watched it and was like that.
I don't think anybody in the building thought he'd shoot that.
No, I mean, he will shoot that. I know he will, but usually he'll do a pass or two and then go like that.
Trying to get around one is Yasin.
Oh, that's a 2.
A deuce.
Yep.
And a 7.
Yeah, because he was going to shoot. He grabbed the arm. He was already past. Maybe
9.
Nope, 9. Okay, a 9-2. Yeah.
Okay, so a single whammy.
Yeah, that's. If you're gonna get a penalty, that's best case scenario for Chicago at that point. So.
Pickett asking for the ball.
So Chicago will be down 1 player for the rest of the game, pretty much.
As we are under 2 minutes to play. Shot by El Said goes in. 26-25 NYAC. One thing I wish we had was a timeout indicator to indicate how many timeouts are left both ways. However, 95 seconds to play. 26-25 NYAC. Chicago, plenty of time to tie. Double bear hug halts the play, but the move stays with Chicago.
Yeah, I think Chicago looks like they have 1 timeout left, and I want to say NYAC has both of them, but they might only have 1. I don't remember if it's by half or if it's by game.
Ooh, at the 6, going down hard would have been Lopez. Chicago keeps the play alive. Save made by Lippert. Final minute of play. Timeout
I think that should be a 2. I was talking with the ref on our game, and he was the ref there too, and little confusion on my part, I guess, for that. And I guess it's the interpretation of each judging pair.
Yeah.
That probably should have been a 2, but I think it was because the player was being contested, so that they weren't able to.
We'll stay here on the NYAC attack. 33 seconds.
Yep. I don't think you try to go for a goal here. I think you maybe try to eat
Melt
the clock.
Yeah.
At least for another, like, 10 seconds. Like, 10 seconds.
King tried to force one through far wing. It goes in. NYAC up 2 with 15 seconds remaining. Chicago now crossing. Maybe they can get a 2-for-1, but they've got to score quickly. Shot goes in, but time will run out as NYAC survives a duel, 27-26. As NYAC will move through to the championship game at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon. Chicago will move to the third place game at noon, and they will see the either CalHeat or Minnesota Green, which we have which is our next matchup in the second semifinal here at the Fall Classic. Impressions on the game that you just saw before we get to player of the game?
If I'm being honest, I was expecting NYAC to come out a lot harder than they did, just because Chicago was so tired after playing a game. So the fact that Chicago kept it within 1 is very, very impressive. And I know Chicago and NYAC are both good teams. It's just the fatigue factor I thought was going to affect Chicago more than it did.
And it did not to the level that we both thought. Let's grab Matt Bolger as our player of the game. We'll have that interview coming up as we get ready for semifinal number 2 here in Bloomington with the Fall Classic, yours on YouTube. Back at the Fall Classic, Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga with you as we have Matt Bolger joining us, the man of the match, for that first semifinal that NYAC just nipped Chicago at the end, or just nipped Chicago at the end in, and they'll get about a 23-hour rest prior to their championship game tomorrow. Matt, thoughts on how you guys just did?
Thought we came out of the gate pretty well. We knew that they just played a game, so we were trying to come out fast. We got a couple good, quick, fast break goals. And then, I don't know, it broke down a little bit, like not as a team, but just like individually we were taking a couple shots, probably didn't need to. And then at the end we were able to come together and get the win. So that's really all that's important, getting the win.
Josh Wallinga.
Yeah, I think you guys scored about 4, 5, maybe 6 goals on the fast break. You, courtesy of you on a couple of those. Is that usually kind of what you guys are looking for, or do you kind of take those as like opportunities as they come along?
Yeah, I would say in this game it was something we were definitely looking for, because coming in, we knew that they only had 2 subs. And so like me and Kendrick, some of the younger guys know that we can run on them. So we just wanted to get out on those quick shots and let the ones release so that we can get out and get those easy goals.
What are you studying in this second semifinal between CalHeat and Minnesota Green to prepare for tomorrow?
Yeah, what we really saw when we were watching Chicago play CalHeat was just that they do a real good job of moving the ball to the open guy. It's not just two guys doing everything. So one of the things we got to do is we got to make sure we're wrapping the arm, not the body, because they're strong, so they're going to be able to get the ball out of their hands if you don't wrap the arm. So it's really just staying together on defense and getting good looks on offense.
Final question to Walinga if he has one.
I do not.
All right, we will let you go from
No
there.
worries.
We'll see you for Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys.
That is Matt Bolger as we get ready for semifinal number 2 featuring Minnesota Green and CalHeat. So we'll have that on the other side of this short timeout. Semifinal Saturday continues as Minnesota Green gets set to take on CalHeat for a spot in the championship tilt here at the Fall Classic. Jeff Disher with Josh Walinga, and wanted to bring a little college football fun fact in because I like to educate outside of handball if I can. Georgia and Auburn, the SEC game of the week on CBS, okay? Second most played rivalry in Division I FBS. Minnesota and Wisconsin is the most played rivalry in FBS.
Is it really?
For the Axe, yes.
Okay. I mean, I believe it. I mean, I think Auburn's in Alabama, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to think of my geography here. They're close, right?
Yep. Auburn is in eastern, or is a little bit more east of Tuscaloosa,
Okay.
which is where the University of Alabama is. But the local connection being the Gophers and the Badgers,
Right, yes.
obviously.
Yeah, Madison and the Twin Cities.
And in this game that we have upcoming here in Bloomington, CalHeat and Minnesota Green, not at nowhere near as big of a rivalry as Minnesota-Wisconsin, but these are two teams who can either play to their normal strength in CalHeat or surprise a little bit with Minnesota Green.
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota Black, we played them pretty tough. I think it was 2-2 after 10 minutes when we played them yesterday. That's Saturday. Oh, it feels like a Sunday. Yesterday. So I think if Green can play that same defense but play a little better offense, I think that's going to give CalHeat a run for their money. With that being said, though, I love Minnesota. I love my teammates. I think CalHeat is just a stronger team. And so I think they'll come away with this, but I really hope Minnesota gives them a run for the money. And it'll be close either way. I'm hoping it'll be close and looking forward to a good game. And winner of this goes to championship.
The winner will play at 1:30 tomorrow afternoon
Against
NYAC. The loser will play at noon tomorrow. And CalHeat debuting the navy blue.
Yep.
By the looks of it.
I'm going to say I think CalHeat has the best color scheme, that royal blue, dark blue, and the orange. I'm a big fan of orange and like lime green and stuff, so I think that's part of it. It also doesn't help, too, that most of my teams have either been blue and yellow, which is my college, or I get stuck with the brown and yellow of the Apple Valley Eagles.
I'll say this. Black numbers on brown fabric. I see you, Denver. I look at you.
We had gold. It was brown on gold and gold on brown.
Yeah.
So.
And Denver in this tournament, a broadcaster's nightmare.
I will say I do like their jerseys. This is the first time that they're repping the jerseys first go around. So I really hope that it worked out well for them. It's Samala, which I believe Moshe is the owner of that company, so he kind of helps sponsor them and gets other teams to do it. Again, black and white apologies.
We'll get it figured out for Sunday.
Yep, tomorrow it'll be good. It's just we're going to have to deal with it today. So going right to left is going to be Minnesota, and then going left to right is going to be CalHeat. And then at the half, that will switch, but we are underway.
Minnesota Green getting the first possession as Hedrick works this up right wing. He goes to Matan Moshe, and the ball dropped off to Sam Erickson. Erickson and Hedrick played for Black earlier today, and those two have the biggest motors of anybody on Minnesota Green's roster.
Yep, Josh is fast. We have a lot of quick players.
Wakabayashi delivered that to Moshe, and that shot went wide. First 40 seconds of a goalless game.
As Jackson actually told me after he was broadcasting, it's really hard to not be a hometown broadcaster. I will do my best to stay as impartial as possible, but I will say that was very good movement by Minnesota, and that's not really characteristic right away. Usually we have to settle in to do that, so a little insight there from a hometown caster.
Kuo threw that over to Asphalt, and the save made by, that's Malatrot net. It is, Tristan.
Yep. Yellow card on Stefan. I think too much grabbing as he was going down.
And a 7-meter surrendered. Asphalt to take it. Scores. 1-0 CalHeat.
That was a big save by Tristan. I mean, as a goalie, if you can get if you save the first or the second shot, that kind of sets the tempo for the rest of the game. And that was a good defense, though, by Minnesota as well, but also very methodical offense from CalHeat.
Moshi to Erickson. Erickson dropped that to Wakabayashi. And Katsu wants to be very careful with those pass receptions, especially with how CalHeat can jump on those. Wakabayashi with this, jumps, fires it into the net. 1-all.
Yep, he's very quick. Katsu is very, very quick.
And speaking of quick, that stayed out. Oh, wow.
That was, I mean, Tristan got a foot on it, and that was toeing the line there.
Now, in that situation, all of the ball has to cross the goal line for it to count, like in soccer, does
Correct.
it not?
Yes.
Okay.
That also includes if it's in the air and the whistle blows.
Whistle goes, halt to play. Kuo makes a grab on Wakabayashi. Shot stays out.
I think there's another slick spot there.
And Erickson got that shot off near wing.
Yeah, a little more mustard and that goes in, I think.
1-all. We're in the 4th minute. Wakabayashi advances up. He gets through one, shoots one, save made, rebound, whistle went. Here comes CalHeat on the recoil. Brought ahead at the 6. Shot saved by Malatra.
It's going to be the game of 2 goalies, I guess, if this keeps up. 3 or 4 saves from Balti and 2 or 3 from Tristan. This is if
I'd have an easy way to break that tie. Everybody else off the floor, goalie on goalie.
goalie on goalie action. 1v1 v goalie.
Yeah.
I don't even actually know who I would give that to. Like, with the way both of them have been playing, I'd put money on either of them at that point.
Asfog handles this. Far wing is where he goes to. Asfog shoots one. Saved. Or no, goal scored. Asfog got it through. 2-1 CalHeat. Brought ahead by Green and Jackson Hampton, who we've had up here already this weekend. And it's brought out by Moshi. Moshi gets this to Wakabayashi. Erickson. Wakabayashi will drop off.
This is good for Minnesota to, yeah, that's a quick.
Dribbled it off his foot.
I was about to say, it's even though CalHeat is pressuring and playing that 5-1, Minnesota adapted really well there to just back up on the backs a little bit more and kind of skip that defender. You don't get the center to kind of get the plays going, but Katsu and Moshi are both very good at play calling.
Did you get a chance to talk to Hedrick and see if they got a chance to watch some tape?
I believe they did from last night. I don't know about today, unfortunately, because been here all day, all that kind of stuff.
And I do know that they watched tape from last night from talking to Hedrick this morning. Yep. On our way in, as Hedrick will restart play.
Yeah, because that NYAC game was really rough. Ooh, it's a good save.
Fast break time for CalHeat. And the goal scored. Asfog again. No, I'll double check. Drew Bradley. I want to give Asfog credit where due, but Drew Bradley gets the credit there properly.
I mean, if you're saying the same name over and over and over, you're going to get used to it.
Yeah. Hampton. Save made by Balti.
Beautiful movement from Jackson. Even better save from Balti. Minnesota's really given CalHeat's keeper a run for his money today. Balti.
Erickson, yep. I was looking for the shot for the Minnesota Green shot opportunity, and Balti and co at the 6 thwarted my effort. Moshi, Erickson up top. Erickson regathers. Moshi near wing. Hedrick.
Good
save
save
made
again
by Balti.
I mean, Minnesota has to keep putting the ball on net like that because you are going to get through eventually. And once you do, that's going to get back into Balti's head, I think. I mean, he's calm, he's collected right now, but you get one or two in, and something kind of usually knocks loose there. Not in a bad way, just your confidence goes on just ever so much, and that's enough to keep going. So if Minnesota keeps shooting, it's going to go in.
Corner given to Minnesota Green. Hampton will bring that back into play. This is Storch. Storch drops to Wakabayashi, who scores.
Yep, just like that. I mean, a one-on-one, maybe not ideal, but if anybody's going to be able to do that, Katsu is.
Now CalHeat on the recoil. Whistle goes. Yellow card given for a push. And for those new to the game, I can do this handball 101. A yellow card, not necessarily like you would see in soccer. That's where a 2-minute penalty would come into play in terms of severity. CalHeat with the ball, 17:35 to go, first half of play. He's Josh Wallinga. I am Jeff Disher. Kondev dropped that off. Quick shot. And I believe that was Clausen who threw that ball into the net.
Yep,
4-2 CalHeat.
Just off of Tristan's hands. Those are always heartbreakers when you
Wakabayashi tried to swim around one. There's another card.
Yep. Doing a lot more with the cards today. Not giving out the 2 minutes. I mean, this is a big game for both teams. So I'm glad that they're throwing the yellow cards instead of just going straight to 2 minute.
Storch did not get the shot away before the whistle went. 4-2. 16:45 nearly left to play in the first half. Second semifinal of the Fall Classic. Ball dropped off and eventually getting to Kondev. Near wing. Shot in the goal, Lucas Hebert. Wakabayashi on the recoil. Lost the ball.
Yep.
Will hang here, though, as Storch will restart. Wakabayashi, the pivot man in this sequence for Green. Erickson to Wakabayashi. Moshi advances back to Wakabayashi. Wakabayashi surveys. Hampton goes to Erickson. Moshi dribbles. Hampton, save made. Rebound and a jump ball goes to Wakabayashi. Hampton, fumble Ruski, back to Erickson. Erickson mishandled in numerous ways, but will hang here.
Yeah, Jackson's got to just wait a little bit longer to let go of that. Either that or he's got to shoot it early.
Travel for Minnesota Green, allowing CalHeat on the fast break. First move, whistle went. I believe he was inside the 6.
Yep, it looked like it from up here. I didn't want to say whether it was or not, so.
That's what the call suggested to me.
Yep. Again, we can see things that the ref can't, and the ref sees even more that we can't. So we might say one thing, and it might be the other. And in that case, that was actually a 6, and it looked like a 6, so I'm right this time.
What looks like a 6 looks like a 6, and what looks like a 6 is a 6.
What looks, talks, and walks like a 6 is probably a 6.
Wakabayashi, pass intended for Carlson, and Asphalt makes Minnesota Green pay.
Yep. That was really good on Katsu there to, no, not Katsu, Moshi to not overdo it because you don't want to get too many penalties like in the black game where there was like, 2-3 in a row of getting that, and then it's just 2. And
that sounds right.
Yeah.
Carlson to Moshi, and they play catch. Wakabayashi has Hedrick on his right. Dropped off Moshi to Wakabayashi, who scores top side. 6-3.
That was beautiful ball movement there. I haven't seen that in practice either, so they must be they were saving that special for the game. But good movement, good way to exploit the defense, and then just have the two line players just not sure who to cover at that point.
Can CalHeat answer? 6-3 they are up, 13:50 to go in the first half. Bodies fly will hang here.
Good defense there. Good offense, too. It's a good attempt to try to break through.
6 flat played by by Minnesota as Asfog surrenders himself and a 2-minute call for a push.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it was, yeah.
So a 2-minute called. CalHeat with the man up, and it is a score as you will man up for CalHeat, meaning you don't end it on a penalty like you would in hockey per se. Speaking of scoring, that will go to 60. That's per Oscar Stenlund. 13 and a quarter to play. 7-3 in the early stages of the first half. Moshi and Wakabayashi playing catch with Carlson, or excuse me, Erickson. Erickson with a shot, forced wide.
That's a good take. Just got to get that on net, and I mean you'll take those, and he'll take those. He can take those. A lot of taking, taken. Yes, brain malfunctioning. Apologies, folks. I'm good. I promise.
Yeah, that shot goes into the net. 8-3. If you give him those chances, he'll take you up on those anytime.
Yes, he will. He doesn't really shoot from 9. He'll shoot from like 8, I think, is as far as he'll try to do, because his jump isn't quite there, but he's got the arm, and he's been getting a lot better about that. So
Wakabayashi back to Moshi after receiving the ball from Erickson. Moshi with a shot, save made. Hedrick on the rebound, scores.
Yep. Good rebound, and I was in the middle of the court, so my apologies, folks. That was a rebound off of Balti, and then went to Josh, who ran to the middle and scored from an initial thought by Moshi. So we're good now.
And that ball directed right back to Hedrick to make the play. Save made on the defensive side by Malatrot. Whistle goes. A 2 has been called.
Yep.
Believe clattering heads came together, and we'll have Minnesota Green with the possession.
Yep. That'll be a 2. Either one of them, I think Tada was a little too aggressive there, but I mean, still getting back, that's what you kind of have to do since they're not all the way down the field. And it also gives you defense time to set up too.
Minnesota with the man up. Erickson clattered a charge. The man up still on, but you lose that position on the court.
Yep. So CalHeat is going to take their goalie off, and they're going to play a 6-on-6. This could be a good opportunity for Minnesota if they can get the ball back.
'Tis also risky. Just ask Chicago Inter about that.
Yeah. I mean, actually looking at it, if Chicago didn't play, I'll comment on that in a second.
They played 7-on-6 mostly, but they didn't go. I can count maybe a handful of times where they went 6v6 in the man down. Goal scored there, 9-4 CalHeat.
I think if Chicago didn't go 7-on-6 as much as they did, that would be 1 or 2 goals back, and then you have a win there. But again, I'm not the coach. They want to try something new against NYAC, and that was last game. So
Wakabayashi, 1 into 2 doesn't go. I don't know about your college math, but Wakabayashi proving a point as he'll restart the play. Drops to Moshi. 10 minutes and a nickel remaining in the first half.
Yeah, that's good, D.
Wakabayashi forces that back out to Erickson. Shot and a goal at Atanas Popov.
Yeah, he really likes those low shots, and if you're not expecting it, he's going to sneak those in.
Across to Asfog. Asfog will drop that off as CalHeat enters their attack zone. Kondev. Asfog up high. Kondev. Asfog. Dropped off. Garcia tried a nifty move to get through, but that goes wide.
Yep, this is looking all right. CalHeat's a little slow.
Hederick, save made, rebound, scoop shot by Erickson. $9:10 to go in the first half. Was that goal not allowed?
No, I think he was in. It was close. I couldn't tell from here. It was very close, but
Looks like the men on the floor did not allow that goal. 9:10 to play in the first half.
yep, that would have been a tempo change there if he gets that. Get Minnesota riled up even more. Get the bench going and talking more, and I think they could get back on a lot of stuff. But you know, it's fine. This is Minnesota's playing a lot better than they did yesterday.
And being within 4 with 9 minutes to go in the first half,
Yes.
nothing to worry about right now if you're Minnesota.
Nope. This is good. Like, CalHeat is playing their game, which is very offensively oriented. I mean, they do have good defense too, but I would say that CalHeat is more known for their offense, and Minnesota is playing solid defense. Some cracks, but it's not gonna be perfect. So, both teams I think are where they really want to be. Probably Minnesota wants 2 more goals in the back of the net, but you know, when Balti is saving 6-7 and has saving half of all the shots you're making, that's gonna be tough.
Fixing a rather large humidity spot in the arc area, thus the stoppage.
I've got an idea. Why don't we just pour a bunch of stickum there, and then the goalie just sits in that spot, and then we don't even have to worry about the water.
But then who would go flying around?
I mean, I guess if you're, I don't know. Because as a goalie, you want to slide your heel. So the water, having it be a little slick is good, but you don't want it to be too much where you can't propel off of your back foot. So the stickum is actually bad for that. It would be kind of funny to see, but it would be very bad because if you go, your leg would break. Like, imagine like a T model, and like your knee pops out as your ankle goes. Okay, too much, but that's basically the point. Goalie needs to be able to slide, but their back foot shouldn't be slipping when they're doing that movement.
9 minutes and a nickel left to play in the first half as CalHeat advances into the front court and their attack. Ball delivered over to Tada. Short side shot off iron and out of play, allowing Tristan Melatrat to regather for Minnesota. Wakabayashi will advance this to Erickson across. And now Moshi reestablishes with Wakabayashi. Over to Popov. Whistle before the shot. And we will hang here. And the restart back on. Erickson to Wakabayashi. Moshi has Hederick at the right wing. Erickson, the swap on. 1 into 2 doesn't go. Fast break time. CalHeat with possession until just there. Erickson with the steal.
Yeah, that was big. That was really, really good defense there.
Timeout on the floor called by Minnesota. 7:57 to go in the first half. 9-5 CalHeat. Update in Auburn, Alabama. Won't say upset alert yet for opening quarter of play. Auburn 3, Georgia nothing. Georgia, the #1 team in FBS college football. in Division One. Would be a big upset if, or a very large upset if the result holds.
Mm-hmm.
We mentioned in the open that Georgia Auburn, the second most played FBS college football rivalry, to Minnesota, Wisconsin, which is something I did not even know before that popped up in a graphic on that CBS broadcast. Erickson to Wakabayashi. Moshi to Erickson. Gets it back to Moshi. Wakabayashi. Moshi rises. Scores.
I'm impressed with that ball movement there. Just playing catch with the backs in the center and exploiting a small enough gap to get through.
CalHeat on the recoil. Up high inside the 6, and they answer. 10-6 our score. 7 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the first half. Minnesota advances. Nothing to fret over yet if you're Minnesota, as Hederick handles that. Moshi gets it from Hederick and goes to Wakabayashi. Erickson looking and finding Popov. Wakabayashi gets it back to pivot point for Minnesota. Moshi as the swap occurs. Wakabayashi charge. That will allow CalHeat to come the other way. Brought ahead by Kondev. Kondev goes cross court to Paulus, and Paulus regathers that pass intended for Kondev that he'll pick up. Now loose in front as it goes to cruise it for the goal. 11-6, CalHeat.
Yep, a little breakdown in the defense there. Katsu going up to challenge, but then the wing didn't slide over to get the middle on the pivot, and thus that's the goal.
Erickson will hang here as he got the shot away after the body contact. Wakabayashi gets it from Moshi. Wakabayashi to Erickson. Wakabayashi fakes to the far corner. Wakabayashi, don't know about that pass or that decision on that pass. Leads to a 2-on-0, and Tristan Malatrot is saying, what the heck are you thinking, Katsu? 5:35 to go, first half of play, 12-6 CalHeat. Hederick handles this as they go up to the attack zone. Erickson grabs that at the left wing. Now Moshi at the right wing. Minnesota really slowing things down as we tick down towards the 5-minute mark in half number 1. Peterson. Whistle goes. Minnesota maintains possession. Moshi worked over to Erickson. Peterson gets this. Erickson, bear hugged, got out of it briefly. Will hang here. Extended possession for Minnesota. Restart to Peterson. Peterson drops far corner. Shot and a goal. Popov. Little sneaky one for Popov, putting Minnesota to within 5.
Yeah, I think Balti thought he was going to go to the outside, so he...
and CalHeat answers.
Yeah, I think Balti thought he was going to go to the outside, so that's why he lifted his leg, and then Nasco just put it in the middle there. And then a quick return from CalHeat, as is per usual with them. Very fast offense, very precise offense. I mean, their defense is strong too, but like I said, like their offense here is really what I personally know them for. So
he is their defensive straw that stirs the drink for CalHeat. Peterson looking, fires, off a body, regaining control is Erickson. He'll drop that off to Peterson. Peterson looking up high. Peterson into a wall. Erickson with a shot.
Good save.
And a nice save by Balti as CalHeat comes up the floor. 3.5 to go in the first half. That pass deflected Breakout time.
Oh, yep.
Not so much.
Yeah, he lifted that one. I saw that and I was like, oh, maybe the ref doesn't catch that, you know, because hometown caster. Probably would have said it anyways, but yeah, he lifted the ball. You can't carry it like you would in basketball, and so.
Ball palming, not necessarily the way to go on a handball court.
You palm the ball all the time, you just can't lift it up. You gotta dribble like flat hands.
Yep. 2:50 left to play in the first half. That pass intercepted. Erickson, kick save will hang here. 2:40 to go.
I could see the gears turning in his head to not do the same thing again. It was great. I love seeing that.
Moshi back to Peterson. Peterson, the pivot point. Erickson drops that far corner to Popov, who's there. Moshi. Peterson, swap with Japs. Now Erickson scores. I thought that stayed out a second.
I thought so too.
13-8, 2 minutes, 8 pennies left to play in the half. Quick shot and a goal scored. 14-8, CalHeat. Hedrick putting his hands up to say what happened there. 1:50 left to go in the first half. And the debut of Ellis Morfaw, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
As Morfaw takes the floor for the first time in this tournament.
One of the few lefties on our team. Actually, I think maybe two. I think it's me and him. Pretty close. Anyways.
Morfaw to Hedrick, who gets it back to Morfaw. Left wing. Morfaw moves through. And Morfaw gave more than he got there. 80 seconds to go, and that's 80 seconds to go in the first half. 14-8 CalHeat.
We got a go Minnesota and a go Finn. So Minnesota being represented here. CalHeat fans, if you want to counter that, you are more than welcome to. We always appreciate the input.
Erickson to Morfaw. No check that. Peterson to Morfaw, who gets it back to Peterson. Morfaw, lefty, rises, fires, and scores. 14-9. 50 seconds left to play in the half. Brought ahead by Tada. Tada dropped that off, and he got it to Hebert. Shot and a goal on this end. 15-9, with time ticking away from Minnesota as they'll cross the center line. Morfaw will do just that as he gets it back from Hedrick. They play catch, and it goes to Peterson. Erickson goes to Popov. Erickson now to Peterson, who goes to Morfaw. Peterson delivers to Erickson. 14 left in the half. Morfaw with a shot that went high. Final 10 seconds of the half. Fast break time for CalHeat. Intercepted by Erickson. That ball goes to Peterson, who scores right at the buzzer. And at the break, it is 15-10 in favor of CalHeat. What does a late goal like that do for Minnesota, Josh Wallinga?
That is deflating for the team that gets scored on, although I don't think CalHeat is going to take it as bad as some other teams will. But it's going to be a big boon for Minnesota going into the half, realizing that, hey, we were down by 6 at one point, and we came back, or it's within 5, and we get 2 goals in a row on a big stop as well.
We will pause and have the second half of CalHeat and Minnesota Green as the Fall Classic continues here on YouTube. back with the second half of the second semifinal as Minnesota Green and CalHeat are battling for a chance to take on NYAC in the championship game tomorrow of the Minnesota Fall Classic. CalHeat ahead of Minnesota Green by a count of 15-10 so far. Jeff Disher, Josh Wallinga up high here at the Kennedy Activity Center in Bloomington. Drier day on a Saturday in the Minneapolis area. Couldn't say that about 12 hours ago.
Nope.
A lot of high school football rained out or suspended mid-game. But a lot drier day today, and we'll see that again tomorrow as well.
Better late than never.
Indeed. CalHeat getting the first possession of the second half. Tristan Malatrat gets his confidence back with a big save.
Yep, good defense there to knock the ball out of the hands, but Tristan was there.
Popov with a sneaky one. That's his third goal that way. 15-11. Early moments of the second half. Brought back ahead by Kuo. Kuo gets around two, but he couldn't get the shot away. We'll hang here.
Yep, that was good by Ellis to get over when Sam went up to try to attempt the pass. Maybe jumped the gun a bit there, but Ellis saw that and was like, I got you, man.
Kuo from Paulus. And CalHeat is the team who travels very well, judging by those on the opposite side of the building. Clausen shoots, scores.
Big move there by Yalta, breaking some ankles in the process. Poor Aaron on that one.
Do we need to check your ankles too?
I mean, mine are already hurting. I got to wear ankle braces now because last summer I sprained it going to pick up a ball. I'm not that old, but I'm getting there. I figure I got another, maybe 10 years in me of handball before it gets to be too much.
Okay. Yeah, try...
Maybe 15. I mean, I'll be 40 in 10 years. Well, 9 at this point.
Try calling a game standing on one foot primarily. Gotta love spastic hemiplegia, everybody.
Yep, you got me there. You got me there.
I mean, it is what it is. It's a balance thing.
Yes.
Erickson goes across and gets this back to Morfa. Erickson goes cross court to Peterson. Swap. Peterson, the point person. And before he got the shot away, the whistle went.
Yeah, I think Finn was trying to draw a penalty there because he was going to the ground, but that was good to not by the CalHeat player to not push that to a penalty.
Peterson restarts, gets this to Erickson. Got it back to Peterson. I didn't hear a whistle, but we'll play on. Peterson drops that to the floor. And CalHeat does not surrender a goal. They stay up 5 as they cross the timeline and into the attack. Paulus drops off, and the ball lost. Fast break opportunity goes to Wakabayashi. He scores. 16-12.
I was just thinking, I think if Sam hits the weight room and puts about 10 more pounds of muscle on, he could break through any defense at that point. Because he's getting there, it's just he needs to be a little bigger to kind of shove people around. But then you don't get the quickness, so I guess do you want to be quick or do you want to be bulky? I mean, you can have both, but no one's LeBron James.
Right now he's down with the quickness.
Yep, exactly.
Kicks or save made by Malatrat on the Minnesota defensive side. 21-18 to play in the second half. An absolute age left in the match. Morfa from Storch. Morfa gets it back. Peterson, loose ball, controlled by CalHeat. Fast break time. And the goal scored. Heber with the goal and a whistle goes. Halt to play behind the play. Storch down again.
Yeah, I think he hit his head when he went down as maybe what it was. Yeah, I think he hit his head going down, and that's what's going on here. I mean, I heard it. I didn't really see. Maybe he's bleeding a little bit.
That's the look.
Yeah.
Last I checked, Wood does not give back.
Yep. I really don't want an ambulance called today. Okay. I mean, he was moving at least, which is good, and he's conscious, which is also good. It looks like that he like kind of cut his eyebrow, is what it's looking like. Which, I mean, he's done before. There's a picture of him similar to that. I don't know, like, what exactly happened. Okay, sitting up, that's good.
That's good.
That is good.
And he's back
That's
up
good.
to his feet.
Yep. A little wobbly. I was worried it was going to be like a concussion.
Yeah.
I mean, it still very well could be. But I mean, he's walking off, so that's good.
Got something guarding the top of his head. I think, honestly, I think you landed on the top of his head.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I think yeah, it looks like, yeah, it's his eyebrow. So actually, that's the same eyebrow I think that he cut last time that happened. But what's good is Ellis, number 13, is a medical resident currently. He's getting there to be a doctor. I think he's got a year left. So it's good to have a team doctor help out, know what to do. I mean, having a trainer is good. Josh, I think, he's not like a medical trainer, but like he knows enough because he does training like as a fitness instructor. So you would know a lot of that stuff. But either way, no big injuries here today.
Thus far.
Thus far, that's the biggest one, but walked off on his own accord, which is good.
Peterson goes down low to Hedrick as we get back to play. Wakabayashi up high to Peterson at the wing. Peterson makes room, runs into a brick wall. Will hang here. 20 minutes and 3 nickels left to play in the second half. Winner to the championship tilt tomorrow afternoon. Peterson swim moves around one. Hedrick picks it up. Goes to Peterson. Peterson bear hugged. And we'll hang here.
Was looking for him on there on the line to kind of come around.
Peterson blocked. Rebound to Erickson on the far side. And CalHeat avoids giving up a goal. But they lose the ball on the other end as this goes to Moshi. Moshi to Erickson. Spin move. Kick save made. Rebound goes to Minnesota as that one drifts into the net. I believe that was Popov, was it not?
Yep, that's his favorite. He likes going low, and he likes doing the tip over. Those are his 2 favorite moves.
Kind of like, it looked to me like a finger roll in basketball.
Yep, just
a little bit.
That was well earned. I mean, it was a good fight and good on Josh to get back on defense too. And I mean, CalHeat almost capitalizing off of that. I mean, that goes in. That's so demoralizing for Minnesota.
6 flat for Minnesota, and that Hedrick burned on the play as Minnesota now getting into a trade fest, goal for goal, early stages second half.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can kind of go for goal because with 18 minutes left, you get a goal, they get a goal, you get a goal, they get a goal, you get a stop maybe, and then you get a goal, and then it's 2.
Peterson tried to get through 2. He's wrestled into the crease.
Good try, solid defense though by CalHeat to stop that from happening.
Hedrick, the point person in this sequence as the swap occurs right on cue. Over to the far side, Erickson picks it up. Peterson now at the point. And the pivot. Quick shot, blocked away off the shoulder of Mohamed Balti.
Yeah, it looks like that was out of bounds.
Off Balti's shoulder,
Yeah.
which is why Minnesota has the ball in their attack.
Oh, I think it went off the end line. I didn't get a good look at it.
Peterson wanting a call. Is he going to get it? Yes, he did.
You wanted a 2-minute, because if you intentionally kick it, it's a 2-minute penalty.
Ah.
Unless you're the goalie.
You would know.
Yep, goalies always have exceptions.
Hampton regains and got it to Hedrick, who gets it here. Hedrick, Peterson. Peterson. And Minnesota maintains the ball. Extended possession, down 5.
Yeah, this is a tight game. Minnesota's coming out to play, and CalHeat is holding them off. Oh. That was a good idea.
Sheepish move on the second effort there for Minnesota.
Yep, I liked what he was trying to do. He just needed to jump up a little bit more, and I'm sorry, Nasco. I don't think you're going to be able to jump over that one there. I'll trust you to the wings to keep shooting that way.
Tada drops it near corner to Paulus. Paulus, Tada, far wing, OB, and that will go to Minnesota.
Yep, Finn was looking for a fast break, couldn't quite get it because Mutland was covered very well by the CalHeat. CalHeat knows how to play those fast breaks, and they also know how to defend against them. They're very good at getting back on defense. So if you get a fast break goal on CalHeat, you're going to have a good time.
Great save made by Balti.
I think Balti's starting to dial in onto how he shoots. So he might have to change it up a little bit more.
CalHeat now pushing the pace up the floor. It goes to Paulus. Paulus drops off. Got it to Clausen. Now back over far wing. It goes to Paulus and Clausen. Dropped off near wing this time, and a spinner goes in.
That's a goal. That's a good. I mean, obviously it's a goal that went in the net.
Demoralizing for Minnesota, though.
I think actually that was more just well played on CalHeat's part. Minnesota played good defense like they're supposed to. Just a little bit slow on the cutback.
Great goal for Peterson to answer.
Yep. Very, very, very typical CalHeat goal on the last one is what I would say.
CalHeat back up the floor. Substat, or check that. Tada. Shoots and scores.
Sam was just trying to get his arm up. Maybe get a block out of it. Didn't want to hit the arm because then that'd be a 2 minutes. Well, yeah, probably be a 2 minute. Definitely be a 7 at that point. So.
Denying an opportunity.
Yep, just maybe trying to get a lucky hit off of it. Tristan's pretty good about getting those rebounds like that.
Peterson scores up high.
I think that was Erickson that scored that one.
So Peterson to Erickson, who scores 20-15.
Yep, that is a line. Okay.
Whistle goes, no goal. Now can Minnesota get the 2-goal swing in their favor, 20-15.
Let me get that updated correctly.
There you go.
If there's one thing I've been good at today, it's been the score. Camera, not so much. The time, not so much.
Hey, you can't help a driver problem.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Peterson to Carlson. Peterson, Carlson. Moshe trying to get space. Peterson hit the iron.
That's a 7, yep.
And a 7-meter throw up coming.
Time, I don't think a 2. Yeah, a 2. Okay, that is a 2. It was close.
Potential double whammy time for Minnesota Green.
Yep, that is needed. Balti's been okay on his penalty shots today. I think Lippert has had the edge on all of them because, one, he's seen the most, and I think he's stopped 2 or 3. I had one off of the bar, and I think Tristan had one. Actually, I think Balti might have had one against Denver.
Could be.
I think that's where it was. So,
Wakabayashi to take the 7. Wakabayashi scores.
Yep.
20-16.
Okay, Minnesota has to do something with this now.
Defensive stop time and an odd man coming on for CalHeat.
Yep. If Minnesota can get 2 goals here to maybe 1 on CalHeat, that's going to be really big going into the second half of the second half.
Fourth quarter.
Yep, fourth quarter. Yeah, pretty much.
Tada drops this off to Stenlund. Goes to Paulus. Paulus to Tada. Near corner. Shot and a goal. 21-16. Crossing is Moshi. Hederick drops this off and gets it back from Moshi. Moshi with the left hand. Peterson, Moshi, right hand. Save made, and CalHeat will exit the defense.
Yep, big save by Balti there. I think Matan was looking for like an arm. I couldn't quite see if that was the case, but that was why he was throwing his arms up after that.
Odd man out for CalHeat once again as this goes to Paulus. Paulus will drop that off, and he got it to Bradley. Bradley drifting from his near corner position. Stenlund dropped over. Paulus swims around one. Save made by Malatrot.
Oh, just wide.
Just about a foot or two wide on that dump in from goal.
We don't usually practice on long courts here, so the courts are usually a lot shorter, and thus we can't really do our fast breaks, unfortunately. I missed one, he missed one. I guess we're even on that circumstance, but good attempt regardless. I mean, you have to if you're a goalie after that kind of save.
Paulson from Clausen. Extra man or man back for CalHeat, and they score 22-16 now. 11:38 to go, and a timeout on the floor. (22-16) CalHeat. 11:38 to go in the second half of the second semifinal, as the winner will take on NYAC tomorrow afternoon, scheduled for a 1:30 start right here in Bloomington.
Yeah, that's going to be a good game. I mean, obviously all these games have been really good so far. So the more that we can get in, the better. Slightly distracted here. Apologies. Brain is frying. But yeah, I'm excited for the championship game tomorrow. I mean, it'd be cool to see Minnesota, obviously. CalHeat NYAC is a pretty classic match as well.
Yeah.
So honestly, even seeing Minnesota play Chicago, that's a big rivalry as well. Like I think CalHeat and New York is a big rivalry. NYAC and New York is a big rivalry, and then Minnesota and Chicago is another big one as well.
You want to do us a favor up here maybe and double check the score?
22. It should be 22-16.
That's
I think.
what I'm thinking.
I will leave it to the table, and then if we need to bring that back, we will.
21-16. We'll go with the.
We'll go with the table.
We'll go with the building, as it is a 5-goal swing. CalHeat looking to make it 6, and they do. There's 22-16.
Yep. So if it wasn't correct before, it is now.
And Minnesota looking to answer. Moshi gets it from Hederick. Hederick to Peterson. Moshi to Peterson from Hederick. Peterson upended. Goes to Moshi. And a quick restart after some contact in between the 9 and the 6. Peterson from Carlson, Erickson did that again. Moshi dropped to Hederick.
Oh.
Erickson.
Oh, you got to take that. You got to run in and take that.
10:20 to go as CalHeat crosses, but they'll have to re-establish in their attack. Ticking down to the 10-minute mark in the second semifinal, 22-16 CalHeat.
I think now is when Minnesota needs to start getting two goals per goal for CalHeat, and it needs to be consistent from here on out. Big defensive stops will help also, obviously.
Drop back to Clausen, scores, 23-16.
Yeah, Yalta has a very odd shot. Or not odd, he always waits. And Tristan and I are very impatient when he shoots, so that's why we move and then he shoots the other way, and then his foot hits the ground.
If I remember correctly, doesn't Ellis have a secret weapon in his arms?
Yeah, he's got a very good shot, and he's a lefty, which you don't really see all the time.
Kick save made by Balti. Will hang here. Morpha looking for the quick restart. Not going to get it.
No,
I appreciate the move.
Yeah, if Aaron would have gotten up and gone, or even crawled back out to the 9, I think he could have gotten a fast restart.
Hedrick to Wakabayashi, who scores 23-17.
That's good. That's what they got to do. Now they got to get a stop here and get another goal. And I think then the train could potentially roll back in Minnesota's favor. It's been a tug of war match here, actually. Like, the score doesn't necessarily show that.
Tada.
Not as much as the NYAC Chicago game earlier. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Great save off the shot from Tada, but Malitrot says anything you can try, I can get just as well.
Well, that's a goal. That's a save.
And Morpha shoots one that's kicked away, but will hang here.
That's
8-10 to go.
That was a very good save by Balti. That was going into that sliver of a corner, and again, kicking your heel and sliding on your heel will get that stop every day.
Morpha to Wakabayashi. Cross court, left wing. 1 into 2 doesn't go for Peterson. I don't know how good his math is, but division, a very essential thing. Wakabayashi loses the ball. Minnesota maintains control. Wakabayashi gets around one. Tripped up was Wakabayashi.
Maybe, Finn's like, well, we're getting it. I don't know if this is going to be a 2 or not. It was close. I don't think it shouldn't have been a 2. I'm glad they didn't call it 2. I know Finn was like, maybe.
Morpha to Hedrick and got it back. Wakabayashi, left wing. Peterson lost it. Hampton almost got the friendly kick off the iron.
Yeah, Jackson's been struggling against Balti today. Like, I think
timeout on the floor.
Yep.
To CalHeat.
Yep. Yeah, Jackson is definitely, or Balti has had Jackson's number today, because he stopped 3 of them. That's number 3. And I mean, if those 3 goals go in, obviously it's a 3-point game. It's a lot closer. So, but got to keep trying.
6:55 to go in regulation time. 6 goals, not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination.
No, you got to get a goal. I mean, you got to get this is where it's tough. Like, if it was closer, you could go goal for goal and then get a stop. But CalHeat's going to probably slow it down and hang on to the ball on offense and maybe eat 30, 45 seconds off each possession they have if they don't get a fast break goal.
So let's do a little math. You figure it looks like Minnesota has the ball here. If CalHeat eats 2 possessions and Minnesota doesn't have the ball, that's 90 seconds off, and you're talking 5:25 left in the game.
Yep. Usually, I would say the next 7 minutes, they're ideally, if the attacks go how they should, on average, there'll be about 14 goals total, 7 for each team. However, if CalHeat can eat an extra 10 to 15 seconds off of each of those, that goes down to maybe 10. And then at that point, it's 5 goals, and it's still not enough. That's not to say that Minnesota can't do it. It's just going to be really tough because CalHeat has been in this situation before.
Kondev got that to Stenlund. Stenlund got a shot away. Tristan is there. Brought ahead by Morfaw and company across the timeline and into the attack zone.
And Stefan is back as well. That's good to see.
Taped up is Stefan Storch. Good to see him back. Storch gets a shot.
There it is.
And that is redemption for Storch.
Yep. So
now CalHeat on the other end loses possession after that bounce shot goes high.
that's
You know what Stefan should do? He should deliver a hip check.
maybe. All right. So that's a goal and that's a stop. So now if Minnesota gets a goal, if they keep
That would be a 3-goal swing almost.
I would count that as the 3-goal swing. Yeah.
Wakabayashi over to the far side. Morfa waits, fires, scores.
That is a 3-goal swing. It's within 4.
23-19 with 5:20 left to go.
All right, where are the people in the yellow suits? Monsters. Come on, Monsters Inc., man.
Okay.
23-19, 23-19.
Okay. I wasn't sure where you were headed with that for a second.
Where's the hazmat suits? Where are the monsters in the hazmat suits?
Tada gets this near wing. Kondev, Tada drops, right wing, shot, goal. 24-19, 4:50 to go. Across the line comes Storch and company. Hedrick gets this from Morfa. Morfa, the lefty. Morfa goes to Wakabayashi and across. Hampton to Erickson. Morfa, lefty, swims around 2, loses the ball.
Yep.
And CalHeat back on offense.
I think Ellis was expecting Josh to come up there and get that. And, I mean, that would have been a really good shot and a good position, but just slight miscommunication there.
Tada scores. 25-19, 4 minutes and a nickel left to play.
And here we are back right where we started. It was looking good for Minnesota there for 3 possessions, and then CalHeat answered back. And, you know, I think CalHeat's going to keep doing that. If they can do it here, they're going to keep doing that. So Minnesota needs to.
Kick save made, rebound Storch.
That's good.
And it goes in, 25-20.
Oh, he's hurt? I think he's just mad about that.
I think there was some anger there.
Maybe angry, and I guess maybe he stepped on his hand, or.
I would be angry too if I stepped on my own hand.
Well, I don't know if he stepped on his own hand. Something happened with his hand. He's holding it behind his back, so hopefully he's okay. Ooh.
Paulus shoots and scores.
That's a very good shot. You have to be a big.
Morfa, try again. Say the officials.
Professional players shoot those shots, so.
Storch was tugged.
Yep. I think he's looking for something because CalHeat's being really rough. Which is. Woo!
Erickson.
Oh, what a move. What a move.
If this were Pro Beach handball, he'd be begging for a 2-point.
Yeah.
For a 2-point goal there.
Oh, he would be going for those shots all day.
And there'd be ramps behind the goals if we're talking Pro Beach hockey, of course, from the 90s.
Oh, that was good defense.
OB will hang here. 2:15 left to go, and CalHeat answers with a goal, 27-21. Storch crosses.
Oh, that's a good save.
I thought it looked to me like CalHeat just stopped, thinking there was a whistle somewhere.
There was a whistle. I think it was a late second whistle, so usually it's supposed to be tweet, and it was like whistle,
Pause.
brief second, and then a whistle again. So I think that's what they were thinking.
Morpha from Wakabayashi. Morpha 5-hole,
okay.
but the goal will not count.
That's still a good shot regardless.
Morpha from Storch. Morpha looking again. Morpha tapped out of play, and Morpha to the deck. 90 seconds to go.
I think if Ellis goes up and
What
nice.
a goal from Wakabayashi.
They Balti's been doing really good, but Minnesota is getting into his head now. Even though they're up, like he knows, like, oh man.
Paulus, got to get a stop here if you are Minnesota, as Tada and company control. That's Kuo on the far side. He got it back to Tada. Paulus waiting, fires, score. 28-22, 55 seconds to go as Minnesota crosses the line. Storch. Wakabayashi choked down, but Storch regains control. Erickson scores 28-23. Time now the enemy of Minnesota.
Yep. I think as Minnesota, you gotta press up on them. And I mean, if they get behind you, then you just kind of have to eat it at this point. Because if you can get 1 or 2 fast breaks here, Balti's been having a rough.
And there's a goal for Tada. That should just about do it. 20 seconds to go. It'll be CalHeat and NYAC in the Fall Classic final, as that pass intercepted by Wakabayashi, and it'll be Minnesota playing for third place tomorrow afternoon at noon as Storch shoved to the deck. That'll do it as CalHeat survives 29-23 in a duel in this second semifinal. Now, the thing that I can say, through semifinal play, no extra handball.
Nope, and that's actually really nice. I do love OT stuff, but it's also very nerve-wracking. What is it, 3 years ago at this point, we did that, and it was going into a shootout at that point. So, but then we ended up losing, and that's like its own thing. But
yeah.
Getting the schedule for tomorrow here. Give me 1 second.
No worries. 29-23. While you're getting that together, kind of talk about what you've seen over the course of these last 2 days as we'll give you the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been pretty. There's been some really close games. There's been some blowouts. You'll get that every time. And honestly, the NYAC and Chicago game, that surprised me. This game, Minnesota played them a lot quicker. The outcome I figured was going to be the same, but as for, like, the goals, I figured it would be, maybe a little closer or not, but some solid games. And for the first time of the season, like, everybody came to play as well.
We're going to make an executive decision here. There are so many players that I could nominate for player of the game that I can't name just one. So I'm going to do something there. If you can flash the group layout, we want to thank Preston Construction, Dynasty Electric. I will give player of the game, or a players of the game, if you will, to several players for CalHeat, including Darko Kondev. Stenlund also played well for me.
Paulus did good again.
Paulus again.
I'd say Tada as well, specifically on defense, because he did really good on that 5-1 to kind of stop Minnesota from running their plays.
So a group of CalHeat players, our player of the game, brought to you by Preston Construction, Dynasty Electric. Also want to thank 9 Mile Brewing and Rise Up Nutrition before we leave the air today. But for Josh Wallinga, Josh Hedrick, and everyone who's been a part of this one so far, Jeff Disher signing off for now, but not before we show you the bracket one more time. We come to you tomorrow morning, 10:30 in the morning, as Denver takes on Minnesota Black for 5th place. And until then, we